All right, Senator, we're live.
Thank you very much, Sam, and good morning, folks, and welcome to the Maine's 130th State Legislature. My name is Joe Rafferty, and I am the Senate Chair of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. I also am a senator down in Senate District 34, which includes Acton and Lebanon, parts of Berwick, North Berwick, Wells, and Kennebunk. This morning, this meeting is going to be live streamed. The committee's here today. We have a number of things going on. We are going to be doing public hearings. We're going to do work sessions, and we are actually going to have an informational hearing as well. But that said, please keep in mind, in particular, the public hearing is a meeting which is going to be first up, is being delivered live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel. It means that anyone who is participating in the meeting via Zoom can be seen and also heard if their microphone is unmuted. People on the Zoom meeting waiting to testify cannot be seen or heard until they're called upon to speak. The meeting is being recorded and available to view on the committee's YouTube channel soon after the meeting has concluded. And again, just asking anyone that steps in or comes into the committee to speak, that they identify themselves and hopefully have their name on their screen. Give us a town of residence and any organization that they are representing. That said, I am going to ask my fellow committee members if they take a moment to please introduce themselves, and I will start with our co-chair, Representative Brennan.
Good morning. Thank you, Senator. My name is Michael Brennan. I represent District 36, which is part of Portland.
Thank you, sir. And Senator Woodson, please.
Thank you, Dave Woodson, District 33 in York County, which includes Sanford, Massabesic, and Saukville Valley school districts.
Senator Daughtry, please.
Good morning, I'm Maddie Daughtry. I proudly represent Senate District 24, which are the communities of Brunswick, Harpswell, North Yarmouth, Freeport, and Pownell.
Thank you. And Representative Crockett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, everyone. Ed Crockett, District 43, which is part of Portland and part of Falmouth.
Thank you. I said that hesitantly because I was trying to find you. Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Jan Dodge. I represent House District 97, Belfast, Northport, and Waldo. Good morning.
Morning. And thank you, Representative Lyman.
Good morning, Sheila Lyman, District 74, J, Livermore Falls, part of Livermore, and coming to you from the Capitol. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative McCray.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I'm Dave McCray. I live in Fort Fairfield up in the county, and I represent District 148. And just as a side note, as busy as every committee is right now, and people going every which way, we are at full staff committee today. So far, for now.
So far. Thank you, sir. Representative Millett.
Good morning, I'm Rebecca Millett. I represent House District 30, which is most of Cape Elizabeth.
Thank you. Representative Roach.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Representative Tim Roach from the great town of Wells, District 7.
Thank you. Representative Salisbury.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Sue Salisbury, and I represent House District 35, which is part of Westbrook.
Thank you. Representative Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm Representative Heidi Sampson. I am here at the lovely state capitol, representing the good people of House District 21. That's Alfred, Limerick, Shapley, Newfield, and Parsonsfield.
Thank you. And Representative Stearns.
Good morning. My name is Paul Stearns. I represent House District 119 in Piscataquis County.
Thank you. And working with us this morning will be our committee clerk, Sam Baker. Sam will be the person managing your entrance and exit from our committee this morning. And he is outstanding in terms of assisting with any technical support that you may need. Also, not so much the hearings, but the work sessions. We have our committee analysts We'll have both Sam Senfit and Hillary Risler will be joining us periodically. They do a great job for our committee and spell out basically what the impact of each proposed bill represents and means. So thank you all. That said, the first thing on our agenda this morning is a public hearing on LD 1716. And I'm going to step back and let the sponsor introduce that bill and speak to that. Representative Millette, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Rebecca Millette. I represent House District 30, which is most of Cape Elizabeth, and I am pleased to present to you LD 1716, an act to ensure full payment of the state's salary supplement obligation to teachers with national board certification. My apologies to the committee. I do not have written testimony because this bill was literally referred just the other day, and the hearing was, I believe, scheduled yesterday. And yeah, so I'm going to wing it in a bit, but this bill basically is just a reflection of the work we did around the biennial budget. We became aware of the fact that the state has not been funding our nationally board certified teachers, as has been promised for many years now. We've been, and one of the reasons is because in statute, we have that the state can't pay more than $335,000 a year. And we are at the point now, happily, that we have that we have a number of teachers that pushes us back beyond that number. So 12 members of this committee voted in support of the change that's in this bill. I have it as a piece of legislation just in case that part of our report back to the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee somehow is not included in the next change package budget that we will be looking at. And this will be there to make sure we are able to take action one way or another. I'll close by just simply saying that the National Board Certification process is incredibly rigorous. The educators that go through this process really are some of our strongest educators and often are leaders of best practices in our public schools. And we should do everything we can to keep our promises made to them about becoming certified. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Representative Millette. I have a hand up from Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative.
It's okay.
And who are we this morning? Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Millette, for bringing this bill forward. I would just share my very, very strongest support. However, my question is, can you help me remember? I'm looking through our budget booklet and I see the 335,000, but I can't recall what the carryover was or the unspent balance. And for the work session, if we maybe could know about the balance that was in that account, please.
Yes, Representative Dodge, there currently is no carryover balance. That is new language because basically what I'm saying is that we're going to start using the certification salary supplement fund to fund these national board certifications. So currently that is not happening as I understand it. There simply is a general fund. There's a general fund appropriation that is in the budget of 335. And then you will find in Part C language, additional appropriations made to go above and beyond that. But what's interesting is that that amount that was originally proposed in the Part C budget, governor's budget, was not sufficient to fully fund all educators at the promised amount. So this language would change that to make sure that going forward, we will fund at the promised amount using that certification fund. And if that certification fund is sufficient, then that needs to be supplanted by a general fund appropriation.
Any other questions? Yes, you had a follow-up? Oh, sorry. Any other questions at this time of Representative Millet, please? Seeing none, Representative, thank you very much for bringing this to us. And also, I know that you may be in and out today, but I just wanted to wish you well in terms of the graduation festivities this weekend. I hope that you and your family are able to enjoy those and have the time to do it. So congratulations. And I will close the hearing on 17.
Senator,
Oh.
we have two people.
Oh,
testifying.
thank you. Thank you. See, I appreciate that, Sam. I'll close the hearing after we hear from those in support of LD 1716. And we are being led off by Christine Boone this morning. Christine will be followed by Mr. John Kaczynski.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for having me, and I promise to be brief. Dear Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. I'm Christine Greenlaw Boone, the Assistant Superintendent in RSU 22, serving the communities of Frankfort, Hamden, Newburgh, and Winterport. I'm testifying on behalf of RSU 22 in support of LD 1716 this morning, an act to ensure full payment of the state's salary supplement obligation to teachers with National Board certification. I could offer this testimony solely based on the effort and energy that it takes to attain the expertise that comes with earning your National Board certification. I could speak to the process of reflection and peer review that grows any profession. It certainly grows teachers. I could attest to the fact that NBCTs tell me that this program is far more rigorous than their master's degrees. I could also speak to the fact that it's a grassroots effort by teachers to become master teachers. It's not imposed upon them to make them better, but created by teachers so that they can grow each other in true collective efficacy. However, you know all that already, and that's why the stipend was originally enacted, and that's we're thankful for that. But with this amendment, we support and would ask you to remove the financial cap and substitute the word may with the word shall, so that we offer true commitment to our nationally board certified teachers and those whom they serve, their students, because that is why this stipend really matters. The real reason it's so important that I convey the value and need of this stipend clearly is our kids, Maine kids. They each deserve the best possible teacher our state can provide. And National Board Teacher Certification does that. It's not my opinion, it's a fact. Please consider this research. Kindergarten students taught by nationally board certified teachers are 31% more likely to achieve a proficient score on kindergarten readiness assessments than other students, 1/3 more. A multi-year study in Washington state shows that non-certified teachers with similar experience are outperformed by board certified teachers in the terms of student growth. Students who have nationally board certified teachers have a month and a half more learning in the course of a school year. And then in Ed Week in 2015 shared that their studies correlated with all previous studies, and higher test scores are shown by students who have nationally board certified teachers. So when you as elected officials decide how to invest in Maine youth, I would advocate that the best possible thing we can do for public schools is to promote quality teaching, and this act does that. The stipend does that. Hattie's meta-analysis proves teacher credibility is one of the highest yield strategies with an effect size of 0.9. Now, just to give this perspective, the effect size of interventions is 0.77. Enrichment programs have an effect size of 0.53. Positive family and home dynamics have an effect size of 0.52. Teacher credibility, again, 0.9. But we don't need Hattie's research to prove this. We know it. We've lived it. At some points in our lives, each and every one of us have had some sort of teacher. We know the difference that a good teacher makes compared to a satisfactory one. We learn from the satisfactory teacher and we thank them. We don't minimize them. However, when the outstanding teacher changes our lives, we are truly grateful. The National Board Teacher Certification guarantees and really defines the category of outstanding. I hope that you hear directly in written testimony today from National Board Certified Teachers, and they can elaborate on the true process and the value, because the value can't be argued. What I want to talk about is the investment. I'm assuming that all of you want to invest in an area with the greatest impact, and we want the best return for our tax dollars. Why would we put tax dollars towards anything less than a research-based, time-tested strategy to increase student learning? We should not. The stipend is the incentive that some need to keep at the process and see it through. For others, it's just the recognition of teachers who work hard to make a difference, and they would do it regardless. Either way, we need to invest in these stipends because Maine needs more nationally board certified teachers in order to best serve our children. As nationally board certified teachers shop between states, and they do because they can, we want them to look at Maine and then look again. We want them to see the stipend and choose Maine because they can see that Maine values their expertise. Let me give two personal examples. First, I have a cousin from Searsport, Maine. His wife is a nationally board certified teacher. He works from home so they can live anywhere. They'd like to live in Maine. They live in South Carolina, and she gets a guaranteed $5,000 annually on top of her teacher's salary. Additionally, I began my teaching career in Las Vegas, Nevada. As a fifth-year teacher, I made more than my mother, an elementary teacher at Katahdin Elementary School with over 25 years experience in a CAS. And I share that because Nevada guarantees an additional 5% on your base salary for national board certified teachers. And it's a guarantee. It's not if the budget allows it. And that's for the lives of their certificate. So it's constant professional growth. These states and many others where I do not have personal connections have recognized the benefit of a guaranteed stipend for a guaranteed return on investment. This is one way to help Maine overcome a teacher shortage. As far as tax dollars in education go, nationally board certified teachers are the gift that keeps on giving. So imagine your child or grandchild or loved one has a nationally board certified teacher 3 years in a row. That translates over time to additional years in learning. If you're hesitating on endorsing a guaranteed stipend for this group of educators, please consider the potential financial gains for all of us in the end. While every child deserves the most expert teacher, some need it to be able to graduate or graduate on time. When a student with an IEP, like my son, has an expert teacher, they're that much closer to graduating on time. Maybe with the additional gains through National Board Certified Teachers, they won't need the additional years beyond age 18 that the law allows for special education students. National Board Certified Teachers offer Maine an economic advantage when they meet student needs. If you have to argue that this stipend is good use of taxpayer dollars, I want you to be able to argue that it saves taxpayer dollars in the end, because the right teaching at the right time changes things. And nationally board certified teachers offer the right teaching at the right time. The more nationally board certified teachers we can get in every single little district and town and classroom means that our gifted learners and our struggling learners and every kiddo in between is better served. We can ultimately save money and promote best practice for Maine children by doing everything in our power to increase the number of nationally board certified teachers in our classrooms. And we need to do this. This guaranteed stipend is a cost-effective way to increase learning. In closing, I offer this detail. I get between 25 and 50 emails daily that offer the answer to every malady in public education. It's everything from learning loss to social and emotional wellness, poverty, disabilities. They're all canned programs or software, coaches or trainings, and they're all magic bullets. I've been an educator since 1994. We all know that there's no program or software or training that compares to an overall quality teacher. National Board Certification guarantees that quality like no other certifying agency. Nationally Board Certified Teachers are as close as we're ever going to get to that magic bullet. Please support getting more nationally board certified teachers in Maine classrooms by supporting stipends, guaranteed stipends for nationally board certified teachers. We need to ensure that we're providing, that Mainers support the best possible outcomes for our children in a fiscally responsible way, and this does that. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions at this time, please, folks, from Christine Boone? I have one, if I could, please. I'm just, typically stipends, as I my experience is that they're more locally awarded, so to speak. Is there any, are you aware of any school systems in the state that give any teacher that gets to this level one from the local level?
I think a lot of districts are in negotiations right now, and I think there are many attempts made to honor this. However, if you go to the National Board Teacher Certification website, you'll find that a lot of these incentives are coming from the state level, and that's because it's quite frequently an equity issue. Because in different sections of the state, we all know that we get different funding formulas. And so if we are going to really promote teachers coming to a state and bringing a higher quality of rigor across a state, then the stipend usually is addressed at the state level. And that isn't to say that efforts aren't made locally, and I think that people do their best locally, but I can't speak in great detail to that.
Thank you very much. I have a question from Representative Salisbury as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony, Ms. Boone. The actual certification process, the National Board certification, can you just tell me, is that something that, is it expensive to take, or is it something that, how does that work?
It's very cost effective, especially in terms of comparing it to other ways to grow teachers and professional development. The last time I checked, it was around $3,000 as opposed for the whole, you pay by module. And there are different sections. So if you, and many teachers don't pass the first time because it is so rigorous and it is peer reviewed and you really have to hone your craft. So if you have a module that you don't pass, then you don't take the whole test again. You just have to repay for that section or that module. And so in terms of being cost effective to local districts, we're happy to support it because we have a guaranteed yield, because there's a direct correlation between this certificate and student achievement. And we very rarely can see that. I can't think of another time where I have research to be able to prove that. And that's really why I'm here, because there is such a guaranteed return.
Great, thank you very much.
Any other questions, folks, at this time? Seeing none, thank you very much. We appreciate you being here. And yes, have a great day, and thank you very much for your testimony. Next up is John Kaczynski. Good morning.
Good morning, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and other esteemed members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is John Kaczynski. I'm here on behalf of the Maine Education Association, testifying in support of LD 1716. I'll keep this very brief. I just want to say ditto to everything Assistant Superintendent Boone just conveyed to you. Agree entirely with her comments. MEA does a lot of work to try to support the National Board program. We try to encourage more teachers to sign up for it. We host mentoring groups and support groups around the state for those that are engaged in the program, because as you heard from others, it is extremely rigorous. And we have found that those support networks among teachers with those who maybe have already gone through the program have been hugely helpful. But what has happened now, particularly over the past 10 years, is the way the funding is currently managed. I would call it a chronic problem now, where the stipends consistently fall short. And people generally don't, the teachers who sign up for this generally don't do it for the money. But it just doesn't feel right to them that the state consistently must prorate this. And I think it's actually hurting our ability to recruit more people to do it. Ms. Boone sort of mentioned this, but I just want to put a finer point on this. Over the past 10 years, we have now doubled the National Board teachers that are certified in the state of Maine. That's great news. The bad news is we are woefully behind other states. And as Ms. Boone articulated, she has the data to prove the effectiveness of this program. But when you look at North Carolina, she mentioned South Carolina, where there's a guaranteed stipend, Washington State, they have thousands of educators who have completed this program. And I'm sad to report we're still below 500. So both as a whole number and as a percentage, we don't have the numbers that we're seeing in other states. We would like to see that number increase, but we think that just solidifying this stipend going forward would be helpful. As you heard Ms. Boone say, there are other states who are paying a lot more. Last session, you all did the right thing by increasing the stipend in the 50% or more free or reduced lunch schools. And that really gets to the equity issue. And Senator Rafferty, you raised a question for Ms. Dune. There are local stipends in some communities. I can tell you, I know those local stipends are in communities such as Camden, Falmouth, maybe Cumberland. We want to encourage national board certified teachers in all of our communities, in rural Maine, in the urban districts. And that's why we feel the state stipend is important to do that for equity purposes. And so that whether you teach in Lewiston or in Cumberland, you're still getting that stipend to help you in this very rigorous program. With that, I'll stop. I think I've made my key points. I know you've got a long day ahead. Appreciate all you do, and we'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Yes, thank you very much. Any questions at this time for John Kaczynski? Folks, seeing none, thank you very much. We appreciate you being here.
Can I add one other thing, Senator? I'm sorry, before I go.
Sure.
Just to Representative Salisbury's question as well, I do want to alert her if she's not aware already. There is a program through the DOE that pays for those costs of the program. The DOE sets aside, I believe, $75,000 for tuition reimbursement for this program. So that is available to school districts as well. And I'm sorry I didn't mention that. Thank you, Senator Rafferty.
Thank you, sir. Have a great day.
Thank you.
And again, Representative Millette, thank you very much. I believe, Sam, that is the end of any testimony.
Yes, Senator.
Thanks very much. So, yes, Senator Woodson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The first speaker, I didn't catch her name. She's assistant superintendent. Mentioned she would like to see the word may replaced with shall. Is that, I guess this is for Hillary. Is the word may in that? I haven't read that detail.
Are you asking, is it in the current policy or is it in the proposed?
In the proposed language of the bill.
Hillary just popped on and she may or may not know that specific. I heard her say may as opposed to shall instead of may, but I don't know if she referred to a section.
I would just ask, Senator, at this point, do you want to move straight into work session on this bill?
Oh, okay, yeah.
No, we don't. No, so we'll have it for the work session, sir.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes.
I'm looking at the language in section 3, and I believe it says the commissioner shall pay.
Yeah,
so I'm actually not seeing where may is.
If that can be clarified for work session, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you. And Representative Stearns?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe what Ms. Boone was referring to was that rather than it be we may pay it if there are enough funds, the state shall pay it. I think that's what her gist was.
Yes, I know it was relative to the cap, but yes, Representative Millette.
Yep, and that's changed in the bill.
Thank you. And again, that'll come out in the work session as well. So great questions, and we'll get your answers. We'll get the answers for you because either Sam or Hillary will pull those out. So seeing no other questions, I will close the hearing on LD 1716. And thanks again, Representative Millette. And that said, we're going to move in a different direction, and I am going to have Representative Brennan take over.
Thank you, Senator. You're right. We are going to take a little bit different direction at this point. And we're going to move into work sessions on LD 135, 255, and 386. And these are the three, quote, concept drafts or placeholder bills that we're using to address issues related to CDS. And as I mentioned before at the public hearing, because of some different legislative changes, the opportunity for the committee to vote out a committee bill has now been replaced with these three LDs. And we did have the public hearing on these earlier this week. And it's our intention now to work through these three bills based on those public hearings. And as is our custom, the first thing we'll do is turn to our staff analyst, Ms. Risler, and ask her to do a summary of the three bills.
Sure. So I just want to sort of reiterate what Representative Brennan just mentioned is as you know, there was this independent study done by PCG, and the authorizing legislation for that study had authorized the committee to report out a bill to the first regular session of the 130th legislature. As the committee knows, the first regular session adjourned, and so we are now in a special session, which is why the committee does not have that same authority to report out a bill at this time. However, the committee does have these three separate concept drafts that could be used if the committee wants to use them as vehicles. What I would note, of course, is that the committee could could vote and direct me to amend any of these three concept drafts, but that the committee will need to tell me, if you come to that point, which concept draft you want for each particular provision that you want to move forward. I'll need to know that on LD, for example, 135, this is what the committee would like me to draft, or this is what the majority of the committee would like me to draft. So I just want to reiterate that. So you did have the public hearing earlier this week, and I will just quickly share my screen. So I did pull together a bill analysis. Obviously, because these three bills are concept drafts, there's not much to the bills themselves, but I did include links to them there. The purpose of that public hearing was to get feedback on the draft language that this committee had me draft related to the independent review of the state's early childhood education services. That draft, although in one document, was more or less divided into sort of three sections. One section had to do with some unallocated resolve language regarding directing the Department of Education to work on some centralized main care billing and improving and reporting back on child find initiatives. The other portion of it had to do with statutory language that would remove the birth to under 4-year-olds, so ages 0 to 1, 1 to 2, and 2 to 3, out of the CDS and the intermediate unit and into the Department of Education. And then a third sort of section that essentially directed the Department of Education through unallocated language to develop an implementation plan for the services of early special education services for children who are 4 and 5 years of age to be delivered through the school administrative units. I did provide some background here for you. All of the reports and various memoranda from this entire process can be found at this website here. The draft language is also available and has been posted online. And I did provide a link for all the written testimony as well. And if at any point during the conversation today, anyone on the committee wants me to pull up either a portion of the report or the draft language or really anything else related, just let me know and I'll see I find it and I'll pull it up for you. So the testimony, rather than any sort of for or against or neither for nor against, I did a little differently. And I tried to break it up in general by topic. So the first topic would be the provision of services for all of the children that you're talking about in this age range from the birth to under 6 years of age. And there were some general comments that sort of apply to all. There was a suggestion to implement a 3-year transition to move both Part C and the Part B 619 services to DOE and the school administrative units respectively, with a caveat of the 3-year-old age. There was the suggestion was in year 1, have it be a planning year, direct the department to develop the transition plan, working with stakeholders and advisory committee, and detail 2 separate plans in a report to the education committee by next February, and suggested legislation for the Part C and for the Part B 619. That in years 2 and 3, the committee should receive updates on the plan and suggested legislation, and the committee should have the ability to report out bills as necessary to address anything that arises, as well as in the final year to finally implement and dissolve CDS. There was multiple suggestions to establish an advisory committee throughout the transition to advise the education committee and to monitor and troubleshoot the progress of the implementation plan after its adoption. And I'll touch on that a little bit more. And there were some suggestions about who specifically might want to be included in that advisory committee. As you may recall, there was an advisory committee to advise the executive director's office and the PCG during the independent review. And if you want to talk about that membership, that was included in the draft language the committee had me put together. There was also a lot of conversation and discussion, especially in regards to CDS employees who currently pay into Social Security and are not participants in Maine PERS, and what plan, which is the plan that covers the DOE employees, and how will they be transitioned into Maine PERS in an equitable way given the federal Social Security offsets. And this committee has talked before about the WEP and the GPO in regards to teacher retirement and the penalties that can happen when they transition. There was also some concern about the uncertainty of the future of CDS, which has caused some good employees to leave, and that the state needs to find a way to move forward. Suggestion to continue exploring an early childhood division or department, and also some that any legislation should specifically address the role and the value of the special purpose preschools in the new system, as well as some concern that the PCG report did not include all of the costs, and that those true costs and any funding needed for a successful transition would need to be addressed. Specific to the provision of services for children from birth to under 3 years of age, the main issues that were coming up had to do with that these Part C services should be overseen by DOE. There's concern that DOE should not be the provider of services because they will not be able to act as the overseer, and that there's inherent conflict of interest. On the other hand, the committee also heard that the CDF should continue to be employed by DOE rather than contracted advisors, because CDS employees are knowledgeable, and contractors, unlike CDS employees, can cap services or be unwilling to travel to certain parts of the state. There was also some concern in some written testimony about moving Part C from CDS to DOE, and the suggestion, and I know this committee has talked about this a fair amount, about DHHS as well. For regards to 3-year-olds, this is another concern that was raised at the public hearing. There was testimony that parents are the experts of their children, and parent choice is a powerful tool, and that for 3-year-olds, parents need to be able to choose between a Part C or a Part B placement, and that wait lists are still problematic and need to be eliminated. And there's a lot of conversation around the extended Part C option for eligible 3-year-olds whose parents want that choice. But since not every family will be eligible for that extended option, the SAUs would still need to be able to oversee the IEP process for the rest of those 3-year-old children. In regards to the 3-year-olds, and I'll mention a little bit later, but Assistant Attorney General Sarah Forster is here as well if there are questions on some of the federal IDEA requirements regarding that 3-year-old population. Because I'm familiar with a lot of those provisions, I'm certainly not an expert on them. Finally, for the provision of services for children who are at least 4 years of age and under 6 years of age, there was testimony about moving the 4 or 5-year-old children to public school would be best with a proper transition, and that now is the time for universal pre-kindergarten, especially since the federal government is moving in that direction, and that must include these children with disabilities. That establishing a process, timeline, and implementation for a transition for this age group to SAUs provides a good opportunity to strengthen communication and partnerships between childcare programs and public schools. And then that needs to be that emphasis on the least restrictive environment and parent choice for placement for their child. That it's important for the public school districts to oversee the provisions of services, but to not require all service to be located in public school buildings. Family options need to include elementary schools, family childcare programs, Head Starts, and childcare centers in the community. Again, the importance of including the special purpose preschools in planning with the school administrative units. And of course, issues regarding school district readiness and capacity, funding, staffing, transition leadership, and clear implementation strategies and ways to assess those. So the other pieces that were included had to do with the main care billing. There was a lot of testimony in support of a centralized system being crucial to maximize revenue through automation and reduction in administrative burden on school administrative units. That the committee should consider directing department to work with main care or DAFs to provide the centralized billing system. Suggestion to exclude these contracted special purpose preschools. Some of them testified they prefer to maintain their own billing responsibilities. The committee did receive some written testimony from DHHS that I just wanted to note. In my resolve, I had referred to the main care billing manual, and that should be the main care benefits manual. So should the committee want to move forward with that resolve, I'll make sure to make that and accurately title that. They also testified that it's important for the committee to understand that modifying the manual rests with DHHS, and that any modifications must be in accord with both federal Medicaid law and the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services and state law. And that the DHHS written testimony also indicates that DHHS intends to address the issue of identifying claims through a new consolidated school-based rule. And that in response to public concerns on the draft rule, the Health and Human Services Committee has reviewed and voted LD 854 as ought to pass as amended, requiring in part that any new school-based services rules must be major substantive and therefore come through to legislative review. I would note that the resolve as currently drafted does not require any particular action so much as moving forward and studying how this would happen. So I don't think these are concerns that necessarily are in a conflict with anything that was currently drafted, but they are things that could be incorporated into that resolve should the committee want to move in that direction. There was support for the Child Find resolve as drafted. This was a report back on these Child Find initiatives, and also some testimony about the importance of expanding that eligibility criteria, and concern that Maine had one of the lower eligibility criteria in the country. So some issues for consideration. Obviously, you have 3 concept drafts in front of you, and so the committee will want to think about what you want to move forward. The draft in front of you that pulls the pieces of the Part C, including 3-year-olds, in statutory language from the CDS to the and the Intermediate Education Unit. There were some concerns brought up by the department in regards to unintended consequences, timeline, or as it was raised earlier, some of the issues regarding whether or not services would be by employees or contracted providers. And so one of the questions that the committee really will want to consider is what at this time do you feel needs to be enacted into statute, and what needs to be unallocated language, or what needs to be effective down the road. One concern I have with the current draft regarding the Part C statutory language, and having drafted it, it's a drafting concern as much as anything else, but to the extent that there are a lot of additional pieces that need to be determined, and there are going to be further report backs over the next year, there may be additional statutory changes that need to occur to the same statutes that are being amended by that draft language. And especially if you're looking at a contingent effective date where it's not going to be come into effect for another couple years, that could create some confusion in regards to what the law is looking like. And so, for example, especially if you're amending the law regarding the Part C to pull out that intermediate unit, but in a year or two, the committee moves in a direction of moving those 4- and 5-year-olds to the school administrative units, then you might be in a situation where parts of that law then need to be repealed. And so one thing that I do think the committee should think about is what do you really want to put in statute right now, and what still needs to be determined, and perhaps do you want the Department of Education to report back on with suggested legislation next year or in the following year. I'm happy, I've brainstormed a few options and a few things that I think the committee could do. It might be a hybrid of some of these options, and if you want me to sort of explore and provide those suggestions, I'm happy to do so. The other question that came up is the advisory committee. And essentially my question for this education committee is really to identify what do you want their role to be? Who are they advising? Are they advising the education committee? Are they advising the Department of Education? What would that membership look like? Appointments, staffing, timeline, all of those things will tie in together. But one of the things to consider is if their role is to advise the Department of Education, if there's not going to be any legislators on that advisory committee, it probably makes sense for it to be staffed by Department of Education. If, on the other hand, the committee sees that more as an advisory committee to you for the decisions that you need to make, then that might impact how it's set up and how the staffing works. As I mentioned, there were some concerns about the IDEA compliance for children who are 3 years of age, and AAG Forster is available if there are more questions on that. There were some committee requests for more information. I basically just tried to get as many people available here today to help answer those questions. You also received some information from Heather Martin as well as Sumaki Andrews, and I can pull that up at any point if the committee would like me to. So I know I just talked for a really long time, but that's basically where we stand now. And as I said, if the committee at any point wants me to talk about some of the other options for statutory drafting, I'm happy to talk about some of the things I've brainstormed, although of course, ultimately is up to committee, and I will take my direction from you.
Thank you, Ms. Risler. And as is our practice, I would ask any member of the committee if they have any questions for Ms. Risler at this point. Representative Crockett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not a question, Ms. Risler, but I got to tell you that summary was the clearest definition of this whole process for me. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative Crockett. And
glad to hear it.
Again, as is our practice, I would ask Representative Millette, who is a sponsor of one of the bills, if she has any comment at this point, and in particular relative to Ms. Risler's analysis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it's clear to me that we are still pretty far away from having a good handle on the intricacies of CDS. Information, I don't know if everyone got the information from DHHS about how touching main care is going to be challenging. And then we had some very extensive new information from Sumaki Andrews, which I encourage everybody to thoroughly read. It is a treasure trove of historical information and insight. Having said that, I think folks that are involved in this part of early childhood education have been unanimous in the understanding that the status quo is unacceptable. So, oh, and then of course there was the unexpected issue raised around CDS employees and their retirement, which is obviously devastating to some of our most dedicated educators for this age group. I think we're gonna have to continue to chunk this out. Although recognizing that as we chunk it out, they're all interrelated. I think a good place to start is around centralized billing and child find, because those are perhaps not as far-reaching as the other conversations around Part C and Part B. But we're going to have to be very thorough in what we ask for in these resolves for centralized billing, who we want involved, the questions that we want answered. I mean, it's just when I think I have my feet grounded in CDS, new information comes forward that just shifts everything. We have to have DHHS in these meetings. That's become clear to me. I don't know why they haven't volunteered to be here. It's again a recognition of the fact that despite comments made that everyone's working together, the fact that they're not here and that we're not, we have somebody here. All right, thank you, Mr. Dean. I'm glad to see that. Excellent. I do wish they had been here on from the very get-go, but we'll take them now. So I guess, I mean, I had some thoughts around the issue of Part C and the issue around on staffing and retirement and oversight because that's another issue that was raised, not just by PCG, but others. I'm going to just throw it out now for people to chew on, but I think what I would recommend is that we start on discussing centralized billing, because as you will see in not just Sue Mackey-Andrews' testimony, but in others or information, that we have left a lot of money sitting on the table from the feds. We used to leverage to a much greater extent federal support for supporting these children. So I think we should start there. But before we do, my thought on Part C is, I think the idea of putting CDS into DOE was reflective of the idea of moving Part B to schools, and therefore it all should be under DOE. I'm not so sure about that anymore. I think that we continue to talk about moving Part B to our SAUs, and that Part B can move to the DOE. And then we keep Part C as part of a quasi-governmental agency, CDS, with its own executive director and an independent board. I understand that there used to be regional boards a while back. I don't think we need those, but I do think we need to take that idea and make it central to the Part C CDS services. That way, DOE can be oversight for the CDS services that are offered for Part C, and CDS employees don't lose their hard-earned retirement benefits that they have accumulated over their careers. So that's my thought for Part C. But Mr. Chair, if others agree, maybe we can just try to focus on the question of centralized billing and try to make some progress there. Then focus on child find and try to make progress there, and then we can take up these larger issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And I see that there's a question from Senator Woodson.
Yes, thank you very much. I totally agree with Representative Millette and what she has said. And especially with the DHHS, I hope they work hand in hand with us and DOE on this complicated issue. But my audio is a little spotty, Representative Millette. Who was the lady, Sue somebody you wanted the testimony definitely read?
Sue Mackey-Andrews, Ms.
Okay.
Risler, shared some more information to the committee from her this morning.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Okay. So at this point, just for the committee's understanding, Sam Baker, our clerk, could you tell me who we have available to us if the committee has questions?
Yes, Representative. So we have Dan Walker with the Independent School Associations.
Okay, more of those people that are focused on CDS.
Oh, okay. So we do have Dean from DHHS, Honorable Richard Farnsworth, J.C. Holmes, possibly, Jill Adams from MadSec, John Kaczynski from MEA, Nancy Cronin, Pete Plummer, Tiffany Haskell,
Laura Cortez as well.
and Laura Cortez.
Okay.
And yeah, Pete Plummer and Sarah Forster.
And Sarah Forster. Okay.
Yeah.
So Ms. Risler, based on conversations that you and I had previously, Ms. Forster was here from the Attorney General's office to talk specifically about the 0 to 2.
Yeah, specifically with the 3-year-olds.
Okay. Okay.
If there are questions about on that, I don't know if you want to start in on that or focus on the billing stuff for now.
Well, I think Representative Millette makes a good suggestion, because I think there's an opportunity for us to have some understanding of how we're going to move forward. If right now we focus on one of the resolves, it doesn't matter which one, that would look at simultaneously child find and Medicaid, the unified billing issue. And we did have some discussion about one of the resolves directing the Department of Education to continue their work and develop a unified billing system. And secondly, looking at ways that they could improve the child find process. So that could be one resolve that we might be able to focus on at this point. The other issue that I would add to the child find, which you noted in your analysis, is also a discussion about the standard deviation as it relates to eligibility. And that issue has not been examined for almost, I think, 20 years. And so that should also be included in the child find discussion. So if Ms. Risler, if you could briefly try to capture what the issues are around child find and centralized billing, that might be helpful at this point for the committee.
Sure, if it's all right with the chairs, what I think what I could do is pull up the draft that I had done for the public hearing, so the committee can sort of take a look at that and see how much of that the committee might want to move forward with, where you might want to tweak some things or change some things, and but use that as sort of the base to guide the discussion if that works.
Okay.
All right, so here was the draft resolve. It was proposing to direct the Department of Education to establish oversight, direction, and benchmarks for a centralized billing process for special education services and report on updates to child find. So it did include an emergency preamble. The first section was about the main care billing. And it would provided that the Department of Education shall collaborate with the Department of Health and Human Services to establish oversight procedures, direction, and benchmarks to develop a central billing system to process claims to main care and private insurance that maximizes revenue through automation and efficiencies for infants and toddlers with disabilities and children with disabilities birth to age 20. Benchmarks may include, but are not limited to, identification of necessary revisions to the main care billing manual section for early intervention services, including necessary codes, modifiers, and requirements that would need to be built into the new system. Determination of whether payment would go directly from the private insurance plan and main care directly to the contractor provider, or on a pay and chase basis where the state reimburses the contractor provider and chases a third party for reimbursement from the private insurance plan and main care. And a timeline for the development of a request for proposals or RFP for a central billing system. And it provided that the Department of Education shall report back to the Education, Cultural Affairs, and Health and Human Services committees no later than February 15th of 2022 on any of those oversight procedures, direction, and benchmarks, and progress on the development of a central billing system. So I do know at the very least that we need to update main care billing manual to main care benefits manual. These particular benchmarks.
Ms. Risler, if I could interrupt for a second. I just got a notice that Ms. Forrester was going to sign off because she didn't think we were going to talk about the 0 to 3, and in fact we are. We're just not going to talk about it right this minute. And if she could stay with us, I think that would be helpful. So please go ahead.
Sure. I was just going to mention that these paragraphs A, B, and C here were pretty much taken from the PCG report. And so to the extent the committee wants to keep those or alter those as you see fit, there was also some suggestions of a public hearing about working with DAFs as well. And perhaps rather than establishing oversight procedures, direction, and benchmarks, maybe focus more on studying and establishing the benchmarks. The second provision was the child find. The draft would indicate that the Department of Education shall report to the Education and Cultural Affairs no later than February 15th of 2022 on efforts to develop, improve, and oversee the implementation of statewide child find. The report must include, but is not limited to, meetings and recommendations from the Interagency Coordinating Council, updates on current child find initiatives, an examination of how the state can move forward on expanded eligibility criteria to enable more children with less significant developmental delays to be served in comparison with eligibility criteria in other states, ways to access and leverage the Department of Health and Human Services referral system, and any additional recommendations on improving child find efforts throughout the state, and reporting back to the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. And that the committee could report out a bill.
Great.
So those are the two things that are currently drafted regarding.
And obviously that draft does include a review of the eligibility issue as well.
It does. It includes an examination of how the state can move forward on expanded eligibility. Yep.
Okay, great. So at this point, I would ask members of the committee, if members of the committee have questions of Ms. Risler of that draft, and if there's anything that is not included that should be included, or that it somehow doesn't address the central issues we have about billing and child find. And I'll start with Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's a number of issues that I think we need to address. Ms. Risler, I can't find quickly enough the feedback from DHHS around main care. Is there a way you can bring that up?
I can. I also know that Dean from the department, or from DHHS, Dean Bugaj, and I apologize if I mispronounced your name. He actually is specific to main care and DHHS, and he might be able to address
it might be good to hear from him about what we need to have included in this resolve to make sure we've answered all the questions. But that's okay, Mr. Chair.
If you want to bring him in, I'll get that testimony pulled up on my screen if and when you would like me to share it.
Okay. And did Sam hear that request?
I think he might be on the phone, but I am not currently a host, so I cannot do it.
Okay.
Well, let me try to pull that up first,
well,
then.
You can pull that, right. If you could pull up the draft information, and then hopefully we'll capture Sam's attention to bring in somebody from DHHS.
Should we put a message to Sam in the chat, since he might be monitoring that even though he's on the phone? Just a thought. Thank you.
All right, if I may, I can pull up the written testimony. Okay. So this was some of the written testimony received from Michelle Probert of the Department of Health and Human Services. And it references here on page 15 of the draft of the bill, which was what we were just talking about, revisions to the main care billing manual. And this was some of their concerns regarding that. I don't know, Representative Millette, if there's a specific place you want me to pull up.
Well, I guess my question is, modifying rests with DHHS. Well, it rests with the state of Maine. I would believe that hopefully DHHS would work with DOE in order to make sure we do whatever we need to do to support these changes and centralized billing. So I'm just not, I was under the impression that DOE and DHHS were talking about this, so I'm not clear why this hasn't been resolved, and maybe it really would be good to hear from Dean.
It looks like he has now joined.
So we Mr. Bugjay, we thank you for joining us this morning. And There has been a question from Representative Millette of you. Representative Millette, do you want to ask the question directly or?
I'll try again.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So, main care billing has been an issue for many, many years for special education services for our schools. We've also now learned that we're not even really billing main care for Medicare for CDS services on any sort of serious level. So I guess my question is, one, is DOE and DHHS working on this issue? Two, what changes need to happen in order to make sure that we're maximizing federal support for our special education students 0 to 12? I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, thank you. So good morning, Representative Brennan, Senator Rafferty, Representative Millette, and the rest of the Education Committee. So I am Dean Bugay. I'm the Children's and Behavioral Health Manager with our main care policy team. So I oversee children's services, behavioral health services, school-based services, and policy development associated with that. And with regard to early education, CDS billing, things like that. First off, with the bill language, we don't really have any particular issue or challenge with any of the bill language that's in there, other than updating from the billing manual to benefits manual. For clarity, so we frequently and consistently meet with the Department of Education and the special services staff to discuss the coordination of our programs. We have at minimum monthly meetings and other, frequent conversation with them around coordinating our two programs. So that work is has been ongoing, and we work closely with them. And so, as far as next steps and what needs to happen to continue to grow main care billing for other services is continued exploration, I believe, between our two offices in terms of what are the services that specifically we feel, are not being billed and could be billed, and then to make sure that we can come up with really good service definitions that meet main care requirements, because we know education services and service delivered in schools and people delivering those the language doesn't always match up one-to-one with Medicaid, main care, Medicaid billing, things like that. And so there's a bit of a crosswalk and work that we continue to need to do to really assure that there are like services that we can match up. For an example, in our in Director Probert's letter, she mentioned the term specially designed instruction, and so that term is an educational term that doesn't necessarily translate to a medical term that we can then use to bill Medicaid for. So then we think about what's the actual service delivered, who are the people that are delivering it, and then kind of translate it, if you will, over to Medicaid language, so then we can, move forth a policy to be able to bill for it. Though I will say that a number of the developmental services that are delivered to young children in classrooms are already billable now, and a number of districts do bill them, and special purpose private schools and things through what is known as our as our section 28 of our main care benefits manual, which is rehabilitative community support services for children with cognitive impairments and functional limitations. And so that is essentially a behavioral health professional delivering developmental supports to an individual in a classroom, so they can access their education and participate in that. So there are services that we do fund now, and we certainly can fund, and so it's truly understanding what are the services that we need that are not being funded currently, so how we can then translate it over, if that makes sense.
Okay. Just first, did you have follow-up, Representative Millette? Because I have Representative Dodge and Representative Stearns.
I think there's some confusion I know there's confusion in my head. There may be some confusion about what we're trying to do with centralized billing versus the main care benefits manual. I think that's a different issue. Right, the main care benefits manual is about what's covered. We're talking about centralized billing. So
correct. And so at least in,
so
in what,
here's, I guess, sorry.
Mhm.
So I guess here's, for me, I'm not sure we as a committee need to be able to suss out every ins and outs of this, but we want to make sure that we're writing a resolve that wraps around all of the issues that need to be addressed so that Part B and Part C are being supported appropriately through a centralized billing system. And we all live in the DOE world. And we are now touching into the DHHS world. We need your eyes on this to say, here are the, I mean, and yeah, I get that this is the DHHS world, but this is the part of our work that crosses into DHHS, and we need to work together. So before we pass anything, we want to make sure that we have been comprehensive in what we are going to be looking at next in 2022, before we actually say, yep, this is what's going to happen.
I think understandable, yes. Main Care and DHHS as a whole are willing partners with the Department of Education and you know, the Education Committee, our Health and Human Services Committee. We're all working together to, you know, really make sure and support services being delivered to children in educational settings. So absolutely. As far as what else needs to be written into a bill to do this work, I don't have any recommendation for you at the moment, because, you know, I think what's there is kind of okay by our book in terms of, you know, working to, you know, coordinate with the Department of Education on building a centralized billing system. That is fine. We are happy to do that and willing to work through whatever steps that may be to stand something up.
Representative Dodge and then Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Bugai, for being with us this morning. I have some specific questions. I'm not afraid to get into the weeds for a moment. If you folks have already had combined meetings and you have identified some terms that are eligible for billing under one umbrella, but are not fitting the criteria in the DOE world, have you begun a list so that you can mitigate that circumstance? That's my first part of my question. And perhaps I'll leave it there at this moment. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you.
Yes, thank you for your question, Representative Dodge. So we have had provisional conversations ongoing. And so first off, myself and our office we're very involved with the PCG reporting and the recommendations and working with them sort of through the development of what ultimately, you know, turned into their reports and recommendation. And we have had some provisional meetings to discuss the outcomes of the reporting and the recommendations and how we can craft to move these pieces forward. And so there are things that we have been discussing and looking at. I wouldn't say we're all the way there in terms of, you know, making sure that we have everything matched up, but we're certainly, you know, in conversations with our partners at DOE.
Representative Stearns and then Representative McCrae.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Boy, I've got to tell you that I'm disappointed, and I'll get to why. If I had enough energy, I'd be outraged. This committee right now is doing administrative work, or attempting to do administrative work, without the professional background to be able to do that work. what we're dealing with is a result of the fallout from the old days of bundled services, bundled billing. When school districts, many school districts, that was a cash cow for them. They were following the directives of DOE and DHHS and billing for services and receiving more money than what the services cost. The feds came in, did a lot of audits. People, the state was spanked, local districts were spanked, and as a result of that, a lot of school systems are gun shy. They don't bill for Medicaid services, Medicare services, because number one, it is unbelievably complex. What we used to farm out to main state billing to do, it now falls back on the local school system to do. It's incredibly complex. And the other piece is some districts just don't feel it's worth it. It's not cost effective for them to do it because of that complexity. 7 years ago, the school systems used to bring in over $20 million in Medicaid money. And 7 years ago, I had a bill in that created and it passed, it created a liaison between DHHS and DOE. And that sole job of the sole purpose of that person was to do just what we're talking about right now, 7 years later, to bring so that there was commonality in terminology, so that person could go out into the field and one by one coach local districts into how they could make this happen. To think that we are still at this point is hard for me to believe. I think we should read definitely the report from MEPRI, and I'll read to you one line out of that, and I think we could take a lot from it. Other states, such as New Hampshire, have separate, simplified Medicaid regulations for schools that are tailored to their needs. They allow for more services to be billed, and they tie reimbursement to the school's cost of providing the service. These states may offer some examples that Maine could emulate. So I guess my point in the whole thing is we need to get on this, and I don't think it's the job of a citizen legislature to be doing this work. It crosses administrations now. It's gone on long enough. Somebody needs to figure out that money is sitting on the table, and I estimated it 7 years ago at around $12 million every year that we were thumbing our nose at. That is the mechanism for paying for these services. It's the way the game is set up. New York does it well, New Hampshire does it well, and there's no reason why Maine can't do it well. So I'm sorry for my frustration, but at some point, someone, more than just meeting and say, hey, we work together, we need some results out of those meetings so that those recommendations can come forward. Hey, legislature, for us to do this, you need to do this, this, and this. That would be extremely helpful. And I'm hoping that from these meetings right now, we can really light a fire and make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Stearns. And Representative McCray.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm so glad that Representative Stearns had an opportunity to speak before I do. He said very, very well, and from more expert background than I, the frustration that we as a committee and probably between the two departments, to be honest with you, when I first came in 3 terms ago in 2017, one of the first things I heard about this was the billing thing. And it frustrated me then just hearing once that districts chose not to even attempt to get the money that was due them, because if they made a mistake in the billing, there was going to come a time a year down the line that it was going to get clawed back in perhaps a different budget year. And all of a sudden, there they sit with, oh my God, what are we going to do? It just seems to me that if ever there was an example of departments getting their feet tangled up in bureaucratic red tape, this is probably a good example. And I mean, I'm not incensed. I'm frustrated. I'm not angry. I'm just frustrated that this doesn't even have anything to do with CDS services and DOE services being delivered to kids. This has to do with accounting. Okay, so I had to say that. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Representative Craig. Representative Millet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Sue Mackey Andrews is also, I believe, in the attendees. Do you see her, Sam? No?
Not currently represented, but I can reach out to her again.
Yeah, would you send her the link? Because I know that in her document and in her comments, she talked about a time when they were able to bill at a much more robust level before things began to unravel. And I'd like to hear from her what we as a legislature need to know, what we as a legislature need to do in order to support rebuilding that capacity. But while we wait for that.
Did you want to comment on something? Your hand was raised.
Yes. Yeah, well, one was, oh, I'm sorry. Did you say, I'm sorry, one other just thought. I think it would be good, Ms. Risler and committee, if we were to include in this resolve, looking at other models like New Hampshire to inform what we do going forward. Thank you.
Mr. Brungjai, do you have a comment?
I do, yes, thank you, Representative Brennan. And thank you, Representative Stearns and McCray for voicing your concerns. They're not unheard and they're certainly valid. I did want to point out that the educational liaison that you mentioned, Representative Stearns, is with the department, and she actively does go out and converse with schools to talk with them about billing challenges and trying to overcome that and feel more comfortable with billing Medicaid and those pieces with that. Unfortunately, even with our outreach, that doesn't mean that every school district is ready and willing to jump back on board. And so there's still the longer road of continuing to work with those districts to still help them feel even more comfortable with moving forward. And it certainly can be a complicated process of billing. But if I may, I think part of the process has also been potentially made more complicated in some ways through use of some of these other third-party billing agents. And I myself have worked with certain districts to look at documentation that the third-party billing agents require that have made things far more complex than what we would actually really need under the benefits manual and through our services. So I think there's more education to be done. There's certainly more work to be done, and we are here and doing it and willing to do it. But certainly there's more work to help some of these other districts feel more comfortable with looking to access Medicaid, because the fears around audits are real. They can be potentially easily mitigated in the sense that a number of the audits, the issues that came through, if I remember correctly, had to do with documentation errors or billing when children weren't in school or things like that. And so if we can tighten up those pieces, I think the number of other fears surrounded by the audit will really be tampered down. And so I think it really is really more around continuing to educate and talk to those districts who are still fearful of billing Medicaid. We work very well with the ones that are billing Medicaid, and for the ones that aren't, it's a matter of getting, having them allow us to get the foot in the door to have that conversation.
So, Ms. Risler, given the way the resolve is drafted at this point, does it address the issues that were raised by Representative Stearns, McCray, and Millet? in terms of directing both the Department of Education and DHHS to come back to the committee in January with a unified billing system?
So I think, so it currently, it does direct the Department of Education to collaborate with Department of Health and Human Services to establish oversight procedures, direction, and benchmarks to develop a central billing system to process claims to main care and private insurance for children with disabilities birth to age 20.
Okay.
What it identify? I was
ahead.
going to say, what it identifies as some of the benchmarks are things such as identification of necessary revisions to the main care benefits manual. And it sounds like maybe that's something that could be replaced with, as Mr. Bugai mentioned, more of an identification of service definitions to align with medical definitions that could be billed, or tweak that a little bit to, rather than deal with identifying necessary revisions to the main care benefits manual, more how do you align the definitions that exist in the education world with those that already exist in the main care benefits manual.
And then Representative Millett did add the language about reviewing systems in other states. New Hampshire was one that was referenced, and there possibly could be others. But again, based on people's comment, the expectation as the resolve is drafted in January, the report back would show how the Department of Education, DHHS, had collaborated and moved forward to develop a more unified billing system to and address many of the issues that have been brought up today, with the underlying assumption, I'm assuming to be true, unless the department or other tell me differently, that at this point we're not maximizing the full benefit of Medicaid, and at the same time, based on comments of Representative Stearns, Representative McCray, we haven't made it bureaucratically friendly or user friendly to school districts. So the expectation and whatever we get back in January would simultaneously show how we can maximize Medicaid and make it user friendly for schools. Representative Millett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I just want to emphasize that I do think, having listened and traveled down that memory lane with Representative Stearns, we need to be very clear that we also want to see streamlining.
Right.
I mean, as much as I appreciate there's a very brave soul going out to districts, trying to help them understand how to dot their I's, cross their T's, it still sounds to me like there are a lot of I's that need to be dotted and a lot of T's that need to be crossed, and that is just simply overwhelming for our administrators, to the point where they're just not going to do it in any sort of meaningful way to maximize our use of federal support. So I do think that needs to be given equal emphasis in this work, because we got to get serious about taking off the load of on state resources and leveraging our federal support. Thank you.
So I would suggest, Ms. Rizzler, as you're redrafting, that we place an emphasis on, again, making this system not only unified, but user-friendly, and is positioned to maximize federal resources to support services within CDS as much as the law allows. Representative Stearns.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I concur 100% with Representative Millett. That's the exact notion and language, if you will. If we've spent the last several years going out to districts with a product and trying to explain that, and they're not buying the product, we've got to change the product. It was real easy for districts to buy in when they were billing at $135 an hour and spending $45 an hour. Feds didn't care for that. That's where we got in the jam. So we can't do that again. We're never going to realize the Medicare reimbursements that we did back in the golden era, because we abused the golden goose, and the feds came down upon us. But there is over $10 million, I suspect, laying on the table. So we need to change the product for those districts. When the product changes, they will buy in. They do not turn their nose up at a reasonable return on investment.
Thank you, Representative Stearns. And that 10 million that you're referring to, is that a number from 10 years ago, or is that a more recent number?
It is a number from 10 years ago, and
Okay.
to qualify that statement, I think it was 12 million, but we're dealing with some old brain cells here. And that was an estimated.
Yeah. So that number is probably significantly higher at this point.
It's hard to tell. I couldn't really quantify it, but there are some dollars available.
Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, as I think about this, though, I do realize that the whole point of doing a centralized billing system is that we take the burden off of our districts, right? And it's really going to be about DOE and DHHS coming to an agreement on how this 0 to 12, for lack of a better term, no, 0 to 20 or 22 now, 0 to 22 billing system for special education services works with main care. So I would imagine DOE is going to want to make sure that that system is robust. But I'm wondering also if, because this sounds like a lot of work and very complicated. The resolve, if they could also discuss options and how to develop this, like should there be a third party developing the system rather than trying to rely on current staff and all that they're doing now, just to keep things afloat. So, it doesn't need to be answered today, but I think that should be discussed and the legislature informed as to what would make the most sense in getting this system up and running.
So I have Representative Dodge and Representative Stearns, but I also am hopeful that the committee, that we are giving the appropriate direction to Ms. Risler in terms of drafting, because we will be looking at she'll have pretty quick turnaround, and we'll be looking at this fairly quickly. And I think the discussion today is central to her being able to draft something that is acceptable to the committee. So Representative Dodge.
Actually, I think Representative Stearns was ahead of me, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Well, he's deferred to you, Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Stearns. I just would ask Ms. Risler, is it too specific then for us to make a statement in the form of a question? Does this system already exist somewhere? We just need to find it. Or does DAFS have the ability to perhaps help in that search? I just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Stearns and then Senator Rafferty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just very quickly, to a little bit of a follow-up to the last two speakers. When I was doing my research before on this and pretty well involved in it, Maine was one of the very few states that didn't have a Medicare educational czar, if you will. There's actually a federal, not a federal, excuse me, a national organization of directors of Medicare billing for education, if you will, and they get together and share best practices. And I'm not a big one for growing government, but if we can have someone who is following this that can bring in millions of dollars, that's a good thing. And the second piece that we really need to look at in this too, as a result of the big shakeup before, the department changed the way that they do the reimbursements, and they now there is seed money if you will. There's a Medicare seed program, which is actually, I believe, deducted from the general purpose aid, a certain amount. And then the idea is for you to gain that back by following through the process. So that's the way that the DOE does this Medicare seed money should be a part of this discussion as well. And I wish I had more intricate knowledge of that piece.
Well, I think Representative Stearns, the idea it's not that we're going to become well-versed on Medicaid in terms of the intricacies of it, but what we need to see from the department, both departments in January, is the progress they've made in a pathway for them to maximize federal resources and to make this process user-friendly. And so that's clearly the direction I hear from the committee and what people are saying. And if we can move in that direction, I think it will be helpful. I will note at this point, Sam has let me know that Ms. Mackie Andrews is available. Are there questions of her from the committee? Okay, Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I definitely want to hear her perspective about what would be useful to include in the resolve to make sure that we have the best information going forward. But I also looking at the MEPRI report, and it does mention that the scope of main care services do not encompass all of the services that could be allowed under federal CMS requirements. So for the resolve, I think it would be very helpful for the committee to hear what we are not currently allowing in Maine that is allowable under the federal program, and how that compares to other states. Like, are we in line with other states and not allowing them, or is this actually an area where we're really an outlier? That would be very helpful. And I would love to hear from Sue Mackie Andrews about where anything else that we should be including in the resolve. Thank you.
Okay, so we do have her available. Thank you for joining us, Ms. Mackie Andrews. And I don't know if you've been able to follow the discussion. You have, and would you be able to respond to some of the questions that have been raised?
Absolutely. Thank you, Representative Brennan, and good morning, everybody. This has been a robust and extremely excellent conversation. And Hillary, you did a superb job of bringing all of the issues in and just stating them in very clear ways. And many of you know Paul Stearns lives in my region, or I live in his region. And it's not usual that we agree, but Paul, we are agreeing this morning. The work with Maine Care way back when in the early 80s to establish Part C services, and actually 619 services, took about 2.5 to 3 years. We worked intimately with Maine Care, which was then at DHS, and they involved CMS, which is the national oversight body. And so we worked intricately together for almost 3 years to make sure that what we were doing was legal and that they would approve the plans. And that include rate setting, defining services, and moving towards qualified, stating who was qualified as a provider, and how we would get more people qualified. I guess I will say that. We were the first state in the country to implement reimbursement for comprehensive services, including developmental therapy, and we helped New Hampshire develop their program as well, just about after ours was up and running. So and Dean, you were very clear in your presentation, and right on. Medicaid is a medical program. They pay for medical services. They do not pay for education. The difference in the early 80s was we were not looking at educational services. We were looking solely at developmental services. we use the EPSDT, Early Periodic Screening, Diagnosis, and Treatment Guidelines, which require children to be screened, and if their needs are identified, regardless of what's in the state plan, that the state Medicaid agency would pay for those services for covered children. So right now, I think in the resolve, you have to be really clear in your understanding that there is a difference between the medical and educational model. But as Dean alluded, there is no reason why Maine Care cannot reimburse for therapies, PTOT, speech, probably for social work, depending upon what they're doing, and looking at the Part C system in a very different way and returning to the table. Because when we implemented all of this in partnership with them, all of the Part C services were Maine Care covered, including care coordination or service coordination. So maybe we can't get back to that moment, but we can get darn close to it in partnership with DHHS and really involving CMS, and that's what I would do. There are many states who bill for developmental therapy. I don't know of any state who bills for special instruction. And there are also models, I think that Representative Dodge asked, there are models of central billing systems out there that are operative in several states and have worked for a very long time successfully for at least the 0 to 3 population. And I'm not sure if they've expanded their involvement into the public school setting or not. But it's something to look at.
Thank you, Ms. Andrews, for being with us and for your comments. And I would ask if there's anybody in the committee that has any questions for her. Seeing none. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I will now go back to Ms. Risler and ask her if she feels that she is in a position to capture the sentiments of the committee as she drafts the resolve in this one area around unified billing.
Yeah, so I was just sort of trying to capture all of the thoughts and comments, and let me just give you sort of a sense of what I have heard, and you can sort of correct me if you think I'm heading in a different direction than the committee intended. So it sounds like a revision of the resolve that would focus that the Department of Education and DHHS shall study the development of and a pathway towards a centralized billing system to process claims to Maine Care and private insurance for children with disabilities birth to age 22. And that the study must address maximizing revenue through automation and efficiencies, must address what is currently being billed, what is not being billed, but what could be, as well as how to align those service definitions between, I don't know if you'd call them the educational terms and the medical terms, but perhaps I can work with whomever I need to make sure we get that terminology correct, since I'm not as familiar with the Health and Human Services and Medicaid terms and Maine Care terms. In addition, must address how the system will be user-friendly for the school administrative units. They must study some of other state systems, including not limited to, I heard New Hampshire as well as New York, I believe. And I could also reference that the MEPRI report that's coming out that might have some of that other information. They would also need to address what options might be in terms of developing the centralized system and whether that would need to go through a third party or whether that could be done through collaboration of current state agencies such as DHHS, DOE, and DAFs. They need to address the issue regarding seed money. And I think that's everything I wrote down.
Okay.
Is there anything I'm missing?
Okay. And I would ask Mr. Bugjai at this point, is there anything that we missed or anything else that we should be asking you to do?
I don't believe so at the moment. No, I think Hillary did a great job kind of running down the various points and certainly continuing for us to, work on language and evaluate what other services might be available. And one thing I will say is the letter that Director Probert submitted did make reference to LD 854, which ought to pass for a new school-based section. And so within that school-based section that we are looking to move forward, there are a number of services that we are looking to expand upon for services delivered within schools, including social work and some other types of supports. And so while we recognize that there's certainly opportunity for us to cover more, and continue to outreach to help districts feel comfortable billing what we bill now and then move things forward. We do have plans to continue to expand our offerings and recognizing that, right now there are some gaps and we can do more. And so we just need that legislative process to unfold so we can move the rulemaking forward and everything. So thank you.
Well, thank you for being with us today, and thank you for your comments. We appreciate it. And I don't want to speak for you, but I definitely believe that you share our sentiment about the need for you and DOE to be working together. And again, we want to maximize resources and again, develop a system that is user-friendly for school districts. So thank you for being here. I now want to turn to any member of the committee that may not have spoken at this particular point, and just make sure that we have covered everything that we think is important, and make sure that other people on the committee are comfortable in the direction that we're moving in. Okay, great. Senator Rafferty.
Thank you, Representative Brennan. And I am comfortable with what Hillary has drafted there and the direction we're moving. But I think that, that we've talked a lot about different bills, and most recently in terms of jobs and job training, we were talking about the language of the job. I'm having a great lesson in terms of the language of the job, and I'm not understanding all of that. It makes it harder to actually do, to be honest with you. But I know in coaching, if I see something out there that someone's doing that's working, I ask about it, I beg, I borrow, I steal, but eventually it's going to be in my program. So if there's something out there that's working, I don't understand how our Department of Ed or our DHS can't reach out to that in another state and ask, hey, can we have a copy of that, or can we share that, or what works and what doesn't? That piece of it I'm missing, but thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Really quickly, just wanted to say, without having a lot of this institutional knowledge and the background that you all have, just sitting here listening, I appreciate the amount of work that's gone into getting us to this point. And, just in taking it all in, it's just such a monumental task. And I really appreciate everybody that's worked hard to get here, and for Hillary to be able to understand what we're trying to get at. I don't feel like I can add a lot of value to this particular conversation because I don't have that experience, but it seems like, and I'm hopeful that we're moving in the right direction. So I just wanted to add that.
Thank you, Representative. So at this point, we're staying within the same resolve. And the next issue that we wanted to take up is child find. Again, I'm sure Ms. Risler will provide a brief summary, but child find is simply the obligation that the department and CDS has to reach out and find students or young children that have issues that then qualify for them for CDS services. And we've all heard statements that the state of Maine may not be as proficient in child find as we could and should be. We've heard from the department that they are taking steps to improve their child find system. And I think the second part of this resolve would be directing the department to undertake certain steps and then report back to the committee on how they're working to improve the child find process. And as noted earlier by Ms. Risler, the resolve also instructs the department and stakeholder groups to discuss eligibility criteria, which also obviously affects child find. If the criteria were to change, then the number of students and children that would be eligible could change as well. So, but at this point, I'd ask Ms. Risler if she could just run through that part of the resolve that relates to child find.
Yes, I will pull it up, and I will have one question for the committee. So this was currently drafted. It basically directs the Department of Education to report to the Education Cultural Affairs Committee no later than February 15th in 2022 on efforts to develop, improve, and oversee the implementation of statewide child find plan. That the report must include, but is not limited to, meetings and recommendations of the Interagency Coordinating Council, updates on current child find initiatives, and an examination of how the state can move forward on expanded eligibility criteria to enable children with more significant developmental delays to be served in comparison with eligibility criteria in other states, as well as ways to access and leverage the Department of Health and Human Services referral system, and any additional recommendations on improving child find throughout the state, and that the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee could report out a bill. So if there's anything that the committee wants to add to that, my one question was simply, do you want to direct the Department of Education to do that report in collaboration with the Department of Health and Human Services as well, or do you want to focus that one just on the Department of Education?
Yeah,
and of course, I will mention that, you know, Department of Education members are available here in the attendees room as well, should you want to hear from them.
Ms. Risler, could you explain a little bit more what that means in terms of a report with DOE and DHHS?
Well, so for example, in the discussion on the main care billing, the resolve would basically direct the Department of Education and the Department of Health and Human Services to collaborate on that study and that report. I don't know if it makes much of a practical difference, but I know that the committee has certainly in most areas stressed how you have wanted DOE and DHHS to collaborate on these issues. And so if you wanted to include some collaboration or consultation with the Department of Health and Human Services, you would be welcome.
Well, obviously, DHHS does play a role in child find at this point, given that it works with physicians and child care providers. But I would ask members of the committee their thoughts about that issue. Representative Dodge.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure which word might be the strongest, but whatever the strongest word is would be the one I would choose, since this collaboration, coordination, consultation, all of the above multiplied by an exponentially high number, because of the interaction with the health providers, public health nurses, it's absolutely crucial. I feel that this is a whole aspect that must be part of what we're doing. Thank you.
Okay. Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm very sorry, but I realized I forgot something on the centralized billing, and that is to, we have received testimony, maybe is the right word or not, but feedback from specialized purpose schools about being allowed to continue to bill on their own. So that needs to be addressed in the resolve as well, as to if that is possible, if so, how, if it's good policy, not good policy, but that issue needed to be included. And I apologize for not remembering that earlier. In regards to child find, included in that needs to be the memorandum of understanding. I believe either they're updating it or they recently updated, but we need to see that as well, because I think that that has a big impact on child find and gets to that coordination between DOE and DHHS.
Yep.
And I think, again, if we could hear from Sue Mackey Andrews, because I think she included some information around reporting of child find that has changed, that I think I'd like to better understand, and how that impacts how we address the needs of this population. Thank you.
Okay. Are there other comments on Ms. Risler's question? Okay, seeing none. And Representative Millette, you wanted us to call back in Ms. Mackey Andrews? Is she still with us, Sam?
Our broadband connection's a little slow this morning. So Representative Millette, could you just restate what you would like me to speak to? If you would. I can't hear you.
Indeed, thank you. We received a very comprehensive email from you earlier this morning, and I sometimes feel like we're straddling a little bit, and in the way that we've chunked out this issues. But with child find, that's different. That's the first step, and then whether or not we provide services is a different issue, or is this part of the issue of child find?
Well, the state system for child find has always been, since 1975, a federal statutory requirement to the departments of education to locate, identify, and serve, however that means, all eligible children birth through 20. And in the past, if school districts didn't serve certain populations, then those children usually were picked up in child find activities provided by other folks. So I think the point that I would make is that while it is the lead agency, the DOE in this case, statutory responsibility for child find, especially in Part C, child find referrals and child find activities is clearly delineated to other entities like Head Start, Early Head Start, Public Health Nursing, et cetera, physicians to make referrals in a timely way under 7 days from when a child is suspected of having needs. And the state, DOE, decides how they're going to meter those referrals, okay? So I guess the point I make is it's an interagency structure. It's a public and private partnership to locate and identify kids. I think in Part C, perhaps second to parents, the number one referral source are family physicians, pediatricians. So we have to really think about that in our outreach and education. But I think most importantly, the child find system really needs to be something that people can rely on. So if referents are making referrals on kids that they think are eligible, and then they end up not being eligible, because this is what happens currently now. About a third of the kids who are referred are determined eligible. And I don't know what happens to those other 2/3 of kids, whether they had needs or not. I don't know where they go. But that's something that really needs to be included in your resolve to talk about if kids aren't eligible, or unless you do some magic and you resolve the disparate transition around developmental delay, what happens? I would ask you to really think about this. What happens to those children who move from one system to another, especially as you move 4- and 5-year-olds to the public school. What happens when kids are not eligible for that system? Where do they go? How do their services continue? I think that that's only ethical, because if a referral source isn't having a positive response to the referrals that they're sending, they're not going to make referrals anymore. And so you have a really circular problem. Does that help? Is that what you wanted me to get to? Okay.
Any other questions for Ms. Mackey Andrews? And again, thank you very much for being with us and taking the time. We appreciate it. And seeing no further questions at this point, I'm going to ask if we can have Erin Fraser from the department join us. Sam?
Yes, Representative.
Yes. And good morning, Ms. Fraser. Good to see you. I'm assuming you've been listening to the discussion. And before we move on from this resolve and move on from the unified billing discussion and from the child fine discussion, I just wanted to see if you had any comments, thoughts, or reflections before we move on to other topics, because certainly it's important for us to understand your perspective.
Thank you. So thank you for having me. I will just clarify that 78% of the children referred in Part C are eligible for services. So I wanted to clarify that point for people. So there's a misunderstanding that many children don't qualify. And I just wanted to clarify that we are really looking to capture as many children as we can within that system. In terms of the main care aspect of this bill, I definitely myself am trying to work with the Office of Main Care Services to increase billing for our SAUs, and I understand all of the challenges associated with that. I actually started main care billing in one of my districts, and we billed for day treatment, which is one of the most complex things to provide reimbursement for, or to acquire reimbursement for. So I understand why I have a really good understanding of why SAUs don't or are trepidatious to bill. And my goal is to also increase Medicaid billing for SAUs. One of the things I'm exploring is a statewide data system that would support Medicaid billing and take some of the administrative burden off of the SAUs. So that is something that I have been focused on since I came to the department, and will continue to explore, because I agree that we don't want to leave federal dollars on the table for medically reimbursable services. And what was the last one? I'm sorry.
Well, we just had a discussion about child find.
Okay.
And the language that we're looking at a resolve for child find.
Okay, so you've heard me say before that child find, really the one area where we're really low nationally is in Part C as compared to other states, and where our numbers are lowered because of the 0 to 1 level of referrals. So Jamie Mishu came on board to the department as the Part C coordinator in October of last year. And one of the shifts that she made was they had a previous to her coming on board, they had a regional approach to increasing referrals in their area. And so her vision was to create a statewide system to understand how to increase referrals throughout the state and do kind of a more systemic approach. And what she did was she analyzed the data of who's referring and who's not referring, and what kind of outreach we need to do to increase the referral sources. So she's been working diligently to do that. I think last year in October, we had 77 children identified in our October child count. And as of this March, we already have 77 children referred. So we are seeing some really great increases. And in her efforts are materializing. She's, like I said, she's meeting with a lot of different organizations to make sure that the organizations or where we see people are referring less, we're trying to provide some professional development, some technical assistance, some understanding of why those children aren't being referred as we would like them to be in services as early as possible as well. So I think, those efforts we have a very clear plan. It was articulated in the last time we did a presentation in our annual report. We would be happy to continue to articulate that. We want to be really transparent with how we are providing that data and information. 3 to 5-year-olds are in the nation at the high end of the referral source for child find. And as we know, 5 to 20 in the public school, we have 18% identified, which is high nationally. So we don't feel that there is a concern in the 3 to 22-year range for child find. We feel like those mechanisms are in place and they're doing the job. So our focus right now is that Part C and making sure that that we get people to refer the children.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Ms. Frazier? And I see that Representative Millett and Representative Stearns have questions. So Representative Millett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have 2 questions, if that's okay.
Yes.
Great. First, good morning, Ms. Frazier. Great to see you. So in your remarks, you said that you were trying to put together a central data system for the schools. Does the department support the idea of a central billing system where schools are no longer required to bill on their own?
Well, the centralized data system that I'm referring to would have a component that could take care of that Medicaid billing for districts. And we are in discussions right now in creating that. So that would be my goal. We're also working with the Office of Student Support Services because we want to include health records in there and social emotional recording in there. And so we are exploring those options right now. It would be my goal to have a data system where all these mechanisms could talk. Because we have such a transient population in Maine, it would be helpful if everyone was using the same system so the information could be readily shared.
And is that system going to be able to talk to the main care system?
Because of the nature of the information in those systems, they likely, there is the capacity to, communicate with each other. But I think that you're talking about just the Medicaid element of that would talk to OMS. Absolutely.
Okay. And my second question is related to your statement that you're finding eligible 71%, but isn't that just those evaluations completed, and that the actual percentage of children being found eligible is 30%?
In order to answer that question, I would love to get Jamie Mishu on the call. I think she might be in the waiting room, and she's the one who is watching that very carefully and can talk to you about how she calculated that percentage, if that's appropriate or okay.
Is that something, Representative Millett, you want answered right now, or?
I'm actually looking at the report that CDS puts out, and it does say that there were 8,500 referrals. The evaluation completion was 5,200, and 3,700 of the referrals were found to be eligible.
Well, Ms. Michaud appeared very quickly, so I think she can answer the question. Ms. Michaud, thank you for being with us.
Yes, thank you for having me. I actually just pulled this data, so I have actual up-to-date as of 2 days ago. For Part C, the birth to 3-year-olds, all of the children who have been evaluated since July 1st, that's when our reporting period starts over, So all of the children evaluated under age 3 since July 1st, 78% of them have been determined eligible. Last reporting period, I believe it was about 75%. So that was last July through June 30th. And looking back, we've been hovering around that 75% mark for the last few years.
So is that there again, in the report, it says referrals, evaluations completed, and then found eligible. Which one of those numbers are you using to calculate 75%, 78%?
That number is the referrals for birth to 3-year-olds. So it's broken up. I'm not sure if what you are looking at is the birth to 5 or if it's broken.
No, it's 0 to 3 for 2018.
Okay, so the current data are all the children who were referred went on to have an evaluation. So their parents consented and agreed to be evaluated, and then they were found eligible. It would also include children referred who were automatically eligible. So there's that established condition eligibility criteria in Part C that makes children automatically eligible. So that 78% would also include established conditions, which wouldn't be captured in how many we evaluated because we don't have to evaluate them. They're automatically eligible.
So what has accounted for this change? It's a pretty substantial change.
Representative Millette, I would love to look at the report. Is it the annual report that you're referring to that we gave you in the fall, February, March, that you're referring to in those numbers?
It's for the year 2018, calendar year 2018.
But is it embedded within the report that we shared with you? Is that where you're finding the statistics that you're referring to?
Yeah.
Okay. Again, I would suggest that potentially we could look at that particular place in more detail and maybe get back to you with a response to that. I think that
because we have heard that pediatricians have really had in the past stopped referring. And that's a major concern. And I think in a conversation that we've had as a committee with you all, and you've recognized that and you're trying to work on that. So there's a reason why pediatricians stop referring. You know, if you found a way to turn around that concern, that is fantastic news. But from what I'm seeing here, from 37% to 78% is and again, I'm all for really great news. We don't often have opportunities to receive great news. So if you guys have figured out a way to go from 37% to 78, I would love to hear how you did that and congratulate you on that effort, because that's fantastic.
we can get you data from our referral sources. In the report that we did, we break down the referral sources. As I mentioned, Jamie's been doing targeted efforts toward the referral sources that, like the physicians that may not be referring, to make sure that we have a good understanding of what the services entail. But we can provide that for you in terms of, we can break down the data for you and get that to you.
Oh, and Mr. Chair, if I may, just to follow up, I do think that Ms. Andrews' question is still a good one for the 25% now. If they are not found eligible, what is that family's pathway to getting some sort of support? I mean, because there was a reason why that child was referred in the first place. So what supports are available to families that aren't found eligible?
Jamie, can you speak a little bit about what happens when a child's not found eligible?
Sure, I'd be glad to. There's two things that come to mind right away in my brain. The first is we have implemented a new process, and this would be different since that 2018 data, Representative Millette. So this may be part of what we've done that's working so well. We have implemented a process where if a child is found not eligible, we ask the family if we could please follow up in 3 months. So it used to be that we would wait until maybe another referral came in. And that might be a year before that child goes for their next well child check with their physician. So to avoid that from happening, we are asking, can we please call you back in 3 months? And pretty much every family is fine with that follow-up phone call. And we call and see if there are still any concerns or if the child's made progress, and we get back in there for a reevaluation just 3 months later. So that has made a big difference in getting kids back in quicker if they weren't eligible initially. And then the other thing that I was thinking of is we are constantly connecting our families and children with other resources and other services that are available. So our program managers around the state regularly bring in other agencies that work with children in this age range to educate our teams on what's out there and what children might qualify for outside of our services. So we try to connect children based on the concern. If it's a behavioral concern, what agency would be best equipped to help that child and family if they don't meet our criteria, for example. And also, we do a lot of cross training. So we'll go out to those agencies and tell them what we can provide, and then we ask them to come in and tell us what they can provide. So before we ever close a file when a child's ineligible, we try to connect with any resource that can help that family and either make the referral or get the family connected in some way.
Great. Thank you very much. And I have two quick questions from Representative Stearns and Salisbury.
Thank you very much.
Stearns, yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if we have some good data from other states that would show the correlation between early identification, child find in the birth to 3 range and a reduction in identification due to early interventions later on. One school of thought, the positive school of thought, would be identify early, make the necessary adjustments, and then exit the child from the program off and running. Another school of thought, though, lays out there that once in the program, here we go. We've expanded and we already have a very high identification rate for school-age children as compared to other states. So I'm wondering if there is data out there on showing that correlation.
I have anecdotally, I know that there is, information out there. I can look for that, Representative Stearns, and get that to the committee. If it exists, I'm sure it does, because there is a very broad link from early intervention to success, even beyond school age.
Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just really quickly, I wanted to just offer up a thanks to Ms. Michaud and Ms. Frazier. I think sometimes you guys bear the brunt of perhaps years ago issues that were happening, and I appreciate the work that you've done in a short amount of time to start in October, recreating, trying to fix things that have happened over many, many years, and you've done a great job. And I hope that we can continue to hear from you, and I hope that we can recognize that that's happened. I know that there's been some issues in the past, but it sounds like you guys are doing what you can to kind of fix those, and I appreciate that.
Thank you, Representative Salisbury. And with those comments, I want to make a transition to Ms. Risler. Do you feel that you have what you need in order to draft a section for the resolution around child find?
Yes, I guess my only question is, does the committee feel that you sort of got your answers regarding what's happening with those children who are not found eligible, or did you still want to include that as part of the resolve?
I think at this point that would be useful if we could have, I think Ms. Michaud did answer that question in terms of what steps they've taken more recently in terms of the follow-up, but I don't think having that in the resolve and having them answer that question more fully would hurt at this point.
And similarly, with Representative Stern's questions, you want to include asking them to bring back any data they can find regarding that correlation between early identification and.
Yeah, I think that whatever they can do, even before the resolve goes forward or we go forward, if Ms. Frazier has information that she could share, that would be helpful. Representative Millette.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to say not just what they've done, but what they plan to do, because I know in prior times in front of us, Ms. Michaud has shared with us that she's got a bunch of things that she's working on. So I just want to make sure that we have a forward-looking view as well. That would be great. Thank you.
Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Risler, could you please refresh my memory? Is there a phrase in there about the inclusion of the input from the Interagency Coordinating Council so that we have lots of brains working on this?
Yeah, so it includes,
Yes, it's there.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Includes meetings and recommendations from the ICC.
Right.
Perfect, thank you.
Representative Millette. No. Okay. So we at this point we have one resolve that we've fully discussed, and again that's unified billing and child find, and we will ask Ms. Risler to draft something reflective of the discussion we just had, and then obviously when she has it drafted, we will review it and take action in terms of voting. Obviously, we're not going to vote today, and we would wait until we see what's been drafted. Ms. Risler.
So I just need to remind the committee, if the committee is not voting today, that you'll need to direct me to make a PO request to ask to vote later. I also do need direction from someone regarding which concept draft I'm going to use.
So directed, you are so directed to ask for permission. And at this point, I don't think it, I think right now, the two drafts that we're working with are 135 and 38. What are the two resolves that we potentially?
The committee currently has 3 resolves concept drafts. One is LD 135, which is an act to address issues in funding pre-kindergarten programs.
So
that's yours, Representative Brennan.
Yeah, let's just go in order and just say 135 right now we'll use for child find and Medicaid reimbursement or unified billing.
So I will draft those in accordance with LD 135.
Okay, and Representative Millette.
Yeah, just to be really clear, so we know we have maximum flexibility. We have 3 bills, or at least mine is a bill. And that's really important because if we want to do anything statutorily, we can. But for the first one, it's just the first bill that we're going to use of yours, Representative Brennan, will be turned into a resolve, which luckily we can do.
Right.
But just want to be very clear in how we talk about this vehicles. We have 3 bills. We're going to take your first bill and make it into a resolve.
Right.
And that works great.
Right. But all 3 are bills. You're correct.
Right. And that's important.
And because of that, we have the flexibility to use them for statutory purpose or to turn them into resolves. And just, we all know that we can't turn a resolve into a bill. All right. So Ms. Risler, thank you for that. And what I'm going to do next, we can just go down the order. We'll say 255 will be the next discussion. But what I'd like to do is if you could walk through with us the sections about the 0 to 2 as well as the 3 to 4, And then I think we're going to have to turn to Ms. Forrester from the AG's office, who I understand has some issues that she wants to discuss with the committee in general.
So do you want me to walk through the draft language, or do you want me to walk through the issues that were raised that I went through at the beginning of the, I'm seeing nodding at the issues that were raised. Is that, yes?
That might be the best use of our time at this point. So,
Sure,
yeah.
I'll pull my screen up, but I'll summarize. I will not
Okay.
read through it all. All right, so hopefully you can see my bill analysis.
Yep.
Yes, great. Right. So there were a number of sort of issues, concerns that sort of apply to all of the birth to under 6 years of age. And this had to do, one, with sort of the timeline. What does year 1 look like? What does year 2 look like? What does year 3 look like? And I think directly related to that is what sort of provisions does the committee want to sort of enact in statute now? What does the committee want to put in resolves in terms of reporting back and perhaps enacting suggested legislation down the road? One of the other decisions the committee may want to address is what sort of advisory committee do you want to establish? What is their role? Who do they advise? And what does that membership look like? The issue regarding retirement for CDS employees is something that you wanted to address, and we probably don't have all the answers for today. Specifically for the birth to under 3, there was the question about where they should be served. Should it be DOE? I heard, I think there was a suggestion this morning about perhaps keeping them in a quasi-independent agency. Also, DHHS has been raised. To the extent that they are brought into the umbrella of the Department of Education, would they be serving as employees or contracted providers? For the 3 years, children who are specifically 3 years of age, this is the question about that extended Part C option, which not all students are eligible for, and whether they should be served with the Part C children or with the 4 and 5-year-olds in the Part B, and some of the federal IDEA considerations around that particular age group. And then for the 4 and 5-year-olds, the idea again is the implementation of whether the committee wants to start moving forward to a transition to public schools in conjunction with the expansion of universal pre-kindergarten. Again, whether that is something that needs statutory legislation now, what needs to be figured out first and reported back to the committee. And throughout all of that, also the importance of the capacity of public schools and assessments of that kind of capacity, both within the schools and what the programs would look like in terms of working with community providers and Head Starts and special purpose schools, and et cetera.
Thank you. So before we take any questions of Ms. Risler, I do want to call in Assistant Attorney General Forrester, because I know she had some comments about the 0 to 2, the 3-year-olds. And I think if we hear from her, it might influence our discussion going forward as we talk about 0 to 2, 0 to 3, or 4 to 5. So, Ms. Forrester, thank you very much for waiting. Sorry that we had to put you on hold for a minute. But thank you very much for joining us. And my understanding is that you wanted to share your thoughts with the committee about whether we're talking 0 to 2, whether or not we're talking 0 to 3, or whether or not we're talking 3 to 5.
So I learned a lot by having listened to you all for the last 2+ hours, actually. It's remarkable what happens when you're forced to actually put down the other things you're doing and listen and see how your government works. And can you believe that I teach people all the time that they need to do this, but I rarely do it myself? I'm shocked. So one of the things I observed over the past 2.5 hours, and I have no idea how to fix this, is sometimes I feel like you're on a hamster wheel, for lack of a better term. And it's a question of what comes first. Because when I read Hillary's very excellent attempt at trying to summarize what you all were trying to do, I felt terrible because immediately I identified something that I could have said right at the beginning was sort of a non-starter. And it's so hard to figure out in this process what the start is. Obviously, the start is an idea that you have, but wouldn't it be great if you could know sort of at the outset, before the idea got too much juice going, actually, it doesn't work that way. So anyway, with that as the preface, and with nothing but admiration for all the work you're doing, trying to sort this all out, here's the thing. The federal law, IDEA, is very clear about what the difference is between B and C age-wise. A family is entitled to services under Part C until their child's 3rd birthday. A child with a disability is entitled to a FAPE on their 1st birthday going forward. So in this area of the world, the law world, 3 is very, 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 very important. But let's break that apart. That doesn't mean that you don't have choices about how those services are delivered. In other words, when I tell you entitled to FAPE beginning at 3, you know from your experience that it's up to the state to decide who's in charge of overseeing those services, who's in charge of providing those services. And so you have currently the state IEU providing those services for 3, 4, up to school age 5. And then you have the SAUs, the big schools, the public schools. That's your choice. But the one thing I would have told you right at the outset you can't do is you can't make a dividing line between early intervention services under Part C and FAPE under Part B. Your baseline rule has to be at 3. So is that okay and clear? And do people want to talk to me about that before I talk about the Part C option? Because I know you heard some stuff about that too.
Again, thank you. And Representative Sampson does have a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nice to see you, Ms. Forster. It's been
Fabulous
a while.
background, by the way, Representative Sampson. You should have been a lawyer. That looks very lawyerly.
Or just somebody who likes to read.
Works there too.
You had mentioned, I just want to be clear that this is what you said, that the FAPE in Section B, in Part B, FAPE starts at the 1st birthday?
3rd.
Okay, because I thought you said 1st, and that just wasn't making sense to me. Okay, I got it. Thank you.
That's really little FAPesters if they start at the 1st birthday.
Yeah. Thank you.
So, Ms. Forster, just so I think I'm trying to understand. So part of our discussion at this point has been, quote, moving the 0 to 2 under Part C into the Department of Education. We had then talked about possibly 4 and 5-year-olds at some point moving to SAU for services. I personally, I can only speak for myself, then saw the 3-year-olds as kind of a limbo of not fitting maybe developmentally well with 4 and 5-year-olds and the way schools are set up with pre-K and K. And yet at the same time, there seemed to be some question as to whether or not we could include the 3-year-olds with the 0 to 2. And go ahead.
So the 3-year-olds on their 3rd birthday are entitled to a free, appropriate public education under Part B of the IDEA. What that looks like, obviously, has to be adjusted for the age of the child that we're talking about, right? Because you now know that we've extended Part B out to 22. So we're talking about 3 to 22.
Yep.
And as all of us remember, well, maybe some of us don't, we were really different, right? And those of you who have kids know again, really different, 3 to 22. So the programming for those students is going to be different. but the base entitlement has to change at age 3 from early intervention services to FAPE.
Okay. So does that mean that a parent could have the choice of going to free and appropriate FAPE at 3, or could they have the choice of staying in Part C as well?
So this is the Part C option that people have talked about. We could have a system where children who have been identified and receiving services under Part C are evaluated and found eligible under Part B, and whose parent, after getting information about the differences between C and B, both in terms of programming, in terms of settings, give informed consent, can choose to stay in Part C in one of 3 ways, because, you know, they have to make it complicated. We can extend the Part C option until the first day of school after they turn 3, the first day of school after they turn 4, or the first day of school after they turn 5.
Okay.
So to be clear, when you're taking the Part C option, birthday goes away. And now you're extending it based on the beginning of a school year.
Yep.
One more important point, because it's only with informed consent, families, parents can change their mind. So if I choose for my child, if we offer the option and I choose to take it, if 2 months in, I decide that we're gonna go with FAPE, then someone has to be ready, willing, and able to step in and do that.
Okay. So an additional question would be, what you just laid out at this point, is that current practice?
I would defer to the department on that. Remember, I'm just the lawyer. I can't tell you how you actually serve any of these children. Anyone who knows me knows I would not be the first person necessarily that you would put in charge of that.
Okay.
But boy, oh boy, can I tell you what the rules are.
So you don't know at this point whether or not the current CDS system we have offers that 3-year-old option.
Oh, that I know.
You do? Okay.
That I know.
Okay.
No.
We do not. We do not.
No.
Okay. So we do not offer that option to parents to make a decision to keep their child in Part C or to move to Part B.
That's right. Right now, every child who is in Part C is, the parents are contacted as their child's 3rd birthday approaches, and they determine Part C eligibility and then make the transition, which is a process, so that on their 3rd birthday or shortly around there, they start receiving different services in order to receive FAPE.
So what you're telling us, though, relative to our past discussion, is that that's a possibility of having this more hybrid system where parents have a choice.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for making that
problem with your
distinction.
draft, which was not a problem in drafting or anything Hillary did, was that it suggested that the state could cleave at age 4 instead of age 3.
Okay. Thank you. That's a helpful distinction. Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I might be premature, but first I just want to thank you, Ms. Forster. That was edifying, really helpful. After this part with Ms. Forster, I would love to get a better picture of then. So, because I think where I'm hearing concerns come from is that if we're talking about moving 3-year-olds to schools, that's a big change in the setting for, I just need to understand better than what services schools would then be expected to provide would they be expected to provide them in setting in the school, or will there continue to be Part B services available for these 3-year-olds outside of the school, and would that be the norm? Right. So in
can I give you a
essence,
legal answer to that?
no, I think this is more, and that's why I said I think my question was premature, Ms. Forster. I don't think it was
Okay.
really for you. I think it's for the department, because what I think is the concern is parents perhaps being concerned with this transition to the schools for such a young age, and allowing them the flexibility of saying that's just not appropriate for my child, and I want to remain in parts. I don't want to say those words, but I want that option. I want to give informed consent to continue to receive IFSP rather than FAPE.
I mean, the only thing I would add, and then of course the department can explain more, is remember, just because 3-year-olds are entitled to FAPE, that's not coextensive with they go to a class at their local public school.
Right. Yeah.
Right? So it's entirely possible, and then I'm done with this topic and you can talk to the department about it, that the very same providers that they are using right now through the CDS system would be contracted with by SAUs
Right.
if the kids went to the schools, because there's nothing illegal about how the services are being provided. The issue would be trying to divide an age between B and C.
Okay. Thank you. Representative Millett, did you have a follow-up question or no? Okay. So for members of the committee, did any other members of the committee have questions for Ms. Forster? Seeing none. Before you go, and again, thank you for being here. Given Ms. Risler's list of issues that she raised for us as we move forward into this discussion, is there anything else that you think we need to know or that we should be discussing from your perspective?
So a couple of things just to make your lives a little more complicated, because you have tons of free time to work this. One thing that should have been addressed a while ago and is still hanging out there is the state IEU reporting to the Commissioner of Education. Generally speaking, if you look at all of the other quasi-state entities that are out there, they do not report to an executive department, to a commissioner. They have an independent governance structure. And so one thing that has always been legally awkward about the IEU is that it lacks that independent governance structure and leads lawyers like me to ask, why aren't these state employees already? Why isn't this the Department of Education? What makes it quasi? And so, that is out there in your thinking. And I want to answer a question that someone posed to me when I posed this idea to them. If you are going to change that, you cannot use a board that's already assigned advisory duties to be the governing board of that entity. So for example, the ICC, the state advisory panel under Part B, don't use somebody that is legally required to be an advisor in that role. And then the last piece, which only Hillary will shoot darts at me for, but I wanted to sort of put it out there. The entire special ed section of Title of 20A is, I believe the term is a mess. And one thing that you might consider doing while rethinking some of this is pulling Part C out of Chapter 303 and putting it in a new Chapter 302 called Early Intervention. And that would give you the ability to clearly define the components of Part C as opposed to the components of special education. Right now, even I have a hard time pulling them apart, and I'm predisposed to know what the answers are. So if there's going to be some carryover to this, this might be the time to do a little work in that area.
Okay.
Okay?
Well, there's a part of me that regrets asking you the question. If there are other things. And you are correct that you made it a little bit more complicated rather than less so. But I guess we need to hear what we need to hear as opposed to what we want to hear. And I do appreciate your response. And I'm sure you would understand that if we don't immediately grasp the implication of what you just noted for us. So
I think it's remarkable that you know as much as you seem to know about this. I've often thought in my fantasy world that really the Ed Committee should have special ed training, sort of special ed 101, not about the intimacy of what's fate for a particular kid, but I mean, an hour of structure of what the federal regime is and very clearly defined little boxes where you can work in here. In other words, this is where you have play. If I were in your shoes, that's what I would want to know. And it might be because I think like a lawyer, but.
Well, we will take you up on that offer and have Ms. Rizzler note that for us. And we will find a time to do that. It won't be the middle of July, but we will find a time that works for the committee.
By the middle of July, I hope you are all not doing this.
Right, as we are too. So at this point, I see that Ms. Rizzler has her hand raised as well as Representative Dodge. So I will ask Ms. Rizzler if she has a question.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to tie into that last piece that AAG Forster just mentioned, something that I raised as a concern when we started this discussion a couple hours ago, which is that to the extent the committee wants to start making some statutory changes in some of these sections regarding the IEU, that the committee should be aware and sort of considering how changes that may not be made now, but may be made in a year or two can start getting really complicated and really confusing when you have effective dates coming in. And to the extent the committee wants to try to do anything comprehensive or do it all at once, there may be ways you could still do some things in statute now that do things a little differently than is currently drafted, where you're sort of pulling out these pieces in a slightly awkward way, and that might be more conducive to better doing it comprehensively down the road. So
no, I would say Ms. Forrester's comments as well as yours, Ms. Rizzler, have just in the last 15 minutes influenced my thinking about how we might go forward with this. And I'm now becoming a little bit more reluctant to think about making statutory changes at this point with either Part C and certainly with Part B, given that there are these other nuances and other potential ripple effects, and they don't become so easily divided out. But anyway, Representative Dodge and then Representative Millett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Forster. Wow. I too am probably going to have darts thrown, so I am very grateful and thankful for Zoom. Is it possible that the umbrella of a quasi-government agency as an employer will protect our CDS workers from having to transition to MEPERS? And I don't need an answer right now, but can someone perhaps just flag that as a possible safety net? Because I will do everything I can to protect those people. I do not want to throw them to the wolves by making them switch. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Dodge. Representative Millett.
Yeah, well, actually, that's why I raised my hand, because this is, as you may remember at the beginning of the meeting, I floated the idea that I had for Part C, which was to keep CDS as a quasi-government agency and keeping an executive director and creating a new board was very clear. I mean, I probably wasn't super clear, but in my head, I was very clear that it would be an independent board, who would be the one that the director and CDS reports to. So I do see that as a, and I'm so glad to hear Ms. Forster say that in her remarks earlier, that could be there was concern. She had concern as well as PCG in terms of reporting to the commissioner. So I do think we should talk about that. And I'm torn because we have been told over and over again by the members, the stakeholders of this community, that there needs to be change and people need to know where we're going. And that I'm thinking while I'm talking, and it's never a good thing. I think we do need to take up Ms. Forster's suggestion on creating 302 early intervention. That also has been in my brain. I think that makes really good sense. And if that just slows down this bill, then that slows down this bill, then that's what it does. And maybe we have to carry it over. And, assign a subcommittee to continue to work with the department and stakeholders and Ms. Risler to get it ready for the next legislative session. We need to do this right. I think we're on a path. I think we've gotten good information. We still have to suss out the 3-year-olds, but I suspect that we're onto an understanding of that as well. So that's my thought at the moment.
So, Ms. Forster, just as a follow-up that was prompted by Representative Millet's comments, if there were some semblance of CDS that remained and did have a governing board and what have you, it would not mean that we would have to keep a regional delivery system.
No. I mean, remember, all of this would be squarely in the box that's up to you. The legal constraint is we should avoid having something called a quasi-state entity that reports to an executive entity.
Okay. So
think of it as the turnpike authority for birth to 3.
And if in fact we, for whatever reason, continued with a quasi-government approach with the appropriate authority and reporting and what have you, it would still we would still be able to move in the direction with the 4 and 5-year-olds or 3, 4, and 5-year-olds to an SAU-based system.
Right.
So we'd be creating a more hybrid system with appropriate governance as opposed to what we currently have.
Right. You always get to define within Part B who serves who.
Okay.
So if 3, 4, and 5 get served by an IEU, they can be served by an IEU. If the move is to get 4 and 5, 3, 4, and 5, some subset thereof to the SAUs, also okay. There are 3 types of entity under federal law who can provide Part B. The SEA can do it itself, that's the Department of Education. An IEU, as long as it was formed a number of years ago, as luckily years happens to have been, or an LEA, which is what we in Maine call the SAUs. All of those options can be the direct providers of services under Part B. The SEA, the department, has to be the entity that's responsible for oversight of all of them. But in terms of direct service providers, we have the IEU, we have the SEA, we have the school administrative units, including the charter schools and the state schools. And one more, actually, the Department of Corrections has a special role in IDEA, and that they can provide services to students who, at least for the moment, are housed at Long Creek.
I do want to get to Representative Millette, her question, but well, Representative Millette, ask your question, but Ms. Forrester, stay with us for a second because I have a question for you, a follow-up as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It wasn't really a question, but rather a clarification that I do believe that we shouldn't predispose ourselves to saying that services, Part C services will continue to be regional. I think they have to continue to be regional for Part C, right? Because we've got kids all over the state of Maine and we've got to get them services somehow. So I don't know if we're necessarily saying that, right?
No, what I meant was that you had a regional employment decision-making process. Clearly the services would be delivered on a regional basis.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So Ms. Forrester, this is maybe beyond what you want to answer at this point. And if you do not want to answer it, feel free. But at this point, if somebody on the committee were to ask Ms. Risler to draft a resolve, not a statute, a resolve directing the department to address and develop a system based on the discussion we just had. And what I mean by that is keeping the Part C and an appropriate entity separate from DOE and have an appropriate governance structure and preserve the benefits of the employees that currently are working for CDS, and then to outline a transition of whether or not we have a dual system for the 3-year-olds, but the 3-year-olds, 4-year-olds, and 5-year-olds to an SAU system. Would that be a helpful way of thinking about how to move forward with the future of the CDS system and framing it differently than what we currently have?
I guess the only qualification I'm going to put up front here is that obviously I'm a lawyer, not a policymaker. If you're asking me whether or not that system makes legal sense in that it assigns duties appropriately in terms of IDEA, absolutely.
Okay.
So in other words, there is nothing legal that prevents that division and those descriptions of the entities that would provide services.
But and I'm assuming that if we were to do that, it would address the issue of the employees and their benefit, and at the same time potentially reduce, quote, the conflict of interest of having the department simultaneously do child find and provide services.
I'm not sure that I wouldn't go that last step about do the child find and provide services, because what I think that Sue Mackey-Andrews was explaining to you earlier, and I've known and respected her for years, so I'm sort of reiterating what she said, but in a more legal way. The way this works is referral received, then you go through eligibility,
right?
Then you determine, if eligible, what are the services. So one part of your problem that I heard you discussing was getting the referrals in the door. And Sue Mackey-Andrews is right. I'm staring at it right here. IDEA itself for Part C tells you what the referral sources are. Some questions have answers. So there's the getting them in the door. And are you getting the right kids in the door, the right number, the right type, the whatever? Then they have to be assigned administratively to a team that is going to obtain the evaluative information it needs to determine eligibility. And then, if they're determined eligible, that team needs to arrange for services. As it exists now, all of that for Part C is within the CDS IDU, right? The referrals come into CDS, CDS sets up the team gets the evaluative information, which if the child doesn't already have providers, in other words, they're going to use evaluative information from the child's pediatrician. They're not going to assign a pediatrician, but they're going to have folks in the disciplines like OT, PT involved in this process. And then if the child is determined eligible, the services are going to come from that same body of people.
And that's the potential conflict.
I guess, I mean, I will say, I think of conflict differently as a lawyer. In other words, I mean, when I go to my doctor and say, you know, my knee hurts, and she refers me to someone else in her practice, I'm not sure how much that is a conflict as opposed to a convenience for me. But the key part is that CDS has, and I'm sure Jamie has told you about this, CDS has a very carefully designed service model that it uses in Part C. And so I would inquire with them, not a lawyer, what the benefits and burdens are of that model in different sort of employment contracting situations.
Okay. Thank you. I see that Representative Sampson has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Ms. Foster, in your legal opinion, do you think addressing what we're trying to, I mean, it seems like we're trying to wrestle an elephant to the floor. Do you think this is even, these bills are even ready for prime time? And should we, do you think we should just wait and marinate this a little bit? I know, you know, there's obviously things happening in the field. And I'm curious as to your thoughts on this.
I think you need to decide what's the chicken and what's the egg in terms of the order that you want to proceed with. In other words, you're getting tons of input about the policy implications of a bunch of things that are working, things that are not working. And at the same time, you're stuck, I'm going to use, within a legal structure. In other words, you have to do certain things to satisfy federal law. And so to me, it would seem like the best possible outcome would be something like, and you've spent so much time on this, that's sort of what must be frustrating to everybody. If you had some way, I'm thinking about it like the electrical panel in your house where you switch on or off a bunch of things, that you had the framework and then you could fit your policy options in by choosing A or B, or this or that, or this or that. That to me is the structure for moving this forward. But I understand, I mean, Hillary's maybe the only other person on this call that has the same feelings I have, and it might be because we were trained in a certain way, that you're always trying to like make it so that you have binary choices.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate your illustration. And tell me if this is more accurate. It's like when you have your computer that everything just glitches up on it. You just like force it to shut down and start it all, reboot it. And I just am thinking that we have been literally beaten to a pulp with all of this information. And I honestly think that we need to just stop spinning our tires around and around here and let this marinate. I don't see any benefit in continuing to go around this. It's kind of like we're just, you know, in a rut. I understand the issues. I'm just thinking that there's efforts being done out in the field. Does this have to be forced into place now?
I would say only one thing, and then I'm completely staying in my lane, which is you actually identified, I thought, a very good, very specific issue / question. What do we do with 3-year-olds? So in other words, it seems to me as an interested observer and outsider that you have some pretty clear understandings about birth to 2, and you're moving in a direction with 4 and 5-year-olds. But the thing that's really hanging you up, thought process wise, are the 3-year-olds. And then your stupid lawyer didn't help you because she came in and said, you can't do that. So I don't think you're as swimming around as you might feel now after 5 very long days of, well, something. But just a reflection.
Right. Thank you. We probably hold you a little bit higher regard in terms of your input than you might yourself, Ms. Forrester. But Representative Sampson, just maybe, I'm sure I wasn't clear about this, but what I was thinking out loud in terms of proposing is really kind of a 3-year rollout with nothing changing within the next year, and that all of this would come back to the committee next year with much more definition and much more kind of discussion about what could be proposed in terms of us moving forward. So I'm not suggesting anything that would make changes to the system at this point. And I think that the discussion we've had about a unified billing system as well as about Child Find are just important things that can go forward at this particular point. But that's why I said that Ms. Forrester, her comments were influential with me at this point, because I do think we need to possibly step back from any statutory changes at this point and really be focused on answering these questions that have surfaced, who's going to answer the questions, and have those come back to us in January. So Representative Millette, Representative Stearns, and Representative Lyman. And Representative Millette, just for planning purposes, how much longer do we have your attention or presence? Or I know we have your attention all the time, but how long are you going to be able to be with us?
All the time. Yeah, I've got about 45 minutes that I can really stretch it out.
Okay.
I was supposed to have been done about 15 minutes ago. So I just want to address Representative Sampson's remarks. You know, I kind of feel like we're stuck in some pretty deep mud. And I don't know how many of you, I'm pretty sure all of us have tried to get out of mud, and we know that the worst thing you can do is to step on your accelerator. That's pretty not smart. And oftentimes you have to rock your car back and forth and be very deliberate and slow and all of that. And that's what I feel like we're doing. And there are days when I feel like our car is rocking back, and then I feel like there are days that we're going forward, and eventually we're going to get out of this. We have spent a lot of time as a committee with several bills from the department asking us to move the Part B into our public schools, which as a committee, we on a bipartisan basis said, no, we're not ready. And eventually we hired PCG to do some work for our state. We invested a lot of our state resources in that. I would be loath to have that work go to be for naught. I do feel as if we're starting to rock the car forward. I think we're getting clarity and clarifications. And so I would just, in terms of Representative Brandon, what you're thinking, I would support that. I know that's going to disappoint some folks that are listening. They're really hoping that questions are answered and there's a clear path forward. But what I would say is that there is a path forward, but I would actually, Representative Brennan, convene a group of people, have the department convene the stakeholder group to come together and put forth the Part C specifics. What I don't want to have happen is for everything to be thrown open, all open again. I think that, and I would like to hear from other committee members as to whether they're gelling around the idea as I think you and I are, with the quasi-agency continuing with some changes with the independent board. And we still, and maybe we let them talk about the 3-year-olds and figure it out. But what I would like to say is, I actually did not hear Ms. Forrester say you cannot do that. I think she actually confirmed what we were hearing, which is that there is an option that parents can choose through informed consent. And that's where I was leaning. So I guess what I would say is ask that group to work on making that real. What does that look like? What are the processes? What are the guardrails? And, if in that conversation there are unintended consequences that come up, then we need to hear about it, right? And then I would make very specific in this resolve that we want a bill written. We want the language coming back to this committee. Because those folks with the department and AAG Forrester by their sides, I'm confident that they can get us to cross that finish line.
Right.
So that would be my proposal, boosting off of what Representative Brennan said. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Millett. And Representative Lyman did have a question. I wanted to get to that. Representative Lyman?
Yeah, well, I think I've decided, or I was deciding not to ask my question. I'm getting caught up in the situation where I've listened to a whole lot of folks that are working in this field, talking about everything that they're doing to address these things that are coming out in these LDs. And I just feel like it's work that still needs to go. And I guess I need clarification on why we need to have a bill to move this forward. This sounds like it's work that people are doing and putting their heart and souls in to get it done. And I'm confused about that. And I kind of put my hand down because I thought, I don't see my question necessarily being one that wants to be answered, but thank you.
Well, thank you, Representative Lyman. And I don't think you should ever put your hand down because you're not sure about asking a question. And probably you see all of us that have asked questions at different times that, end up getting an answer unexpectedly. I would say, in response to your question, that we are moving fairly slowly and fairly deliberatively, given what we were thinking about in January and previous discussions that we've had on the consultants report. And again, the resolve that we talked about before about child find and unified billing, I think those are simply how do we enhance and how do we make what we have better at this point. And I agree with you. I think it supports the efforts of the department, both DHS and DOE. The next question that we were wrestling with and that we had the public hearing on the other day was whether or not statutorily we should move the 0 to 2s out of the CDS quasi-government into the Department of Education. And you heard that could be hundreds of new employees at DOE. And then you heard, and we heard the problems with retirement and other issues. And I think both Representative Millett and I at this point are saying maybe we should step back and that rather than make any statutory changes this session, that we should set up framework as Attorney Forster recommended to answer a number of these questions about placement of 0 to 2-year-olds, whether or not we develop a hybrid system of parent choice for 3-year-olds, and then how the transition to 4 to 5-year-olds to the SAUs would end up occurring. And all that framework would come back to us next session for discussion and further review and further action. So we wouldn't be doing anything that would put anything else into motion or change anything at this point. So I wanted to agree with Representative Millette that I do think we have an opportunity to move forward. But I also would say to you, quite frankly, Representative Lyman, nothing would change substantively if we were to try to put this policy framework that the Assistant Attorney General suggested that we do at this point. Representative Millette.
Yes, thank you. Representative Lyman, I shared your concerns, which is why when I came forward this morning with the idea of keeping Part C in CDS, those emails that we were receiving were really very clear about the hard work that they're doing. And I think they were just because originally there was discussion around the fact that because of PCG's recommendations on oversight, having staff performing the services wasn't appropriate and they should be contracted out, which would have meant layoffs. That wasn't okay. And then there was the discussion around moving the staff into DOE, and then we learned about the horrible consequences with Social Security. So I think that the path that we're following potentially with this resolve, and we'll, as Representative Brennan said, we'll get more specific information from the stakeholder group next in 2022. But my hope is that this is a path forward where they can continue to do their good work. We have appropriate oversight and we serve our children well. So I just want to share that I felt the same thing, and I'm hopeful that we have found a path forward.
Thank you. So Ms. Risler, you are now sitting in the middle of trying to divine everything that we have heard and talked about at this point. Do you feel that you have enough direction or understanding to be able to work with the Assistant Attorney General to draft this policy framework that she alluded to?
No. So here's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing that the committee would like a resolve.
Yep.
That the committee would like, it sounds like, the Department of Education to convene a working group.
Yep.
What I would like to know is whether you want to prescribe the membership of that working group or whether you want that to be more of a generic term. I would need to know exactly, I mean, I hear what you're saying about the framework. So it sounds like maybe developing the framework by which the quasi-independent agency would be structured with a independent governing board for services for birth to under 3 years of age, that you want recommendations on the provision of services for children who are 3 years of age, and a framework and possibly an implementation plan similar to something before about the SAUs, but I'm not sure because we haven't talked a lot about that portion of it.
Okay, if I can elaborate just a little bit on that part, I think the membership on the committee we can come back to if we need to, but I think on the transition to SAUs, it's very similar to what we've talked about before, that we need to understand payment methodology, space, and how quickly that transition would occur to the SAUs. We'd always talked about a 3-year period, but before we made that final transition, we'd have to have clarity about who's paying for the services. Is there space available, staffing available? And the administrative structure for that and the relationship of the department with the SAUs in terms of oversight.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I really would not support including Part B in this resolve. I think we've done a lot of really great work on Part C. We have 3 vehicles. We can have a separate vehicle for Part B. And frankly, there are different stakeholder groups. There are different stakeholder groups that we would involve in Part B than we would in Part C. So if we may just use one of our 2 remaining bills to do what we've just discussed over the last hour and a half to address Part C. And to be clear, Ms. Risler, I envisioned that, and again, need to hear from committee, that we're interested in the Part C option methodology. And so we want to get clarity from the stakeholder group as to how that would work, how it would be implemented. And in that discussion, if any unintended consequences came up, obviously, I'm sure they would tell us, but that was my intent around for the 3-year-olds in Part C. But there's a whole host of other issues, Representative Brennan, around Part B that are different than Part C, that we need to just be very clear with the resolve as to how that goes forward. And we haven't touched on some of that. So I can't support that being included in this resolve. I'm sorry.
But Representative Millett, you're not suggesting that we not address Part B. You're just
no. We have a third
you're
vehicle.
Just saying that we ought to put it in the third.
Keep it chunked. Keep it chunked, Representative Brennan.
That's fine.
Thank you.
And my understanding of that would also be to include suggested legislation.
Yes.
Oh, yes. Bold, underscored, highlighted, italicized. So we have to be done with recommendations. We actually need the language. We need the lawyers to sit down with our policymakers and education professionals and really get this made concrete.
So Ms. Forster, I see your hand up.
What I was going to suggest, based on what you've just said, is that it's essentially a 2-step, although it's not that simple, but it's 2 steps. First, we have to ask the questions that we want them, the policymakers, to work on. So in other words, instead of worrying about specific statutory language, what are the questions? In other words, how should the IEU be governed? Board? Yes, no. If board, then who? That sort of thing. Then after that information is gathered, the lawyers put it into a format that can be presented to you as proposed statute. No?
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I just want to be very clear. We've spent 3 or 4 years talking about this. We're getting clarity in this committee about how we want it to move forward. We're getting clarity that we want to be an IEU. We have clarity that we want to have an independent board.
Okay.
We're starting to get clarity around 3-year-olds. So it's at this point where we want to know what is required statutorily to make that happen, what is required for any resource changes or new resources or lower resources. It is time to make it so. We have talked this, you thought this was a long day. This, as Representative Sampson has said, this has been something we've been talking about a very long time. And we've had stakeholders meet and work with PCG, and PCG met with lots of people around the state. we have before us recommendations, and now we're trying to actually move the boulder up the hill. We've identified the boulder. Now we need the levers, which is statutory language and an understanding of any sort of resource changes.
Yeah, and Representative Forster, I appreciate and I understand why you would make that suggestion, but I do agree with Representative Millette that we want to put this in place so we have the opportunity to move forward, and I think we just need further definition on what that looks like going forward, as opposed to resolving them as policy issues.
Great. As long as you have the policy answers, I am sure that we sensible lawyers can write statutory language.
Right. And
but I don't want to get stuck with like any policy questions, or else I'm in big trouble.
Okay. And that's why good for us, but maybe not so good for you. We are going to rely on your input as we move forward. And I hope that you'll be able to work with Ms. Risler in drafting this resolve so that we do get it right. So Ms. Risler, to go back to you, you have enough to draft the second resolve, and we still need to answer the question about who will participate in the working group. All the appropriate people.
Pretty clever.
I don't know if I immediately can list that, but I'll look to Representative Millette and Representative Stearns to answer that.
That's great.
Am I glad I was on mute?
So, yeah, so I'm going to take a stab at filling in some of it, and then hopefully other people can jump in with ideas. But obviously DOE, DHHS, CDS staff,
Attorney General.
Yes, of course. Yes, the AAG. How about like this is part C. So I would say yeeks. Head Start. Max P. A representative of or somebody from the public with
Would it help if I pulled up the advisory committee from the PCG and you could look at the list and maybe identify who you want?
That'd be so helpful.
Okay, good. Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My comment was going to be, you know, we're, as we say, we're stuck in the mud. That was the analogy, and it's really time to chain up. And when it's time to chain up, I would keep this committee absolutely as small and as knowledgeable as possible so that we don't create a camel.
I'm becoming fascinated. We may publish a book of metaphors and common statements from the Education Committee by the end of the session. So, Ms. Risler, you put this up.
So this is the list of the advisory committee that was used to advise on the PCG report. And so I just put it up as you're sitting here thinking, who do you want? Some of these are more geared to the 4 to 6 years of age, but I thought it might be helpful to just, if you eyeball and say, oh, that's one we need for this group, then I could write that down.
Why didn't you draft it using this list, and we'll add to it or subtract and when we have the next work session? Would
it make sense to exclude those that, for example, are specific to public elementary schools for 4 years of age?
Yes.
Okay. Just the ones that are specific to the older age group probably doesn't make sense. Although if I can amend them to be, for example, a parent of a child birth to 3, that might make sense. I can do that. And then you can it's too unwieldy for Representative Stearns, you could always strike someone at that time.
Well, we might have to bring a tow truck in. Representative Sampson.
Thanks, I'm all set. Hillary answered my question. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So we do have work sessions scheduled for Monday. And Hillary, I know it's short turnaround, but at least the expectation is that we'll be able to have discussion about the two resolves that we have at this point. I don't want to be premature, and I hope that it would be helpful that if we were to draft a third resolve dealing with the 4 to 5, it just may be helpful in terms of framing the discussion for Monday as well. And I'd be willing with Representative Millett or others to help with drafting that for Monday. I'm just trying to look at the time now. We're at 1:45. We're going to lose Representative Millett fairly soon, and we've probably lost other people's attention already. And we do have work sessions to do this afternoon, and I think we probably want to take a break, at least for some short period of time. But am I missing any? I mean, does anybody else have any other ideas or suggestions?
If I may, Representative?
Yes.
So I will see about what kind of rough draft I can pull together for Monday. I don't think I'm going to have time to collaborate with Attorney General Forster, but I will certainly provide her with a draft. So on Monday, if there are comments that need to be made, that can happen. I would remind the committee that you do have a draft resolve directing the Department of Education to develop an implementation plan for the 4 and 5-year-olds for transition of services. And so perhaps that is a starting point for that discussion that is already done and will not require additional work before Monday.
Correct. Yes. And that will be helpful as a starting point for Monday. I just want to say to the committee, and I know there have been different thoughts and metaphors that have been used, but just from my perspective, we made a huge amount of progress this morning. And I know it may not feel that way and it may not look that way, but I really believe that we did. And I just want to thank the committee and everybody's comments as going forward. And again, we're putting a lot on our Ms. Risler to kind of translate this into language and to reflect the comments we've had up to this point. But I feel that on Monday, we will be in a position to continue to move forward. And we will, I think Senator Rafferty and I both share a commitment to making sure that we will continue to work at this until we have it right, which means that it might just require a little bit more time than we expected. So that all being said, did anybody else have anything that they wanted to mention or offer at this point? Is there any member of the public that anybody from the committee feels that we need to hear from at this point? Do people want to take a break? Well, I know this is highly unusual, but Sam Baker, our clerk, says that he wants a break, and we will defer to him and allow him to influence the decision.
Just need to eat my peanut butter sandwich and then I'll be good. I can go for another 6 hours after that.
It's now 12:45. Does 1:15 or 1:30 work? 1:15. Sam, how long does it take you to eat your sandwich?
Oh, 5 minutes, but 1:15 is fine. I can also get a drink of water too then.
Okay. So we will return at 1:15 with the intention of having work sessions on the bills that we have listed, and this will simultaneously be work sessions and then votes to carry bills over or to ought not to pass on bills. And I hope everybody has a copy of those bills that have been scheduled for the work session. And so it's a combination of work session carryover decisions. Okay, so 1:15, we'll see everybody. Thank you very much. Goodbye. Representative Senator Rafferty.
I'll call you in terms of an order of bills.
Okay, great.
Can I ask a quick question while I have both of the chairs?
Yes.
So I'm going to use this time to just throw together that PO request for these bills for Monday. So it's 135, 255, 386. Do you want me to add 1716 and 334 to that?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Great. I'll put that together. If there are more, that's fine. But let me just get this done and out, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sam?
Senator. Get to see some daylight?
Very little. Spent most of that on the phone. No such thing as catching up.
Oh, yeah. No, just in life. Oh. Very, very true lesson.
So Representative Stearns, Sam Baker, told me that you have been to Belfast a couple of times to some book haunt. Is that correct?
I have been to Belfast, to the professor's bookshop.
Is that still open?
It was open. Yeah, it was. I think they had restricted hours, but it was the one right there on Main Street.
Why are you doing that?
Yes.
Who has time to go downtown? Who has time to read books?
Oh gosh. Well, I studied history, so anytime I can find, find a good. I like to read like history even as it was written too. So to find some books from like the 60s, 70s, 80s. And read it when it was more contemporary to that time. But then I also like reading the analysis, stuff that comes out now, looking backwards, the more retrospective things. So, but yeah, no, don't. If you need me to do something on the weekend, don't send me to a bookstore because I'm spending the day there.
Oh, awesome. Well, I'm glad that you enjoyed Belfast. Yay.
Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, it's beautiful. Yeah. No, it was on my way. I went to Acadia maybe 2 months ago now. Around there, and yeah, it was right on the way. So
excellent. Yay. Well, toot when you go by.
Okay. Will do. Hoping to get up again this summer. I'll probably take my bike up there. So if you see the tan Tacoma with bike handles sticking out of the bed, you'll know that's me.
Excellent. The loop road you like to do?
I haven't done it yet. I mean, we walked it, but I haven't biked it. So, because it was pretty cold. I really don't like to do much when it's below 40. Because then even with like the wind chill factor, it's just your hands. It hurts your joints and your feet, and it's just not a fun ride. So once it's like 50 and above, then I'm definitely ready to hit the pavement.
And I would encourage you to go even beyond there, to go to Schoodic Point. If you haven't been over on the quiet side, go through Hancock and go to Winter Harbor. And there's a really nice loop, the Schoodic Loop.
Oh, cool. Okay. And it's right there on the coast? Nice. Nice. Yeah, we don't have a lot of shoreline in Pennsylvania, so I've definitely been enjoying getting to the coast up here.
Excellent. Yay. Wow.
Sam, when you get into Acadia, don't forget the carriage trails. Carriage trails are spectacular. We do them on horses a lot.
Oh, nice. Okay.
The only nuisance is those darn bicycles.
Well, I feel like that's an unfair. I feel like the horse has the advantage in that every time.
The problem is a lot of bikers don't understand that.
Oh no, I'm a very self-aware biker. That's why I don't get hit and I don't hit anything.
Oh, I wouldn't even dare say that.
Yeah, no, nope. You will.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
no.
horses have the right of way. Do you stable your horses at Wildwood, David, or no?
Yes, yeah. Well, Mike Carpenter has that contract for the last 12 years, Senator Carpenter. So he's a good friend of mine, and we've been going there long before I was in the legislature. Probably, well, all the years I've had horses, which is getting to be about 20 years now.
Yeah. They're great for cross-country skiing too.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Oh, I just realized we're live. So I did a public service announcement for the Acadia National Park and the quiet side.
Oops. And Schoodic Point. So
and Belfast.
And Belfast.
I'll mute myself now. Sorry. Somebody should have given me a heads up. Duh.
No, you were just telling somebody new to the state, giving them some recommendations. There's no harm in that.
Okay. We can't get started until we have Senator Rafferty with us. And here he is. So just what we're going to do, Senator Rafferty and I have spoken, and I actually had a chance to talk to Representative Stearns, and I think we're ready to proceed, but we do have changes. So we are back now live, and the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs will reconvene itself in work session. We are in work session. And so what I'm going to do for everybody's benefit, including my own, if Ms. Risler, could we have you, as well as Mr. Baker? So the intent this afternoon, the order, we've asked to have some modifications to the order. And the first bill we're going to take up is 1206. And then we've been asked to take up 247 because Mr. Senate, both of those are his bills, and he's going to be called to the Judiciary Committee. So we're going to try to get through with those bills, both those bills, in order for him to meet his obligations with another committee. Okay. And then we will move back to LD 84, LD 176, LD 270, LD 680, LD 1207, LD 1389, LD 1632, LD 1705, 1705, LD 1727, and LD 414 will be the last bill. So the change basically is taking 247 and making that the second bill that we will take up. And on Monday, we will start at 9 o'clock with the commissioner's presentation on the change package. And then the committee will have to, after we have the presentation, we will then discuss what recommendations we want to make to the Appropriations Committee relative to the change package. And that will be a committee discussion and a committee recommendation. Once we're completed that discussion, we will take up 1760, which is the bill that we heard this morning about the National Teachers Certification. And we'll also pick up LD 334, which is a bill that we had a work session on last week, and it was tabled, and we will take it up on Monday. And after we're done with all of that, which will probably be a break somewhere in between, we'll go back to our discussion on the three bills on CDS and take those up in work session with the drafts that Ms. Risler will have for us to look at. So I'm assuming, Ms. Risler, that I know for Monday it's contingent upon the presiding officers giving us the authority to meet, but I'm feeling fairly confident at this point that we will have time to meet on Monday, be authorized. And then if in fact we need to continue to meet because we haven't concluded our work, we will make that decision on Monday. All right. Any questions at this point about the order this afternoon? Okay, any questions about Monday?
I just wanted to mention briefly, if I could, I did just submit that PO request at a quick break. I had hoped that we could do those two bills of Sam Seneff's. However, I don't see Senator Daughtry, and I think both of those are her bills.
They are.
Which might be a wrinkle in that plan. So if we need to skip ahead, we can.
I
And
can get a hold of her.
Sam, have you been able to chase after her or find out where she is?
Me, Sam Baker.
Yep. Yes.
I can reach out again, Representative. Oh, it
Yeah.
looks like Senator Rafferty might be calling.
Okay. Well, this is what we'll do then. And I'll just make a call, and I'm sure Senator Daughtry will let me know if I made a mistake on this. But why don't we start with 247 first? That's the Commission on College Affordability.
Is there a chance?
But I know that we specifically tabled 1206 because she was going to come back to us with some additional information. And Mr. Senate, do you have that information?
I have not heard
Okay.
where she would like to go with that bill yet.
All right, so let's go ahead and start with 247 and see if we can proceed without her input. But I think it might be more difficult on 1206, and hopefully she'll be with us by the time we get through with 247. So Senator Rafferty.
Senator Daughtry is on her way in.
Okay, great. Then we'll go ahead and start with 247 anyway. And so the committee, I'll officially call us again into work session on LD 247, and I'd ask our staff analysts to tell us where we last left off.
Sure. So I think I'm just going to talk for this one because I don't know that my bill analysis adds that much to what I'm going to say. So if the committee will recall, 247 started as a concept draft with a very generic name. And at the public hearing, an amendment was presented, and that amendment would reestablish the commission from 2014 to study college affordability and college completion. We had a fully drafted amendment at that time, and that amendment would reconvene the original group that had met previously. It would it would add to that group school guidance counselors with a school guidance counselor with the idea to make sure that you had that continuity of the college process just from the high school to the college years. The committee is tasked with examining the previous study and updating it, reviewing college debt from among the various university systems, including the community colleges, the public universities. I did add the Maine Maritime Academy at the request of the sponsor and a number of the commenters, as well as Maine private universities that offer 2- and 4-year graduate degrees. It would also review debt of students who begin but do not complete their course of study. It would examine the impact of student debt on the lives of borrowers. It would examine the capacity of high school counselors and academic advisors to adequately advise students regarding financial aid, as well as other options for their careers after high school. And it would examine the potential impacts of a no-cost community college option in Maine. So the committee or the commission would have staffing assistance provided by the Office of Policy and Legal Analysis. Outside funding for this committee would be allowed, but it would not be required. So it could still proceed if outside funding was not received. A report is required back to this committee by December 1st, 2021, and there is authorization in the bill for the Joint Standing Committee to then report out legislation based on the report. So the only change that I had made then from the bill as the committee saw it at the public hearing was to add the references to the Maine Maritime Academy to make sure it was very clear that they were included.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Senate? Seeing none, I see that Senator Daughtry has joined us. And thank you, good to see you. We did go through the bill analysis, and do you have anything to add at this point?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Seneff, for the draft and going through it. I think my biggest thing right now is that open to the committee for different ideas. One of the things I heard from another conversation we've had over the past few months is wondering about the cost of, post-secondary credentialing. So it's not just, or including maybe the language around the credentialing. So it's not just looking at the debt of, traditional 4-year or 2-year, because, there's a plethora of post-secondary opportunities. And I think including potentially on the calculating of debt, just, stranded learners is something we talk about as well. Mainers who have some sort of college degree work, but not the degree to match the debt. But honestly, if there's anything that anyone has an idea that they'd like to look into a little bit more, it's just a chance for us to have a more in-depth conversation. Although I know we excel at those in this committee on any any area of topics, but just a chance to talk a little bit more in a more meaningful way with institutions, stakeholders, all of us, and also inviting more public input. And then my only other thought was maybe for the report back date, maybe move it to January of 2022.
So Senator, just to move the conversation along, did you want to make a motion?
Sure. I move LD 247 ought to pass as amended with the changing of the report back date, the inclusion of the post-secondary credentialing, as well as the mention of stranded learners debt as well and barriers to that.
Okay. Representative Crockett.
Yeah, just with respect to the date, we did pass LD 1152, which did reference this report from 7 years ago. And the report due date back on that is December 1st. I was thinking that this updating of this report would help make the answers to LD 1152 even better, more timely. So I don't know if it makes sense to move the timing for LD 1152 back to the amended date, or if you guys don't think it really matters. But I just thought I'd note that change.
So Representative Crockett, did you want to second the motion?
I'd rather get an answer to that question first.
Okay, I'd prefer to get a second first. Representative Dodge, you second the motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would gladly second the motion to allow discussion and the answer to Representative Crockett's question.
Thank you. And
You're
that's the intent. So Senator Daughtry, did you have a response to Representative Crockett?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would say if we can move them both back would probably be best. My thought was, we're not probably meeting in December, so I was trying to align it for when, unless we all want to have a get together in December, which at that point I would love to see all of our smiling faces. But I was just thinking to align it when we'd be back in session normally.
Okay.
Well, today's not the best day to ask for us to get together in December. So I'm obviously agreeable to that if it's a simple change for Sam.
I think we should note, though, that today in this work session, we can't change the date on another bill.
Yeah.
So the only bill that we can change that date on would be 247. And then we'd either have to reconsider the other bill and or do a floor amendment. So unless, Mr. Senate, do you have a unique and wonderful solution?
I don't. I could. I think it was just about to be reported out. I don't think it quite got out the door yet. 11:52. We'd have to pull it back and send it back to the revisor's office.
Okay.
We could do that, but we
all
really
right.
don't.
So well, no, it may just be easier just to do a floor amendment if we want to. And I'm only guessing, but the only other thing would be whether or not we change the date in this bill for the other one, and we run this one second to the other one, so the final thing that we pass would preempt the first one? Or is that too complicated?
I think a floor amendment sounds easier than trying to keep track of all that.
Okay. All right.
May I jump in?
Representative Crockett.
Yeah, after hearing that and watching some facial reactions and shakes, why don't we just leave 1152 the way it is?
Okay, great. That would certainly be the easiest.
All about right there, being easy.
All right. So it's been moved and seconded passage of 247 as amended. Any other committee comments, questions, concerns? Seeing none, I would ask our clerk if he would call the roll.
Yes, Representative. Senator Rafferty.
Yes.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Daughtry.
Yes.
Senator Daughtry votes yes. Don't see Senator Woodsum. Representative Brennan.
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Crockett.
Yes.
Representative Crockett votes yes. Representative Dodge.
Enthusiastic, yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Lyman.
Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Don't see Representative Millette. Representative Roach. Not with us. Representative Salisbury.
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. Representative Sampson.
Yes.
Representative Sampson votes yes. And Representative Stearns.
Yes.
Representative Stearns votes yes. All right, Representative. So it's unanimous of those present and voting in favor of the motion.
Great. Thank you very much. And I'm sure that you'll notify the remaining members of the committee that we did take a vote and they have an opportunity to register their vote.
Oh, yes. Yep. I'll have
Okay.
it out within minutes.
Why did I think anything other might happen? Thank you, Sam. We'll now close. I'll call the work session on LD 247 as closed, and we will open the work session on LD 1206. And we will turn to Mr. Send again for a brief. We've already had a staff analysis of it, but I think a brief refresher might be helpful for people.
Sure. So what this bill does is it changes some references, but I think that's kind of not terribly important. That's housekeeping. But the big thing this does is it changes the standard for removal for the director of the Maine State Museum Commission, the state librarian, and the director of the Maine Arts Commission from service from an indefinite term to subject to removal for cause to service at the pleasure of the appointing authority. The bill would be retroactive to January 1st, 2021, but it does exempt any officers appointed before January 1st, 2021 from that change. I did go through, if you'll recall in the bill analysis, I took a look and to see if there were other positions sort of like this that were a bit unusual in that they were service for cause instead of at the pleasure of, which you would usually see at a director position. There were a couple, but most of the positions at this level are appointed positions. And I did also look at the terms of appointment of those three individuals. The Maine Arts Commission director was the most recently appointed individual, appointed January 26, 2021. The other two were appointed many years ago. So to those folks, the state librarian and the director of the Maine State Museum, this change would not apply to those two individuals, but it would apply to the new director of the Maine Arts Commission. And then I believe the committee was going to think about this one a little bit and decide how to proceed at this work session.
Okay. And at the last work session, we concluded that we did table the bill because Senator Daughtry wanted to consult with some other people and potentially offer additional perspective when we took the bill up again. So I will turn to her and ask if she'd like to comment at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As Mr. Seneff was saying, this really is, sort of a cleanup bill, and it does shield the current directors of the State Museum as well as the State Librarian, but it sets a new precedent moving forward. So it doesn't rip out the carpet from anyone who's currently serving, but make sure that, folks in these positions are responsive to their different constituencies, much like we all are. And I really see it about equity. I do know folks had some concerns, so if people aren't quite ready to make this move or would like to have more conversations themselves one-on-one with members, this is something we could carry over. But I do think, when we're looking at different positions and trying to make things fair and, clean across the board, this seems like a common sense measure. So that's where I'm at.
Representative Dodge. Thank you, Senator. We'll now turn to questions. Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Daughtry, for this bill. I have a question, please. In my notes, I have my impression was that this was somehow, rather than just sort of leveling the playing field, was going to perhaps increase the politicization, I don't think I said that correctly, but of these positions. And it appeared that this bill, though prompted by some specifics, was addressing things more broadly than what brought the bill about. Could you perhaps react or help me understand that at a better level, please? Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for that question. I'm sorry if I'm glancing around. It looked like the mailman was around the corner, so I was making sure that Bailey didn't wreck all of our eardrums again. So what I would say is I don't think it's about politicizing these positions. I mean, where you get the sort of holding folks accountable currently would be within the board position, which the way that those nominations are spread out for any of these commissions is built in, so someone can't sweep the entire commission. They've built in longevity with terms. So you're going to be having members, no matter who the administration, that were appointed by one administration, followed by the other. And also those folks, do come, the majority of them, before our committee as well. So there's another built-in layer of accountability measures. So it can't just be, I don't agree with this one person's decision, I'm going to shove them out. Instead, right now, the way things are, in statute is that the folks in these figures can serve indefinitely. And, I think when you look at the structure of a nonprofit, say we weren't in state government, the folks who would be serving as the executive director would be serving at the pleasure of the board. So it sort of feels like it's an outlier. So I don't see it as increasing politicization. I see it about equity moving forward. I think for me, the only reason, I was concerned about making sure we grandfather folks in who were hired into these positions under a current setup, that we don't change it for them. But I think this is really about creating a level playing field and making sure that, folks are, treated the same as they would be in the private sector or the public sector. Because even within the public sector, it's not quite the same as well. I see Mr. Seneff, I might have said something that he's wanting to correct.
So, Senator, Representative Dodge, does that answer your question? Okay, thank you. Mr. Senate, did you want
to? I did just want to add that I had gone, I had a question when I was looking at the statute around this as to whether these positions were classified under the civil service law. It was a little ambiguous when I looked at it. So I emailed the contact in the legal counsel for the governor's office, who then brought the question to the Bureau of Human Resources, and they did some digging, and they did get back to me, and they said, the general rule is that if something is, it is classified unless it's not classified, and there's nothing here saying that this is not classified. They did express that It is unusual that a position in this pay range would be classified. They wrote that given the level of the positions, they would have assumed that they were unclassified, but they do appear to be classified. And classified by that, sorry, I mean, they fall under the civil service laws. And what they're saying is usually you would see a position like this not fall under the civil service laws. So they do appear to be unusual in their opinion. So I just wanted to relay that.
And if I could just follow up very quickly, if somebody were to fall into the classified, there would be a whole set of procedures that would protect them or influence their dismissal. Is that correct?
Correct. It doesn't mean that they're unionized, but it does mean that they fall under the civil service protections of state law.
And then somebody who's non-classified would not have those similar type of protections.
They serve at the pleasure of. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I have Representative Stearns, Representative McCray, and Senator Daughtry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My understanding is currently these positions of a person could be dismissed for cause. Is that, I think that's correct. And I'm wondering if either our analyst, Sam, or Mr. Feely in the audience could define for cause, give examples of what type of threshold that indicates.
That's probably outside of my ballpark, but Mr. Feely may be able to answer that question.
Representative Stearns, you said that would you like to have Mr. Feely try to answer that question?
Yes, if that's possible, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Welcome, Mr. Feely. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. And,
hi, thanks for having me.
Did you hear the question?
I did. It's also a little bit outside of my ballpark, but I think usually for causes like progressive discipline, that there's, you know, that somebody's made aware of, the employee's made aware of an employment issue, that they have a chance to rectify that. If they don't, then maybe there's some other step taken. But it's a progressive discipline is usually my understanding of for cause. But I'm not an expert in employment law. So maybe Representative McCray knows better.
And Mr. Feely, if you just stay with us for a couple minutes, there may be follow-up questions.
I had a follow-up, Mr. Chair, if I could.
Okay, Representative Stearns.
So hearing that answer, if we were to pass this bill, would the commission be able to dismiss someone without cause, without any progressive discipline, without any evaluation, and just kind of say we want to go in a different direction?
Well, I think any employment lawyer would tell you that you want to have a reason when you're dismissing someone in case they complain, especially in public employment. But at the pleasure of does denote that it's a lower bar for sure. There you are. You moved around on the screen. Sorry.
Thank you.
All right. Again, Mr. Feely, if you'd stay with us. Representative McCray had a question, and then Senator Daughtry. Representative McCray.
Yeah, first of all, this last comment by Mr. Feely, who said maybe I would know, but anyway, a little bit I do. In the field of teaching, that probationary period, it's basically thanks for being here while you were, and we're not a good match, and good luck in your future. So it doesn't have to be with cause. There is not that just cause thing. So that's just something aside. What I am curious about is apparently the only one that this would affect now would be the arts commissioner. And I'm wondering if when that person was brought on board, it was clear that they would serve at the pleasure of the administration, as it would be different for the the other two people involved in this years ago. And if that's the case, why would that not be going forward from now instead of January 1? Maybe Senator Daughtry can shed some light there. That's just
So,
my mind as we were discussing.
Okay, Mr. Feely, did you want to try to answer that question, or should we ask Senator Daughtry?
But your analyst, Mr. Seneff, said, I think January 26th he came on. My understanding was he came on in interim status. He's not been permanently hired. And I'm not aware that that's changed, although it's May 21st now. I haven't heard that that's changed, and he was aware of these discussions.
Okay. Senator Daughtry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm sorry, Representative McCray, my audio jumped out a little bit, but I think what you were asking was if the current interim executive director of the Maine Arts Commission was aware of these conversations. Is that correct?
Yes, I didn't take into account the interim status
Okay.
before I asked the question, but was that if that person was aware of this at the time, then it's all fair game to me.
Yeah, and that I'd say that's also out of my wheelhouse. I haven't had a chance to have that conversation. It is the interim executive director. I just wanted to say it was interesting, Mr. Seneff, what you were saying about classified versus not classified. It sounds like, if I had to sum that up, these positions from what you discovered are outliers in this determination, correct?
That from the little bit that I've looked at this, and from what I have heard from other folks, that it does appear to be the case.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my question, I'm going to have to jump. I have a hearing I have to go to in judiciary. And Senator Daughtry, you had mentioned, excuse me, that you'd be willing to carry this over. And I would like to suggest that we do that. I'm going to have to fly, but that's my 2 cents worth. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Sampson. And are you expected back this afternoon?
Are you speaking to me?
Yes.
For me to come back to play with you guys in the sandbox?
Well, I just didn't know how long you might be in judiciary.
I really have no idea. It
Okay.
could be a long hearing,
Right.
but I will come back when I'm finished.
Great, thank you.
Even if I'm the only one showing up to the party.
All right. Senator Daughtry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sandbox indeed. I was just going to say, I agree with Representative Sampson. And I think that's kind of what I was getting at, is this is a nuanced conversation that is part of a bigger whole. So if amenable to the committee, I think carrying it over is the way to go. It's always better to be careful than it is to be.
So, Senator, if you would make that motion.
May I move LD 1206 ought to be carried over into the future, otherwise known as the second.
To the next session. Okay. Is there a second to that motion? Representative Stearns, I believe, is seconding the motion. Any further discussion? This will just be a hand vote, and a majority would be necessary one way or the other. Any further discussion? Seeing none, how many, all those in favor of the motion to carry over LD 1206? I'm not seeing any opposition, so I will consider it to be a unanimous vote. And we'll put an asterisk that Representative Sampson also supported it, even though she wasn't here physically. All right, well, Senator Daughtry, thank you very much. And Mr. Feely, good to see you,
Nice to see
as
you all.
always. And thank you very much for being here with us.
All right, continue the conversation next year.
Yep.
Bye.
And Mr. Senate, have we exhausted your work with us today?
Yes, thank you. And I also am off to judiciary. Thank you.
Okay, great. Well, we look forward to seeing you again, and good luck. You'll need a lot of luck in judiciary. Representative Crockett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to note, because I know Senator Daughtry is often pulled away. She has another bill, 680, And I don't know if it made sense to do that now.
Well, I actually think we're going to be able to get to that fairly quickly.
Tried, Mandy, tried.
And so I'm sure she appreciates your effort to accommodate her. So we will close the work session on 12:06, and we will open the work session on LD 84. We've already had a staff analysis on the bill. This was a bill by Representative Fockingham that would have increased teacher health insurance by 5% a year over a period of time. We chose to support a bill that was identical that Representative Collins had in, that has since passed the House and I believe the Senate. So Representative Stearns, did you have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, based on the fact that it seems like the intent of this bill has been accomplished or is well on its way to being accomplished, I would vote ought not to pass, or move ought not to pass.
Move ought not pass. Is there a second to that motion? Representative Lyman has seconded the motion. Is there any discussion? Seeing none. Mr. Baker, would you call the roll?
Yes, Representative. Senator Rafferty.
You're on mute.
Senator Rafferty, you're on mute.
Sorry.
That's okay.
That was my brain, I think, yeah.
Okay, Senator, how would you like to vote?
Yes, no, ought not to pass.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Daughtry.
Yes.
Senator Daughtry votes yes. Representative Brennan.
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Crockett.
Yes.
Representative Crockett votes yes. Representative Dodge.
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Lyman.
Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Roach.
Yes.
Representative Roach votes yes. Representative Salisbury.
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. And Representative Stearns.
Yes.
Representative Stearns votes yes. All right, Representative, so it's unanimous of those present and voting in favor of the motion.
Right. So the motion does prevail, not to pass on LD 84. We'll now close the work session on LD 84. We'll open the work session on LD 176. And I would look to Representative Stearns for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move that LD 176 be carried over.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Senator Rafferty beat out Senator Daughtry for the second. So it's been moved by Representative Stearns, seconded by Senator Rafferty to carry over LD 176. Any further committee discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of carryover, we just have a show of hands. We do have a majority to carry it over. Representative Salisbury stuck in here. Thank you. we have you. Great. So it's unanimous to carry over LD 176. Ms. Risler.
Thanks. I just wanted to let the committee know when you vote to carry over, you're of course requesting permission from the presiding officers, and I draft a memo to the presiding officers on your behalf that is the request. Just so the committee knows, what I record is the vote itself, in which case, and it's just, I'm not taking numbers, I'm saying unanimous of those present. I do also generally we are requested to include a justification, which is usually some standard language. But I may ask as we go through these if I need any clarification. Most of the time I know from the committee discussion, generally what the justification is. In this case, I think it's probably fair to say just that the issues raised in the bill are being addressed by affected parties, and the committee will be in a better position next session to determine whether this bill is needed. And Stearns is nodding his head, and great, perfect. But if I jump in at some point, that's just what I'm looking for, is just that sentence or two to make sure we give the reason for the carryover request.
Okay, thank you. Representative Dodge, did you have a question?
Yes, please. I wonder, is Ms. Risler keeping a tally? Could we know where we are with carryovers at this point, please?
Where we got 2.
Oh, zippity doodah. Thank you.
2 out of 12. All right, we will close the public hearing, the work session on LD 176, and we'll now go to LD 270 and open the work session. I would be looking for a motion at this point to carry LD 270 over. This is the regional adjustment bill that we've had prior discussions about. And for Ms. Risler's benefit, we needed additional study and information in order to act on the bill. So Senator Rafferty, did you want to make a motion?
Yes, Senator Representative Brennan, I will make a motion on LD 270 to be carried.
Is there a second to that motion? Representative Stearns has seconded the motion. Been moved by Senator Rafferty, seconded by Representative Stearns to carry over LD 270. We already provided the rationale. So any further committee discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of carrying the bill over? And Representative Crockett? We see him. Okay, great. All right. The motion did pass. We'll now close the work session on 270, and we will now go to LD 680 and open the work session on LD 680. And before I look to a motion, I'll just look to Senator Daughtry if she did want to make a motion. Go right ahead.
Chair, I was going to say, for Ms. Risler's benefit, we're still hoping to carry this over as an independent study is done to determine the capacity within stakeholders and make sure we have all of our ducks in a row. So with that, I would make a motion to carry over LD 680 into the not so distant.
Second to that motion. Senator Rafferty has seconded. I don't think you need to put the rationale as getting all our ducks and aligned, but
I mean, I'm always pro ducks, you know, and all birds.
Don't worry, we have some pretty standard language for almost every situation that I'll add a moment, a word or two if I need it, but otherwise, yeah, I won't count the ducks.
Okay, so it's been moved by Senator Daughtry, seconded by Senator Rafferty that we carry over LD 680. Any further committee discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion to carry over? Representative Crockett? Okay, we'll go without him at this point. The motion does carry, so we will carry over 680, and we will now close the work session on LD 680, and we will go to LD 1207, and we'll open the work session on 1207. And I would look to Senator Rafferty for a motion.
Thank you, Representative Brennan. I would make a motion to carry LD 1207, please.
Carry it over. Is there a second to that motion? Representative McCray. Seconded. Just for people's information, that is the bill that has to do with student count within the school funding formula. And we passed a similar bill with Representative Millett, but we wanted to carry this over in order to have a vehicle for this discussion next year in regards to GPA. So it's been moved by Senator Rafferty, seconded by Representative McCray to carry over 1207. And the rationale is to allow us to have further discussion and study on as it relates to general purpose aids education. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion to carry over 1207? Anybody opposed? None, it is unanimous. Thank you. And Representative Crockett did make it in. We will now close the work session on 1207, and we will open the work session on LD 1389. This is Representative Cuddy's bill that has to do with the Ocean School. And at his request, we were going to move to carry the bill over. Representative Lyman, did you want to make a motion?
Sure. I make a motion to carry over LD 1389.
Great. Is there a second to that motion? Representative Stern seconded that motion. And again, the rationale is for the committee to have a vehicle to have this discussion about sunsetting, the sunset related to Ocean School next year. Any further committee discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion to carry over 1389. I see everybody. Representative Roach. Okay, we're all set. That is unanimous. Carry over 1389. We'll now close the work session on 1389, and we will open the work session on LD 1632. This is the bill that last week we were supposed to have a public hearing on, but we canceled. It has to do with the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf, and the head of the school came and told us that she had not had sufficient time to recommend the rules that they had thought that they would be proposing to us. This is Representative Peirce's bill, and she asked that we carry it over for next session. So would anybody like to make a motion? Senator Rafferty.
Yes, Representative. I would like to make a motion that we carry forward LD 1632.
Okay.
I would second that motion, Mr. Chair, if it pleases the committee.
Yes, it's been seconded by Representative Dodge to carry over LD 1632. Any further committee discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of carryover on 1632? It is unanimous. Thank you. So we will carry that over, and we will close the work session on LD 1632. I'm just going to skip quickly just because I think it'll make sense. 1705, we actually have to do a bill analysis on that. So I'm going to skip quickly to 1727, which is Senator Jackson's bill regarding sexual assault on college campuses. And he has, we have not had a public hearing or a work session on the bill, but he has asked that we carry it over to next session to give them time to do additional work on the bill. So at this point, I'll open the work session on LD 1727 and look for a motion to carry the bill over. Representative McCray has moved carry over on 1727. Representative Salisbury seconded the motion. Is that right? Yeah, okay. So it's been moved and seconded to carry over LD 1727. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you. At this point, Ms. Risler, how many carryovers do we have?
Eight.
We have 8, and our limit is 12. So we are in good shape with carryovers at this particular point, and we still have some decisions to make next week. We don't have to get to 12, but we're in good shape in terms of carryovers and not being at the limit. So for the rest of the afternoon, presently what we have before us is LD 1705, and then we will go into work session on LD 414, which is again the academy schools and the CTE issue. So if I am correct, Ms. Risler, we just have those 2 bills remaining. Okay, 1705, I will open the work session on 1705. This was a bill that we heard yesterday from Senator Baldacci, and I'll ask Ms. Risler if she will provide the, I know she didn't have much turnaround time, but just as a matter of practice, if you could give us your analysis as best you can.
Yeah. So I don't have a official bill analysis for you, but this is LD 1705, which is an act to support Maine students who are dependents of current or former members of the military. And what I'll just do is just bring the bill up for you and just quickly move through it, as well as address one question that did come up. So the first section of the bill provides that in addition to the provision in subsection 1 of Title 20A, Section 2404, a dependent of a member of the United States Armed Forces who has received official military orders to relocate to the state is eligible to apply to a virtual public charter school. Subsection 1 of that section provides that a student is eligible to apply if they are a resident of this state. So that's what that is expanding upon. The second provision provides for military connected students whose parent is transferred or is pending transfer to the state while on active military duty pursuant to an official military order is considered a resident of the school administrative unit in which the address identified by the parent pursuant to paragraph C below is located. And the definition for military connected student is in this newly enacted section in regards to the Purple Star schools. And a military connected student means a student who is a dependent of a current or former member of the United States military serving in the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps, Space Force, or Coast Guard on active duty, the Maine National Guard, or a reserve force of the United States military, or a member of a military reserve force described in paragraph A who was killed in the line of duty. So that's the definition. As mentioned at the public hearing, this provision regarding the Purple Star schools is a voluntary designation. It's not a requirement or it's not mandatory, but a school administrative unit may apply, and if so, and if qualifies, may be designated by the Department of Education as a Purple Star school. The qualifications are listed here, including designating a staff member as a military liaison, maintaining the school administrative unit's publicly accessible website, an easily accessible webpage that includes resources for military connected students and their families, maintain a transition program led by students when appropriate that assists military connected students in transitioning into the school administrative unit, offers professional development for staff members related to issues for military connected students, and initiates one of the 3 initiatives regarding resolution, recognition, and partnership with a local military installation. It also provides for partnerships, and again, voluntary, it's a may, that school administrative units may partner with another school administrative unit to fulfill the requirements of the chapter. And the department is required to adopt rules, which would be routine technical rules. And finally, it does include the provision regarding that a spouse or child of an active duty member of the United States Armed Forces who is assigned to duty out of the state immediately following assignment to duty in the state is eligible for in-state tuition rates and fees at the University of Maine system, the Maine Community College system, or the Maine Maritime Academy, as long as the spouse or child resides continuously in the state while enrolled in the post-secondary institution. And I do believe there was some public hearing testimony that referred to a proposed language amendment by Becky Smith of the Maine Community College system. And if you would like me to try to find that quickly, I will do so.
So Ms. Risler, before we go on, you said there may be an amendment from the community college?
Yeah, let me see. I know Senator Baldacci mentioned it in his testimony. Let me just see if I can pull it up quickly. I had not done so previously.
Is this an amendment that is supported by Senator Baldacci?
That I could not speak to.
Okay. And I'm assuming Sam is Senator Baldacci with us?
Not with us, Representative, but invited.
Okay. Representative Salisbury, you had a question? No. Okay.
No, I was going to say when it was ready, I'd be happy to make a motion, but I'm just worried now about an amendment that maybe I don't have the full information. So perhaps I'll wait.
You can make the motion, and as soon as we get clarification on the amendment.
Would you like me to pull it up? I do have her testimony on my screen now. All right, so just for being complete, this is the testimony of Becky Smith from the Maine Community College System on LD 1705.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
And the recommendation is on her second page here, and I can make that a little bit bigger. From Becky Smith, it says, our recommendation, if you move forward with this bill, is that it should be amended to extend the waiver to dependents, which would make it consistent with existing policy. Children who are not dependents should not be eligible for this type of waiver. Alternatively, the language could be revised to read spouses and dependent children in the event a spouse is not a dependent. We also believe that the bill should require a physical connection to Maine, either through a brief active duty period in Maine or the physical presence of eligible family members in Maine. We do not believe the situation occurs very frequently, and without more information, they cannot determine fiscal impact.
Ms. Risler, could you call up the original bill again? Senator Rafferty?
Representative Brennan, I believe that Senator Baldacci is on his way in at this time.
Okay. I'm trying, I thought I read this right, and I think I'm reading it right, but all I'm seeing is it says you're eligible for in-state tuition. I don't see the reference to a waiver.
Yeah, I don't see anything for the waiver either. I think the main thing was the having it be a dependent child or spouse.
Okay, but a waiver would be a tuition waiver. And all this says is that they're eligible for in-state tuition rates.
It may be a terminology thing in terms of the waiving the out-of-state portion.
Well, typically in the past, when we've used the word waiver in law, it's been a tuition waiver that waives tuition.
And nothing in this bill does have a tuition waiver.
That's correct. So, all it does is allow for in-state tuition.
Correct.
Yep. Okay. So Senator Baldacci, you've joined us.
Yes, thank you, Representative Brennan.
We do have a number of questions that we will get to, but I wanted specifically the community college in their testimony suggested there need to be a amendment to clarify a waiver. But in our reading of the bill, we don't see anything that references a waiver, that you're simply allowing for persons to qualify for in-state tuition. Is that correct?
Right. So yeah. So the wording was just to make sure that they would be treated the same as in-state residents. Yeah.
So there is no waiver involved in the bill.
Yeah. I agree. It might have been a terminology issue about waiving out of state, but I agree. I heard your comments before, and I agree.
But your intent was not to provide a tuition waiver. It was just to provide that they have eligibility for in-state tuition.
Right. Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Yeah.
So Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Did Representative McCray have a question before or should I go ahead?
You can ask a question if you'd like. Yes. Or.
Okay. Yes. I'm totally in support of the bill. I hear dependents, children dependents, and I hear spousal dependents. Is there, I'm sure I'm just missing something. Is there any reason why we should include the member of the military themselves? We're giving it to all his family, his or her family, sorry.
Mr. Chairman, may I speak?
I'll direct the question to Senator Baldacci. There we go, that'll do it.
Thanks. I think that's a good question. And I think I was relying on the revisor's office based on what the Department of Defense said. I think they assumed that the military member will be in service, but I think if we include the military member, that's fine with me as well. I think there might have been an assumption that the military person was going to be in service, but I'd be fine with that amendment. Thank you, Representative McCray.
I think the one that I'd be concerned about is the person that is a veteran that retired, that it is no longer in active duty.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, yep.
So there.
Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Baldacci, for being with us this afternoon.
Thank you.
My question is around maintaining residency while attending college while one's parents have moved out of state. Perhaps this is just a technicality, but I wonder if the university might say, dad's been reassigned or mom's been reassigned. You're attending the University of Maine. When you have a vacation or a break, you go to Pennsylvania or wherever mom and dad are. Is there some sort of finer point that I'm not getting here? Thank you.
Well, I think the issue, thank you, Representative Dodge. I think the issue was that when the parents are reassigned, that the children would lose their their ability to be in-state tuition, to get in-state tuition.
Follow up. May I follow up, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I understand that part of it.
Okay.
But if the parents have been reassigned and home is really now someplace else, are we certain that this language will cover that if we're talking about maintaining some connection with the state, but mom and dad have been reassigned? I just want to make sure that we have that clear enough.
Right. Can you read that portion again?
Hillary, is it possible to bring that up, please? And thank you.
Yes, from the bill.
Yes, please.
Yes, so it provides that a spouse or child of an active duty member of the United States Armed Forces who is assigned to duty out of the state immediately following assignment to duty in the state is eligible for in-state tuition rates and fees at the University of Maine system, the Maine Community College system, or the Maine Maritime Academy, as long as the spouse or child resides continuously in the state while enrolled in the post-secondary institution.
So I see your point, Representative Dodge, and you know how lawyers are, they can always twist things one way or the other. So I think that you're probably, maybe if we could tweak that language perhaps to say as long as they're continuously enrolled in an institution of higher learning in the state of Maine. But thank you very much, Representative Dodge, for pointing that out.
Thank you for your clarification.
No,
and
thank you, really.
I'm hoping to go to law school, maybe.
Yes, exactly. If you hear a lot of fire trucks behind me, I'm in downtown Bangor, so there's a bunch of fire trucks going right past the office.
All right, I had Representative Stearns, Representative Crockett, and then Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Under section 4, I think I would add the word dependent as per the recommendation from the community college. That's gonna keep us away from someone deciding they live in Arizona and Uncle Buck is up in Orono. Let's go live there for a while and do the in-state tuition gig. So it would have to be a dependent child.
Okay.
If the good senator is amenable to
Senator, are you amenable to that? Okay. All right. So at least at this point, we have two potential additions, clarifications. Representative Crockett.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Hillary, if you could pop up lines 30 and 31, professional development. A couple questions regarding that. One, are any of these issues that would be related to military connected students not currently being addressed? And if that's the case, would there be a cost to offering professional development to the staff members?
I'm not sure if it's for me. In terms of cost, there could be. However, I would remind you that doing any of it is voluntary. So you're not looking at any sort of mandate issue, because the only cost that would occur is because the school administrative unit chooses to seek this designation.
That definitely answers the second question. I'm more curious or not, are there military connected issues that would be new? Or is this pretty standard stuff that's probably already part of the training? I guess that would be for Senator Baldacci, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Crockett. I think that I think what they're looking for genuinely is to have schools that are attuned to children, family members who are transferring in and out, and that they be attuned to the needs, because obviously there's going to be needs of filling in gaps for education and getting kids into sports or clubs. So a lot of this is really geared to making those transitions, which are hard, somewhat easier for the kids in a new school system. And just to make sure staff is attuned to that issue. And I'm sure the DOT people are gonna be working with the schools that decide to go along with this and to focus on that issue. But that's primarily the issue, is to make the transitions easier.
Okay, I had Representative Stearns, Representative McCray. No, okay. And I had done Representative Stearns and Senator Rafferty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a question on the piece that Representative Dodge brought up, and the language that was put out was continuously enrolled. And I have a question about that, because we were talking about residency. So the dependent, the mom and dad or the guardian of the dependent moves out of state, but the student, the dependent, stays continually enrolled. Or do we want continuous residency? In other words, so you could register as a freshman, and no matter where mom and dad went, you would continue to get in-state tuition?
I'll leave that. Do you want me to answer that, or do you want Representative Dodge to answer that?
It's a toss-up question, like on college bowl.
I will let Representative Dodge, you go, because you were able to identify that as an issue.
You're muted, Representative.
You're muted. You're muted.
Shoot. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Baldacci. Thank you, Representative Stearns. That was exactly my question, because during school vacations, freshman year through senior year, I'd want to go home to get chocolate chip cookies from my mom, and I would not have continuous residency in the state. My summer job might also be in the place where my parents have been restationed. So I do think we need to be careful around that language. That was exactly the basis of my question.
Right. So that's why I suggested, Representative Stearns, maybe it needs to be continuously enrolled. So that way we get around the residency issue, and it's easy to objectively define whether they're still enrolled or not. So if that works for the committee, I just throw that as a suggestion.
Well, that could be a real benefit. Like I say, if someone's dependent is living in the state, and then let's say it's mom and dad transfer out, that student would then have a 7th semester benefit without any really ties to the state of Maine except through in-state tuition. Mom and dad would have long left the residency piece. That's gonna cost you.
It's also fairly easy for the student to establish residency themselves. But I don't think under the Representative Dodge scenario, if somebody leaving to go home, I don't think that would compromise their residency. You know, anybody who's 18 and older, their ability to establish residency themselves independent from their family is fairly easy.
Well, if they establish residency, they would have in-state tuition.
That's correct.
No need to be covered by this bill.
Right. But I think what Senator Baldacci is trying to do is protect that in-state tuition rate, regardless of where the parents might move to or be assigned to.
I think we want to give that a lot of thought. There'll be a lot of military people that would be around the country that would like that idea. We have to be careful with the language on that, what our intent is. I'm fully behind the intent of the bill. I get it, but we just don't want to open up the university coffers to exploitation, I don't believe.
Well, I could see some language that basically says, you know, if the parents and the student are residents of the state when they enroll in the college, that if the parent is transferred, they retain residency or in-state tuition until they graduate.
Or until they transfer.
Right,
or quit,
right.
Or quit.
Right. So Representative Stearns, can we work on the language going forward, or did you have some specific ideas that you want to suggest to Hillary at this point?
Well, I think we can work on it. And I'm wondering if it wouldn't make some sense to pull up that community college memo again, the testimony. And that's what I was kind of working from.
Okay.
So I do know Christopher Arnold from the Department of Defense is available, and I don't know if it's worth asking Sam Baker to maybe reach out to Becky Smith or Sam Warren to see if they're available. But I can certainly pull up that testimony again if the committee would like.
Okay, so why don't we do both of those? If you'd call up testimony, and Sam, if you could find Ms. Warren, that would be helpful, or Ms. Smith for that matter, either one.
You want me to reach out to both representatives?
Yep.
Okay.
So this is Becky Smith's testimony, which provides some of the their policy regarding in-state tuition to students who are members of the armed forces during their period of activity in Maine or claimed as dependents by members of the armed forces during such members' period of active duty in Maine. They also provide some in-state tuition to active duty service member, spouse, or child to whom the service member transferred benefits available under the post 9/11 GI Bill. In that case, the spouse or child must live in Maine, but there is no 12-month residency requirement. And there's an age limit. And there was some concern, it looks, raised by the lack of the physical connection to the state.
So Representative Stearns, did you?
Yeah, I have the same concern that Becky Smith has. And if there's absolutely no physical connection to the state whatsoever, in other words, the person is here in August, mom and dad are assigned military duty here, the student should have that in-state tuition. Absolutely, I understand that piece. And then they're transferred to Arizona. I would believe at the end of that semester, or the end of the year at least, that there at that point on, there is no connection with that student to the state of Maine whatsoever. They don't have a mom and dad there. They don't have any connection at all, except they've gone to school one semester. So I believe that the benefit should be dropped at that point. They're an out-of-stater at that point. Unless, as you point out, they establish residency. And if they establish residency, God bless them. They're going to get in-state tuition anyway.
Okay. So I have a number of hands. So we will start. I have Senator Baldacci. Did you want to respond or comment, or did you want us to go to other questions first?
So I just wanted to respond. I appreciate Representative Stearns' concerns, but just to back up a little bit, this bill is about trying to make, these are military families. These are people who have volunteered for military duty, and they're being assigned. It's not like they're making voluntary decisions to be necessarily to be assigned or to go to Iraq or to go to Hawaii or go to Alaska. So I think that the whole point of the bill is to try to ease the transitions for the family. So I really think that we're going to have to meet in the middle maybe on this and something, but I don't think we're really exposing the University of Maine system to big numbers to begin with. And second of all, I actually think it encourages young people to come to Maine, which is also a good thing, or to stay in Maine. So there's pluses on all sides. I just want to let you know, I totally understand your concern about it being exploited, but I think there's enough ways to kind of to deal with the language. But hopefully we can meet in the middle. And I just wanted to say my 2 cents. Thank you, sir, for letting me talk.
Okay, so I had Representative Salisbury, then Crockett, and then Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Baldacci.
And Representative Roach. Go ahead, Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Baldacci. Way back when we started, who knew all these issues were going to get raised? I was originally going to make a motion, which I won't do right now because I'm the daughter of an Air Forceman, and we moved back to Bangor, Maine from Germany, where we had moved to from Limestone, Maine, and we moved there. At the time, I was not eligible for in-state tuition, but I did go to the Mary Snow School in Bangor. But anyway, I think it's important to recognize that while these students may not be able to establish residency, they are establishing their place in the state of Maine by attending a University of Maine school. And so they've established themselves as a student, they're living on campus, they're a part of that community, and they've established themselves. And so without any control over the fact that their parents might get sent to another state, another country, another whatever, to cut them off after the next semester, I think would be really unfortunate. Because again, like Senator Baldacci just said, I think we're encouraging people to want to stay and live in Maine and continue their life here, continue their college education, which benefits the state of Maine greatly. We want students to come to college here. We want them to establish their lives here. And I think that this eases that transition. And so I think therefore it does establish a residency by living on campus and living in these communities. They are establishing that. So I understand that we don't want to open the coffers or, be exploited upon, but I don't think that we're going to find that's an issue. I think, in fact, it's only going to strengthen the state of Maine and the community college and the University of Maine system.
Thank you, Representative.
I've been notified by Mr. Baker that we have Ms. Smith, Mr. Arnold, and Ms. Warren available. So I'm going to call them into the discussion, and then we will go to questions. Representative Salisbury, thank you for your comments. And Ms. Warren and Ms. Smith, have you been listening to the discussion at all?
I've been listening to part of it, but not the entire discussion. I
Okay.
joined partway through.
Okay, so let me get the rest of the questions on the table before I ask you to comment. Mr. Arnold?
Yes, if I may, I believe that Representative Stearns might be a bit, off from the intent, although I do appreciate his comments. This is a policy that's been enacted in 31 other states, and as seen in other states which have implemented the policy, it does not materially impact the number of individuals who qualify for in-state tuition at institutions of higher education or community college. Thus, the higher education revenues and expenditures are not materially affected. We're talking about closing a very small loophole between acceptance and attending. Once you're attending, you already get the benefit whether or not mom or dad moves under current policy. But if you're a student whose mom or dad is serving and you're anticipating attending the University of Maine system, and then there's a forced move to Hawaii, are you going to have to find a college at the last minute if the move is in June in that 2-month period, or suddenly pony up an extra $13,000? We submit that that's unacceptable, which is why we support enaction of this policy. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Representative Roach and then to Representative McCray and Representative Crockett. If you have questions, Representative Roach.
Thank you. Two quick things. One is I picture this, I guess I pictured this bill also, and correct me if I'm wrong, the sponsor or Mr. Arnold or anyone, that, down in our area, we often have submarines, down our way on base, and we adopt the submarine, or we have they move into our town, come to our schools, things like this. And sometimes those kids, they're here for the last submarine, I think, was 4 or 5 years. I got to know quite a few of the guys, and this would benefit those kids, wouldn't it? Like, because they're might not stay here. They're here the duration of a submarine fix or whatever. But sometimes those are long fixes. Am I wrong in that? I guess when I read, I was like, oh, that's a great idea. They can go to YCCC at state, and can somebody answer that? And then I'll ask my other one after you answer. Sorry.
Nearby in the driveway, he's boiling off some of that syrup in big metal pots. Part
of that was not me.
So, Representative Roach, I think Mr. Arnold might be in the best position to answer that question. Mr. Arnold, did you understand the question?
I did, and thank you. And I believe if you refer to the University of Maine system's testimony, those individuals are already receiving in-state tuition, and then in terms of the community college system are also receiving in-state tuition under the waiver system. So this provision does not impact that scenario.
Okay.
Okay, so just follow up, Mr. Brennan.
Yep.
Just Representative Brennan, sorry. In Ms. Smith's written testimony, when I read it, this either way we look at this, I mean, I think we're making a big deal over something that's not that big a deal financially, but either way we look at it, at the end of your testimony, I think you said it really doesn't affect a lot of people, Ms. Smith. Is that true? Either way, if we pass this or not, it's not, I mean, I hope it passes. That's my goal right now, but it's not affecting a ton of students. Am I correct in that?
That's correct. We don't see it affecting a lot of people.
Okay, Representative McCray.
Yes, thank you very much. I recently had to travel to Connecticut for a funeral, and coming back through, I see billboards in enroll in the University of Maine at in-state tuition, which must mean to me, and Ms. Warren or Ms. Smith or both may want to chime in on this. It appears to me that the university system, at least, because that's the billboard, those are the billboards that I saw, are encouraging that and must want these students. They certainly wouldn't want them if they were a great big financial burden. The other thing that I was thinking as I put my hand up was exactly what a couple of people have said since then, including Senator Baldacci, is that like when my daughter went to USM from Fort Fairfield High School, I knew I had lost her. She was going to get there, she was going to be entrenched in the community, and she was going to end up there. She now lives in Gorham. I suspect that kids that come from Bristol, Connecticut, for whatever reason, that go to the university system, 4 years of school here, develop friendships, connections, and it just seems to me like a great backdoor way of stealing somebody else's kids. Thank you.
Well, I'm sure that will be the stated intent of the senator when he introduced the bill. But
I just want to say, Mr. Chairman, I saw those signs too in Boston coming back, and they apparently there's a New England compact, so anybody that lives in New England can get in-state tuition apparently. So, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing.
May I just, Sam Warren here, would you mind if I clarify a couple of things that have been said? Because we're broadcasting on YouTube, I want to make sure the system's policies are clear. Would that be okay, Chair Brennan?
Sure, go ahead.
So I'm sorry for your loss, Representative McCray, but I just want to clarify the billboards that you saw are encouraging students in whatever state, whether it was Massachusetts or Connecticut, to come to the University of Maine at the in-state rate of their flagship in their home state. So if you were in Connecticut, you could come to UMaine for the cost of what you would pay as an in-state student at UConn. That is separate from what Senator Baldacci is talking about, which is the NEBI rate, which is in certain programs where there is a New England compact around certain programs. But I would just say the flagship match has been hugely successful. Our out-of-state enrollment is now around 6,000 students, which has been vital to us keeping tuition affordable for Maine students. And also, as was noted, we try to get those students to stay, which, as you know, given our state's demographics, is very important as we grow the future workforce. So I just want to comment on that flagship match. Unfortunately, a few other states have now taken our lead, so it maybe doesn't have the purchasing power it once did, but it's a really successful and innovative program that's gotten a lot of national attention, and we're really proud of it. And of course, the reason we can do that is because our out-of-state and in-state tuition rates are already so affordable in comparison to others in the region and across the country. In terms of the system's policy on residency, as I noted in my written testimony, if someone lives in Maine for purposes other than education for 12 consecutive months, they already qualify for in-state residency. So if it's for the in-state tuition rate. So if a student, if an individual came to Maine with their mom or dad who was serving, and their mom or dad and their family was here for a year, the student would already be eligible for our in-state tuition rate. If the family was assigned, assigned to duty in the state of Maine, and the student moved and immediately enrolled in the university, but they were coming kind of with their family, and their family somehow was reassigned out of state within a year, we believe that is a very small population of people who would really be reassigned within a year. And as I noted in my testimony, given those very unique circumstances, the system would probably be already very deferential to that student and would probably honor the in-state tuition rate, given the circumstances were beyond the individual's control. But the system felt entirely comfortable closing this loophole for the very small number of people. And you know that I'm not usually in front of you saying, yes, let's expand a waiver or a benefit that's going to result in the system losing revenue. I very rarely take that position, but in this case, we felt that the impact was so small. And Maine has really been a national leader in the generosity of its veterans education benefits. So we felt comfortable making this kind of minor addition to the suite of benefits we already offer that have drawn a lot of veterans to the state of Maine as well as their families.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Warren, for that clarification. That was helpful. I had Senator Rafferty, Representative Dodge, and Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if and when you are ready, I'd be happy to make a motion.
I kind of, we already gave that to Representative Salisbury, but you have the second, Senator Rafferty.
Thank you.
So at the Representative Dodge, did you have a question? Representative Stearns?
I just wanted to comment, Mr. Chair, that I really appreciate the additional information that I've been given. I'm fully satisfied, fully on board.
Okay. And Ms. Smith, I don't know if you heard it. I raised a question earlier, and it was semantics, that you're referring to a waiver, and I didn't see anything in the bill that had to do with a waiver. Am I correct about that?
Oh, probably. I'm not looking at the bill right now, but
it was in your testimony that you suggested that we make a clarification about a waiver.
All right, hold on a quick second. I think our suggestion was just that we wanted to make sure that it wasn't just child, it was dependent.
Okay.
And I
So
know
the
that
waiver-
when I logged in today, you guys, when I switched from one committee to the next, you were already talking about that. So that sounded fine to me. And the same as what Ms. Warren said, we really don't have a problem. We just wanted to make sure it was consistent.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So Representative Salisbury, would you like to make a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I'd like to make a motion ought to pass as amended for LD 1705.
Okay. And the two amendment, Representative Rafferty, did you want to second the motion?
Just second the motion. Thank you, sir.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. And Ms. Risler, there were at least two amendments that we had talked about. You got both of those?
Yeah, so I had noting that it would be a dependent, and then the other was that it was as long as the spouse or child is continuously enrolled in the post-secondary institution, not that they
Okay.
have to continuously reside.
Okay. And Representative Stearns, are you okay with the bill at this point? Because I was going to make a suggestion, but I don't want to do it if you're okay. Okay. Thank you. Representative McCray.
Yeah, was there any reason why we should consider the veteran themselves or the active duty person the same as dependents or dependent spouse or what have you? I mentioned that early on, but I don't know where or if we went anywhere with it.
So I would note that this particular provision is specific to this situation where the active duty member is assigned out of the state immediately following assignment to the state. I make some of an assumption that that would mean that they would no longer be in the state. So I'm not sure how that would apply for this provision. Regarding what provisions or eligibility there might be for active duty members serving in the state, I would defer to Sam or Becky.
May I follow that up a little bit, Mr. Chair?
Well, Sam, if you could answer the question initially, and then Representative McCray and Senator Woodson.
I just wanted to make clear that state policy already provides that veterans and active duty members qualify for in-state tuition, regardless of where they live, anywhere in the nation, they already qualify. And that individuals who are out-of-state students, but who are using their parents' GI Bill benefits also qualify for in-state tuition. And many members of the National Guard also receive free tuition at our universities.
That
community colleges.
answers your question, Representative McCray?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay. So then I had Senator Woodson.
Thank you, sir. I was just going to ask Samantha to confirm what she just said. That they're already covered. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Senator. Senator Baldacci, did you have a final comment?
Yes, very briefly, I want to thank Christopher Arnold from the Department of Defense. I also want to note, and I obviously want to thank the committee, but I want to note, I know we spent a lot of time talking about higher education, but a lot of the benefits of the bill also are for K through 12, really to make those transitions easier for kids, for their families. And, you know, I think anything we do to make Maine a family-friendly state only helps bring more people here. So, but there's a lot of benefits for the K through 12 part. I know we've spent a lot of time on higher education, but I want to thank everybody. Thanks.
Thank you. So Representative Salisbury moved ought to pass on LD 1705 as amended, and it was seconded by Senator Rafferty. Is there any additional committee discussion? Seeing none, I will ask our clerk to call the roll.
Yes, Representative. Senator Rafferty.
Yes.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Woodsum. Oh, Senator Woodsum, you're muted.
Sorry. Yes.
No problem, Senator. Thank you. Senator Woodson votes yes. Representative Brennan?
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Crockett?
Yes.
Representative Crockett votes yes. Representative Dodge?
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Lyman?
Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yes. Representative McCray?
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Roach?
Yes.
Representative Roach votes yes. Representative Salisbury?
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. Representative Sampson?
Yes.
Representative Sampson votes yes. And Representative Stearns?
Yes.
Representative Stearns votes yes. All right, Representative, so it's unanimous of those present and voting in favor of the motion.
Well, thank you. Senator Baldacci, thank you for being with us. And I also want to thank Ms. Smith and Ms. Warren and Mr. Arnold for also being here with us. Your participation was helpful.
Well, thank you.
And
I appreciate the committee's work and Chairman Brennan and Chairman Rafferty and the committee very much. You guys have really done a great job making sure it's a better bill. So thank you. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
it.
We now, surprisingly, we are down to one bill. So I will close the work session on 1705, and we will open the work session on 414. And I am correct, Ms. Risler, this is our last bill of the day?
You are.
Okay, and we have no language review?
I didn't have any time.
Gee, that's too bad.
Yeah, I'm sure you're real broken up about it.
And we also have Representative Sampson back with us. Thank you. Good to see you again. And so what we will do is open the work session on 414. And I would ask Ms. Risler just to update us on where we stand with the LD at this point. You're muted. Hillary, you're muted.
Thank you. This is LD 414, which is an act regarding parity between the private schools and public schools regarding CTE tuition rates. We just worked this earlier this week, and you heard a lot from Mr. Dan Walker, as well as the Department of Education, Joe Allen and JC Holmes, that they had been working to come to some agreement that as of Tuesday had not happened. You did receive an email from Mr. Walker this morning. I haven't read it. As you know, I've been in committee with you, and I am not sure. He does end it by indicating that he understands that the Department of Education may want to continue to work on this issue. So I will need to defer to those stakeholders as to whether or not there is agreement or perhaps not.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Baker, do we have anybody from DOE available?
We do we have Dan Walker and we have Aaron Frazier, JC Holmes.
Probably JC Holmes.
JC Holmes,
Okay.
okay.
Would you have them join us? And then I believe that Mr. Walker, representing the independent schools, is also available, and would you ask him to join us? And while we're waiting for them, Representative Salisbury had a question or a comment, or she had her hand raised.
They don't have a question, I have a comment. Comment, bad joke, I don't know. I just want to express my concerns. I'm not at this point in favor of this bill. There's just too many unanswered questions. But more importantly, I am concerned about the impact that it will have on some of the smaller schools that we've heard from. And I'm too concerned about this to be able to support this bill at this time.
All right, thank you. And just at this point, well, just to back up for a second, but does anybody have any questions for Ms. Risler on the bill? Just content questions. Okay, Representative Crockett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I did not receive an email from Mr. Walker today, at least it's not in my inbox. So if that is of relevance to the ongoing discussion, is there a way to get that sent to us?
I will forward it now.
Okay. All right. So at this point, Ms. Holmes and we do have Mr. Walker, both of them with us. And Ms. Holmes, you were with us earlier this week, and we had discussion about whether or not there was agreement with you and Mr. Walker, and there didn't seem to be clarity about that. As we're meeting today, has there been any further progress on reaching agreement on 414?
There has not been any further discussion about additional language. However, Dan Walker did reach out to the commissioner and ask to potentially meet with her and some of the staff on some other language. So I think we're still in a position of wanting to work together, but I don't think we have resolution right at this moment. And I have certainly not had a chance to talk to the commissioner about the newer version of language that Dan sent to Joanne yesterday.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any questions from members of the committee for Ms. Holmes? Okay, Mr. Walker, thank you for joining us again. And obviously you heard what Ms. Holmes said. I know that you did send a proposed amendment to Ms. Risler and potentially some people on the committee. And so if you wanted at this point to discuss where you thought your discussions with DOE were, as well as your amendment, you have the floor.
Thank you, Representative Brennan, Senator Rafferty, members of the Education Committee. Appreciate the opportunity. Now I'll present I've had communications with various folks, with Joanne, with you, Chair Brennan, to talk through some of these things, some of these issues. Some of our heads of schools have talked, with some of you as well. We also have, if possible, we've got Jeff Burrows, who's the head of school of Lincoln Academy, and I think I'd like to outline where we think would be a good resolution here, that I have sent to the chairs, and I sent to the department, and I sent to Hillary. But I'd love to have Jeff come in if we could do that. I want to raise these issues, but he can really add the color around it, if that's possible.
No, it's fine that we can have him join us. I just don't want to create a public hearing again. So if he is going to speak to the substance of the amendment, that would be fine.
Absolutely. And I can, as he comes in, I'll just talk about the specific points that are in here. So as you remember, the original bill, simply all it did was it repealed Section 5809, and Section 5809 limits the ability of a school that accepts tuition dollars to only charge up to 2/3 of its tuition rate when one of its students chooses to go to a CTE, no matter how long they go there. So the first version of this was we simply repealed that. And then that provoked a series of discussions with the department. So at taking this from the top, one of the first things we respond to in this amendment is that one of the worries was that it would affect some certain public school arrangements that they had around tuition. So we made this only because as a result of those discussions, we made this only applicable to the private schools. Secondly, we heard a concern around the shock of losing that 1/3 for your CTE students. So we heard that, and so we decided. So we responded to that and said, okay, this is going to phase in over a 3-year period or 2 or 3 year period. So it'd start at 75%, then go to 83%, and then go to 100%. And so as part of that, and part of the discussions we were having, and also in discussions with this committee, we also heard that a good alternative would be, okay, so because as you've heard, this 1/3 at some point in the past, right, was used to actually pay for CTE. It's not used for that anymore. There's EPS that pays for that, and then any overages are paid through a local cost sharing agreement. So we said, well, we'll participate in the local cost sharing agreement to keep that whole. So we set that up. So that is still maintained in this amendment. However, we also heard that the department was uncomfortable of having our participation in these various boards and committees that are part of creating the cost sharing agreement. So we heard that, we pulled back from that. So that's been removed from the bill. So that's that's what's in the bill right now. So on that note, so now that you've seen the 4 corners of that amendment, and we've tried to be as responsive as we can be. I do understand. I sent it over to the department. It's hard to turn these things around really quickly. You know, I just gave them the amendment this morning. They haven't had the chance to review it. But sometimes these, you know, this time of year, these amendments do come quickly. We were given an amendment quite quickly the other day as well. So that said, they haven't had a chance to review it. We have asked for a meeting with the commissioner, kind of a big picture meeting. We think there's a lot of issues right now around that seem to be coming down the pike around town academies. 1672 from the other day, that was a bit of a surprise for us that it was passed, but we want to have those kind of discussions. And I think these types of issues would be part of that as well. So I'll leave it to Jeff to fill in the gaps there.
Okay. I see that Representative Crockett has his hand up. Did you have a immediate question? No. Okay. So I also see that we're joined by Representative O'Neill, who is the sponsor of the bill. And Sam, if you would let her into the discussion. Is she already?
She's here. Okay. She's here, Representative. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Representative O'Neill, good to see you. And at this point, we're going to go to Mr. Burrows, that he wanted to comment on the amendment, and then we'll go to Representative O'Neill.
Thank you so much, Senator Rafferty and the members of the Education Committee and Representative Brennan. I think just a piece of information here. I deeply appreciate Representative Salisbury's concern about how this affects all public schools and our career and technical education centers. This is an incredible opportunity for all of us. The situation is very unique in our situation. I'm going to lose $220,000 next year of revenue that doesn't go anywhere, right? There are 4 of us that I can say that is true. We will lose more than $1 million in revenue that we could use to bettering and furthering programming to support Maine kids. And that's the impact of that. I'm not saying that those issues that we heard from Superintendent Ray weren't essential, but superintendents and SAUs have different levers and different ways to deal with these things, and they can vote budgets to address these shortfalls. For town academies, this is the only revenue that we get in the door, and we don't want to have a disincentive to encourage our young people to take advantage of our of CTE centers. Bath Tech has an amazing new facility. They've added some incredible programs. That Morse High School is wonderful. I have 60 students who have been accepted there next year. That's net 20 up. That's awesome. We have 25% of our kids year over year that go directly in the workforce, and we need these situations. But this is an increase of more than $80,000 in lost revenue just year over year to me. So it's real money, and I know it's real money to other smaller schools too. To me, we tried as hard as we could to meet all of those issues that were raised to us, so that public schools can continue to use the mechanism as in 5809 as they've always used it. And this just allows us as town academies to be able to take the full advantage of the MAT to do what we need to do for all of our programs, because we are so fortunate to have the governor, the legislature, and all of you support fully funding career and tech centers. So that's what I wanted to offer to you today. We are hopeful that this is a solution that all can see as sensible and practical.
Thank you, Mr. Burrows. And before we go to questions again, I just asked Representative O'Neill if she wanted to add anything on the amendment or in general about the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I'm here to listen and support, and did want to make sure that that the principal from Senator Maxman's district got into. So thanks so much.
Thank you. So at this point, does anybody on the committee have a question for Mr. Walker, for Mr. Burrows, for Ms. Holmes, or for Representative O'Neill? Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for someone who may be able to answer it around the ability for local agreements to be made and the impact that this bill might or might not have on the efficacy of those agreements, please. Thank you.
I can speak from the perspective of ours with Bath Tech, if that helps, right? The way we wrote the bill would be that it would be up to them to decide how to use our participation in those local agreements with the tech center. But what we did offer was that once we got fully funded, we would take away, right now our current situation is different. AOS is different than SAUs and others. Currently that local share is going directly to the towns. We would pick that up. Lincoln Academy would pay the local share per pupil, just like the other superintendents around the table. That's a model that fits my specific example. That's the way I think we intend to do, that's the way we intend to do it across the town academies. But we'd also leave that as defer that to those people who run the CT centers and know what the restrictions and would have. That's their business to invite us into that as it currently stands.
Thank you. Representative Crockett, Representative Salisbury.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I really, I like the intent of the amendment. And I do think there is, a fairness question here with respect to the town academies. Yet I am concerned that this bill goes too far with respect to including all private schools. I think the point that Mr. Walker made with respect to 1632, which was just specifically with the town academies, was a fair one. And, if this bill was focused on those schools, I would be inclined to consider. But since it includes all of the private schools, probably will not be able to support this bill.
Right, Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just related to something that you mentioned, Mr. Bros, I appreciate your comments. And you were talking about, you know, how a public school could change their budget based on, you know, difference in, you know, the revenues and adjust their budget accordingly. What is the tuition cost to go to Lincoln Academy?
The tuition for students who have choice, it's MAT, so it's 11,275 plus the IVF. It's about just under $12,000 in general for students to come here.
Okay, and then for local day students?
Local day students, local day private pay students would be $14,900. Yep.
Okay.
Of which we have scholarship for. I'm sorry.
A main boarding student tuition?
35,000. We currently have none.
Okay, and then what about your international students? Do you have any international students?
We have about 20 students on campus currently. Yes, and the price for next year will be $49,900.
Oh, okay. Great, thank you.
Right. I had Senator Woodson and then Senator Rafferty.
Thank you, sir. Is it my understanding that there has not been an agreement between the private schools and the DOE? It's still outstanding. There's no agreement.
That's correct.
Right. We've been talking about it for about a month and a half, and we've reacted to concerns and provided this amendment. And we thought we were there, but I guess we're not quite there. You know, and we're committed to getting there. So.
Well, I mean, we have kicked this bill around, and I would like to suggest that we wait till Monday, give them a chance to further communicate, and then vote on it Monday.
Well, I don't know if you're making a motion, Senator, but I do have two other people that have questions.
Well, let's hear from everybody, then you will make a decision.
Okay.
Thank you.
Senator Rafferty.
My request, sir, if we can have one, is the Connor Caucus.
Certainly. For how long?
I think 10 minutes is more than enough.
Okay, so it's now 3:20, and we'll be back at 3:30. Okay, so we'll be back. The committee will reconvene at 3:30.
Representative Stearns, is it weather nice up that way?
You know, I've been self-quarantined in my living room here, but it looks absolutely gorgeous outside.
It's beautiful here. It wasn't, you know, for part of the day, but now it's gorgeous.
We've had good sun, and I need to go out for recess here pretty quick.
Yeah, my son keeps texting me from each and every shot he makes on the golf course right now just to make fun of me.
Yeah. And I haven't looked at the forecast. I hopefully will have a nice weekend, but I'll tell you, the forest is extremely dry, extremely dry. We need steady rain. I think it should rain. We should pass a bill where we have it rain from 1 a.m. to 3:30 a.m. Every day, and that wouldn't interfere with too many people.
Well, no, I'd like to pass a bill if there's no more bills. And I'm only a rookie, but it is.
Whenever I'm in a group of people and someone says there ought to be a law, I start to shake.
I think the weather's okay. There's going to be some showers tomorrow, I think, but it's not awful. It's supposed to be hot down here, like 80. Sunday's like 86. I'm like, are you kidding?
Yeah, Representative Roach, it was 90 degrees at my parents' place in Western PA today.
Oh,
I mean, that's very unusual.
Too soon for that. Plus the pollen is awful right now down here. I don't know. It's terrible. But
now, does Wells get inundated with out-of-staters on Memorial?
Oh yeah.
And
we're inundated today, as you can attest from my getting rear-ended by a Massachusetts person today. But
yeah. But you probably don't have the staff to be able to, in a lot of the restaurants and so forth, to be able to accommodate them. It's going to be
right. Well, it's not looking good, regardless of what when it's going to be. But yeah, I just read another place said they're going to open. Everybody seems to be open and trying to figure out how to open 6 days a week rather than 7 to give like all their employees the same day off. That way they don't have to make like schedules and that figured out days off. So, and just about every restaurant down here has a sign out front saying, "Be patient. We're trying."
Right. Right.
I think it's going to be a giant summer from what I'm looking out like today when I left school, a 6-7 minute trip took, barring the other thing, but it usually takes about 6-7 minutes. Took me about 15 minutes just to get out of the school and down on, so people are flying in right now, to town. So this weekend will be big. And then next Friday will be just nuts.
Yeah. Yeah. People are ready to rock and roll and they've got a little money in their pocket.
Yeah. And if it's a good beach day, I mean, it'll be, you won't find a parking spot down here. We don't have a ton of beach parking, but you won't find any, even if you do. But and we have Moody beaches for many years since I'm not going to be political. It is private, one of our beaches, so that hurts. The amount of people that could be on. Usually, it's Wells Beach and Agunquit are the two ones that are packed.
That's good to know. Then, if I come down, I won't drive. I'll just put my canoe in here and go over to Howland, down the Penobscot, and just swing down the coast.
Yeah, I welcome you to canoe down anytime. I tell you what, if you make it, I will buy that lobster dinner for you or wherever you want.
I'll have to talk my spouse into paddling.
I can imagine you're like Lewis and Clark.
I'll tell you, either wallpapering or canoeing is the best test of a marriage. If you can do either one of those activities, you're going to get along pretty well.
You know what? I'm not a canoe type person, but we did go once, and I would absolutely agree with you because I was not steering it right. I was not doing.
Oh shoot.
Okay, we're back. Okay, let me see if we have everybody here.
Looks like a few more might be jumping over, Representative. I don't see everyone.
Let me see, we got, we're missing Representative Salisbury.
Nope. Representative Salisbury's here, but Representative McCray.
Oh, there she is. I'm sorry. I should look, I was looking down to my right and Representative McCray. It can't be that far from the corner caucus back here.
Well, with all the emails I got trying to find our, our Zoom link that comes through email, it takes a while.
And he's in Aroostook County. What are you talking about?
Broadband. Better broadband.
Oh, there he is. All right. So we have everybody back that we had before. And we're back in work session on 414. And Senator Woodson, you had suggested that you wanted to make a motion.
Yes, I just, I think it'd be unfortunate if a agreement can be made that time is not allowed for the parties to have further discussion. So I would make a motion, we table this until next Monday to give these parties time to work out the differences. And if they don't, then we vote.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion? Representative Stearns, you second the motion?
Yes, I second the motion.
Okay. And I will be voting against the motion. But we will proceed with, and I ask the clerk to call the roll.
Yes, Representative. Senator Rafferty.
Now this is to yay or nay on tabling, correct?
Right.
Okay. No, I don't want to table it.
Okay, Senator Rafferty votes no. Senator Woodson?
Yes.
Senator Woodson votes yes. Representative Brennan?
No.
Representative Brennan votes no. Representative Crockett?
No.
Representative Crockett votes no. Representative Dodge?
Nay.
Representative Dodge votes nay. Representative Lyman?
Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yes. Representative McCray?
No.
Representative McCray votes no. Representative Roach?
Yes.
Representative Roach votes yes. Representative Salisbury?
Yes. Oh, no.
Representative Salisbury votes no.
Sorry.
Representative Sampson?
Yes.
Representative Sampson votes yes. And Representative Stearns?
Yes.
Representative Stearns votes yes. All right, Representative. So we have 5 in favor of the motion and 6 opposed.
So the motion to table fails. And I will recognize Representative Salisbury for the purpose of making a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion ought not to pass on LD 414.
And is there a second?
I would second that motion, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. So it's been moved by Representative Salisbury, seconded by Representative Dodge, ought not to pass on LD 414. I see that Representative O'Neill had a question or a comment.
Thanks so much, Mr. Chair. Just as a matter of process, something that I had heard from stakeholders was that folks hadn't had the time to get together, and I really did appreciate the motion to table. I know that this is an important issue to my area, and if folks aren't in a space where where they feel like they can move forward with the amendment as proposed. I think something that would be helpful is some support for facilitating a conversation. So I appreciated Senator Woodsum's offer to table so that we could do that. And I'm posing to the committee, would you be willing to support some kind of a resolve to set up a conversation or a process?
Well, I think our dilemma, Representative O'Neill, is that we've tabled this twice already. And the first time that we tabled it, we gave very specific instructions to the parties involved to go try to negotiate a deal with the Department of Education. Twice we've come back with no agreement. And it's been over a month and a half that we've allowed for these discussions to continue. And I think the sentiment, at least of some people on the committee, is that we need to move forward, and tabling at this point to allow for further discussions will not be helpful. Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative O'Neill, for your comment. I also, in my earlier questioning, made reference to the local agreements that are used currently. And it is my understanding and belief that those will continue as we move forward. Thank you.
Mr. Walker.
Thank you, Chair Brennan, Senator Rafferty, members of the committee. If it makes a difference, I mean, we heard a request earlier that this only be applied to town academies, and we're completely that's where the biggest issue is, and so we're fully willing to amend this to include just town academies. Representative Dodge, going to your question about these agreements, the agreements would continue without, if this bill were to pass, there will still be agreements. So, but they just won't be limited to 1/3 of right now through those agreements, they're limited to this vestige of the past that used to be used to fund CTEs, which is not. So again, this is a funding source that is left over from a time in the past when this is how we used to. And now we're stuck with this, and we're trying to find a way to remove this. So I would, I guess, ask that we at least be allowed a pathway to continue to solve this, because I don't think, I mean, if anyone can on this committee can explain to us why it's fair to continue to have to pay 1/3 towards CTE when that's not how they're funded. So that it really does. And so, and hopefully we can work something out with the department. I mean, we worked diligently with the department. We shared a number of examples. I'm not sure why we didn't get there. I thought we were there, to be honest. So I would ask that, that potentially you carry this. So, I mean, we would of course like you to vote for it and pass it right now, but at least we would like you to add it to your carryover list so we can continue to work on this and have it be ready. And we're going to hopefully engage the department on bigger issues between the independents and the department, and hopefully this can be part of that. And it would be good to have a vehicle to bring this back to the committee and not have to go through the second session kind of going through council. Maybe you get something and maybe you don't process. So that would be our request. So first request would be, please reconsider to pass this. And second of all, if not, then please carry it over so we have a vehicle. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Any other comments from members of the committee? Okay, the motion's been made ought not pass on 414. It's been seconded. Seeing no further comment from the committee, I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
Representative, you see Representative O'Neill's hand go up real
I'm
quick?
sorry, I didn't.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to say that I do understand as a chair as well. We have a lot of pressure to move through things, and it's end of session, and we're all tired from working really hard. And I wanted to request that that you folks consider giving us a little more time to come to an agreement on this, because I think we lose a little bit of our ability to sit down and advocate and have a conversation without having a bill on the table. And that's something that's important to my area and others. And I want to make sure that folks have the chance to have that conversation. I think it's really important, and something I've experienced over these past couple weeks and just during COVID generally is it's just really, really hard to sit down and have conversations like we normally do. And sometimes it can be hard to get a hold of people and you don't pass them in the hallway and stuff like that. So I think it would be really helpful if you folks are willing to let us have a little bit of extra time on this. And I can commit to making an effort myself to working with the department to sit down.
Thank you, Representative O'Neill. Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make it clear from my perspective that this has nothing to do with it being the end of the session, nothing to do with time or needing more time. I'm not comfortable with the bill, I'm not comfortable with the amendment. So it's not about feeling like I don't have time to reflect more or to get more information. That does not play into my decision making, and I can appreciate your position. I do. I understand that it can be a hard time of year, to do that. But I just want to make it clear that I'm not making this recommendation of a ought not to pass because of anything to do with late in the session or anything like that. It's because I don't believe in the bill or the amendment. Thank you.
Representative Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really think that Representative O'Neill's point is well taken. What harm is there in holding this bill over? That would give the two parties plenty of time to be working on something. I just think that the consequences are too large on both sides. I mean, there's problems on both sides. So I would challenge this committee to reconsider this decision and give it an opportunity to be held over. And then next year we can be tackling that. In the meantime, I'm pretty certain Representative O'Neill, Mr. Walker, and all the parties involved will be motivated to do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Sampson. And I guess what I would say that there is always the opportunity to reconsider if there is additional information that comes before the committee and we still have the bill in our possession, we can reconsider. And there are other vehicles to address this issue going forward. So Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we both know that I lose a bit of leverage and flexibility once you take a vote on this. And I think it is most helpful if I just have a bit of time to work on this.
Well, again, at this point, Representative O'Neill, I just don't know what to tell you that we've extended ample opportunity for parties to come together and have the discussion. We've tabled the bill twice. Even today, as we sit here today, we don't have an agreement between DOE and the interested parties. So it is kind of hard to see what the pathway forward is immediately. But again, if there is some agreement that is reached in the immediate future by at the beginning of next week, I'm sure the committee would consider their vote and take appropriate action. Representative Crockett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm becoming more perplexed by the minute as this discussion is going on. Not really totally understanding exactly the process. Obviously, we did just get an 11th hour suggested change from Mr. Walker. And I guess I would be curious if the folks from the DOE, I know Ms. Holmes is still there, do they see any realistic chance in coming to some type of compromise by Monday? I don't know if the DOE would like to address that.
I got the amendment at 11 o'clock this morning. The commissioner, I think, has just gotten a copy of it, and Joanne has a copy of it. We have not had a chance, all of us, to sit down because we've all been in respective meetings all day long.
Oh, totally understand. There was another amendment, I guess, at least in a text form about 11 minutes ago. That's the one that I'm referring to, which you haven't even seen, so obviously you can't comment. But
no.
So I'm very perplexed. I'm not sure, as we go forward with this motion and this vote, exactly what I'm going to do.
Representative McCray.
Yes, I hate to do this, but I think the way this is evolving, I would like to have a very short corner caucus again.
Okay, it is 10 minutes to 4, and we will now caucus until 4 o'clock. We'll be back at 4 o'clock.
Sam Baker.
Yes, Senator.
LD 247. Can you give me the title of that? I can't remember.
Yeah, yep. 1 second. This was, Senator, this was an act to improve Maine's education system. It was one of those, it was a concept draft, I believe, and then Hillary could probably correct me because I'm just looking at the original bill jacket or bill cover.
Yeah.
Hillary, you're muted.
Specifics. They did just to
It was
improve
Senator
the system.
It was Senator Daughtry's concept draft, but it's to reestablish the Higher Education Commission on Affordability, or Commission on Higher Education Affordability.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So I'll send my vote in.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Yeah, if you just reply to that email, then that way Rose and I can figure that out.
Thank you.
Sam, I wore my BC shirt. I just realized it. I've been waiting a while, with you BU kids. I decided to wear the BC shirt today,
I couldn't tell. Is that a hawk or a falcon? What is the?
That's a eagle, by the way.
Oh, an eagle. That's okay. All right. Makes it sound more majestic.
You know what they say about BU, right?
I'm not going to say it on the air.
Safety school. We can use that one. How about that one?
Oh, wow. Well, let me tell you, Representative Roach. I hope I can get down there this summer. I miss being on Comm Ave. Just be nice to walk around and see the place. And they are extending the Green Line, I've heard. I think it is the B one too. So it should
really?
be, yeah, yep. So I think it'll extend actually past BC now.
That thing takes forever, though. I couldn't. And one day I wrote it. I'm like, "Are you kidding me?" I was actually able to get off, go to the restroom, and run back and catch it at the next stop.
And the green wasn't even the gosh. I think red line. Sometimes you can really get stuck waiting. Did your son golf when he was at BC?
No, he actually didn't take up golf until just very recently, and now it's like he's become obsessed. And now I've gotten old, and I'm becoming less obsessed.
What kind of clubs does he use?
You know what? That's a. I know he just bought a new driver. I don't know what his irons are. I think he has TaylorMade irons.
TaylorMade? Yeah, I wonder.
Are you a golfer, Sam?
No, I just I did enjoy watching it growing up. It was something I'd do with my granny, but no, not recently, no. I like cycling. I got to be in motion. And it's also kind of mindless too. You can tune out, but golf is such a mental game that like when I'm doing something like that, I'm trying to give my brain a break.
I think that's why I don't like it as much anymore. I get so frustrated I get home and I'm like, how was that relaxing?
Well, there's always one good shot. There's one good shot that you replay in your mind over and over. And you're like, oh man, that's why I go back to the green. At least that's what my friends tell me.
All right. I struggle. I haven't found that one good shot the last couple of rounds. So
that's fair.
Maybe Mr. Representative Stearns, he's a good golfer right here.
I used to play a lot, and I have a theory on it that the most fun thing you can do playing golf is strike the ball. And the idea is to strike the ball as few times as possible. Therefore, I conclude that the idea in golf is to have as least fun as possible, so one can go fishing.
Now, see, fishing is my absolute least favorite thing in the world to do. I went 2 or 3 times, and I'm like, what are we doing? I couldn't stand it. I was so angry, because I'm the type of guy that thinks you should just go ahead and throw the line in the water, and something's going to jump right on the pole, and that'd be fun.
Exactly.
My philosophy of golf is the closest game to life that there is.
Oh, well, you've gotten very philosophical, Senator Woods.
Yeah, that's deep.
Wow, that's deep.
If you play golf with me, you would fully understand the many places I've been.
Oh, shoot.
Yep, there are days when you just feel stuck in the bunker. It doesn't matter what the sand wedge is, you're not getting out.
So, Representative Stearns, you're a fisherman more than a golfer now, or is that?
I dabble in lots of activities. Like I say, I used to golf a lot. I used to fly fish a lot, and I don't so much anymore. I spend my time, somehow when I've gotten older, I've enjoyed puttering. I like working more than I did when I was 35 or 40, when I would take off and fish or golf. And I don't know, maybe I'm just lazy.
You hunt? Are you a hunter still too, or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I like to hunt.
Yep. My wife doesn't let me have a gun. She knows what'll happen.
And yet I don't think I would travel anywhere to hunt, you know.
Yeah.
Although I went to Alaska once, I guess, because I got invited.
My son hunts, he does all, but I know myself, if I had a gun, it'd probably come home with some kind of injury, and that's.
Yeah, I'm not as passionate as many people. Boy, oh boy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, we are back. And I think we have, it's always interesting, the transition sometimes takes longer than expected.
I don't see represent.
So
Oh,
we
yep.
have Representative Salisbury, Crockett, Brennan, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so we do have everybody. Senator Woodson is back with us. Okay. So we will reconvene the committee and the work session on LD 414. And Representative Salisbury, did you have a comment or a question?
I did. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to say that my motion still stands. I will, however, put out there that if there is an agreement between now and when the bill leaves our hands between interested parties and the Department of Education, I would happily make a motion to reconsider. But in the meantime, my motion of ought not to pass stands.
Okay. Any other comment? Seeing none, I'm sorry, Representative O'Neill.
Thanks so much, Mr. Chair. Process-wise, I don't see too much of a distinction here, and my request to the committee, just as a courtesy, is would you be willing to consider a tabling motion with a set timeline of your choosing, and we can meet and come back.
Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry, Representative O'Neill, if you'd state that again.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. So my request is, I'm not seeing too much of a distinction between a tabling motion with a short period of time in which we can go meet and then come back to the committee, and your proposal that is on the table is has been moved, which is vote ought not to pass, and then we can come back if we want to. I think the cleaner process is tabling it, allowing folks to meet, giving us a set period and coming back. And that's my request. Courtesy.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. And again, I just point out the fact that we've already tabled the bill twice. And as recently as earlier this week, we tabled the bill with the understanding that we're going to come back today in work session. And we asked the interested parties and the department to either come to some agreement. We had, this is almost a reenactment of the work session that we had earlier this week, where we asked the interested parties where they stood. And at that time, there was no agreement. We, in deference to you and to other people that are involved in the issue, we did table the bill at that point and made it very clear that we were going to come to this work session on Friday and have some final resolution. So I think the sentiment in terms of tabling the bill till some other time just doesn't exist at this point, and that we will have the bill in our possession for several more days. And if there is information that's presented to us that changes the vote today, Representative Salisbury has indicated that she would move to reconsider. So I would encourage the interested parties and the Department of Education to try to find a time to continue to have this discussion. And if there is an agreement of some substance, there are people on the committee that are willing to entertain further discussion. Okay. Representative O'Neill, did you have a final comment?
Yes, please. Thanks, Mr. Chair. So the final thing that I wanted to say was that what I understand is that this amendment accommodates everything that the DOE had wanted to see. And it sounds like what we heard is that folks just haven't had the time to sit down and look at it and approve it. I'm not sure what the status is of that. And I am offering to jump in and do that.
Well, Representative O'Neill, I have read the amendment and I don't support it. And I don't think it's reflective of the discussions that we in the committee have had up to this point. So I don't think it's a simple issue of just reading the amendment and making sure that both the department and other people have the opportunity to read it. Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to reiterate what Representative Salisbury said. If in fact there is enough there so that the DOE and the opposing side come to an agreement while this bill is in our possession, we will commit to reconsideration, which to me is as good as we can do. It's as much as we can offer. So I'm going to vote ought not to pass with the full willingness to reconsider should there be an agreement before we lose control of it in our committee. Thank you.
Senator Whitson.
Yes, move the motion.
Gladly. Would the clerk read the call the roll?
Yes, Representative. Senator Rafferty?
Yes, ought not to pass.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Woodson?
No.
Senator Woodson votes no. Representative Brennan?
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Crockett?
Yes.
Representative Crockett votes yes. Representative Dodge?
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Lyman?
No.
Representative Lyman votes no. Representative McCray?
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Roach?
Yes.
Representative Roach votes yes. Representative Salisbury?
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. Representative Sampson?
No.
Representative Sampson votes no. And Representative Stearns?
Yes.
Representative Stearns votes yes. All right, Representatives, so I have 8 in favor of the motion and 3 opposed. And the minority report, please.
Yeah, ought to pass.
Okay.
As amended, I guess, as a.
Thank you, Senator. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or Hillary's
I
yes.
will need to know the amendment.
Well, I thought they had one. I don't know how else to word it. Help me out, Hillary.
I haven't had time to read it. Is it the one that was sent by Dan Walker to me at 9 a.m. this morning?
Yes.
Or is there something more recent?
I don't know.
I don't either.
There's nothing that's been in writing since the amendment that was emailed earlier today. So I guess if you're saying ought to pass.
Just ought to pass, simple. Okay.
So, I guess so.
Sounds good. Ought to pass. Sounds good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
you.
We will close the work session on LD 414, and that does conclude our work for today of the committee. And I can't express my gratitude for the committee and all the work that we did today. It was quite a bit of issues that we worked through. It was a long day starting at 9 o'clock, and it's now almost 4:30. Thank you very much. And I have already outlined the schedule for Monday. I'll do it one more time. 9 o'clock, we have the Commissioner of Education who's going to go through the change package. Then the committee will meet and offer recommendations to the Appropriations Committee relative to that change package. And so, for example, the change package will be the 55% funding for GPA, funding for the University and Community College, and Maine Maritime, and then what other issues they have in the change package. And we will take whatever time we need to take in order to either come to some agreement or some understanding about what our recommendation will be, because Ms. Rizzler will have to prepare something for the committee by Tuesday. So the turnaround on that is going to be fairly short. Once we've concluded that, we do have the work sessions on LD 1760 and 334, and then we will go back to our discussions on CDS. So is there anything else that anybody would like to bring before the committee at this point? Other than I really hope that everybody has a good weekend. And I know the one person who is not going to have a good weekend is our Ms. Rizzler, who will be working diligently on CDS issues and other committee work. So at that time that you're feeling most rested on the weekend, you can send a thought of support to Ms. Rizzler, because she won't be.
I just want to let the committee know I haven't technically received the approval for all those work sessions on Monday, but we will be operating under the assumption that it will be approved. And if for some reason it's not, I'll be reaching out to Representative Brennan and Senator Rafferty.
All right.
But I think it'll be okay.
All right.
Other than that, have a good weekend, everyone.
And again, thanks to everybody for all your work today. It was great.
I was just supposed to remind everyone that if anyone hasn't filled out that MEPRI survey for the work plan, that you should do so. It was resent by Janet Fairman yesterday, I think.
And with a great deal of self-righteousness, I can ask you to do that because I have done it myself.
They're still missing 5, I think.
5, okay. All right, again, I hope everybody has a good weekend.
Thank you.
I didn't receive that email from Janet, and I know I haven't filled out the survey.
I will send her an email CCing you so that you two can connect.
Senator Rafferty, do you have a list? Because I've gotten a few surveys. I thought I did it. No.
I have, no, I don't know if they know who does it. What? You have one?
She's got some hand signals.
I'll include you, Representative Roche, as well on that email.
I don't remember any of that, Hillary, but I could have gotten it.
I think I did it.
You.
I'm pretty sure.
They were. It was one that was asking for topics that you wanted MEPRI to review.
I'm pretty sure I did it.
Prioritize.
All right, you're off the list, Representative Roche. Just
Thank you.
Representative Crockett and Senator Woodsum, I will CC and connect you.
And I think Jan missed.
And Representative Dodge as well.
If I can interpret the hand signals.
All right.
You got it.
Thank you. Goodbye. Have a good weekend.